That way.
And I'm not still. Do it again. Good to see you.
Why don't they do more about the?
We gotta keep you alive.
They gotta rotate off for a year and then it's not much time and I'm retired. I have to make time out to come to jazz. It's not like. Makes me end up in my.
Z, can you hear us okay? You can hear okay? You're muted, so just raise, yeah. Cool. Can you unmute yourself? Are you capable of doing that? Okay. Good.
Absolutely, yes.
All right. You say hello.
Hello.
Okay, good. We can hear you.
Yes, I will mute myself just to make sure that there's no
Okay.
disturbance unless I'm voting or participating.
And you're not presenting, correct?
That's correct. Yeah,
Okay,
I'm just
cool.
here to
So,
vote
yeah,
and
just keep
listen.
yourself muted and we'll be good.
Great. Thank you.
Okay.
Your name.
Maybe not, because when we need to discuss.
See if I can stick them.
I don't know.
We don't need to see us.
We don't need to.
So we know who we are and we're not gonna.
This is what's showing.
That is what's.
That would be good.
Okay.
But then it's gonna need to show the whole room and we're only talking.
Yeah.
So maybe it has to have those up there.
Let me go that way.
Thank you. Trying to educate people about. I didn't know all the things that supposed to be learned. And then what guys say, I heard you say it on the agenda. I'll do that. I just said one second.
I'm worried about quorum. Several folks who are not here. Jason Ward's joining by Zoom.
Okay.
One of them's gonna be late. I see I believe it has to be. I don't know if that counts me or not. It would be 68.
No, I think that's good. The inclusion.
I'm holding. Go get back. Yeah, so good to see you. That is. Good morning, everyone. It's great to see you all. I am Sean Patch, the current chair of the committee. I'd like to welcome everyone here. We've called this meeting to order for the June 11th, 2026 meeting of the National Register Advisory Committee. Before we proceed with introductions, we have a special guest, so I'd like to invite Secretary Cashwell to make a few remarks if you like. Madam Secretary.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I was not planning this morning. That's why I came in early. I was just going to try to say hello to folks because I know you all have a very long agenda, but mainly wanted to say, especially to our staff and to the board members, thank you so much for what you do every day. First of all, for those of you who don't know the amazing staff at DNCR, we are the best agency in state government. We do have the best employees. I have definitely discovered that over my year and 5 months now in this role that all of our teams are just amazing at. The thing I love about it is that universally people love what they do. And that's a really cool place to be in. I used to be over prisons at the Department of Public Safety, among other things, the Highway Patrol and State Capitol Police and, some law enforcement agencies. Not to say that some of those folks don't love their job. It's a whole different thing. So it has been just the honor, really, of my professional career thus far to be in this role for the last year and 5 months. And then to board members, thank you so much for your service. I also used to work at the North Carolina State Ethics Commission as the deputy there. And one of my first jobs when I started there before I was deputy was to look at all of the over 400, at the time it was closer to 500, state boards and commissions, every one of them to look, read the bylaws, read the statute that created them, to determine if they were a policy-making board or an advisory board. And then, because if so, then, and this was back in the day when the Ethics Act was new. And so we were trying to figure out what boards were covered boards under the State Ethics Act. So that was my job. But that resulted in me looking at, examining, and talking to people who either ran those boards, were, the executive director, if it was a board that had a staff, and all the things. So I learned about state boards and commissions and met so many people who served. And over my time at DPS and then as secretary at DOA and here, I've worked with so many people who serve on our boards and commissions. I know and understand that it is, for most people, you have something else that you would be doing if you were not here today. Sometimes that something else would be paying you to be doing that. And this is not paying you. And I understand that, but.
You're not getting paid?
Welcome. But, the role, the boards and commissions allow the people of North Carolina to be represented in a whole different way, right? Like we elect the people who serve for us and represent us in state government, but it allows the people of North Carolina to have a direct role through your advisement and all the different ways, the myriad of ways in which people who serve on boards and commissions support the state. So thank you. That is the bottom line. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your service to the board. We appreciate it. And while most people in North Carolina have no idea what all of these boards and commissions do, I know the importance of them and what an important role that you play for the state. So thank you so much. I don't want to take any more of the time on your agenda, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to answer any questions if anybody has any about what's going on at this department. It's amazing. We have a ton happening and it's an exciting time for sure. We're waiting for a budget to be passed. Praying for that. Optimistic it's going to happen. And no, I'm not going there. That is not a place for betting these days. But I am optimistic that it is going to happen. It's a matter of when it happens. So, and it will be very good for all state agencies when that happens. We're in some ways, you're in a place where we're all in a place where after 2.5 years, things have changed. Like costs have gone up. We run over 100 sites across the state, and the cost of running those sites have gone up considerably over 2.5 years. Everything from property insurance to IT costs. I could go through a whole host of ways in which our costs have gone up. So a budget is really important for us. So that's it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate y'all. Oh, thank you.
Well, welcome everyone. We are on to introductions. I'll begin with the committee staff, the participants. Clark?
Hello, I'm Newell Clark. I'm the former mayor of the city of Lexington. And now I operate and own a real estate development business still in Lexington. And just a quick note, if maybe you've heard this, maybe you haven't, but we've had a major destructive fire in Lexington that has taken out a couple of historic properties. One in particular was our candy store. Food Network magazine named it the #1 candy store in the state and one of the top 50 in the nation. And it's really severely hurt our Main Street. And it's a historic property. It was built in 1890s. It was an old hardware store. And but it's deemed condemned at this point, so there's no saving it. And but it's taken out about 3 restaurants along the city block. And you wouldn't think a whole lot about a candy store carrying a community, but just visiting and meeting with a lot of our businesses along there, we've got restaurants that are still there and other businesses that are down 80%. And because you can imagine streets blocked off, or people think the whole Main Street's blocked off. But just sharing, we know the importance of history and what it means to a community, and when all of a sudden something alters it overnight, we don't know about, it's all of a sudden having to redefine that, what that is. But That's my plea, that if you're in near Lexington, come by. Come by and see us. We are more than barbecue, for sure. But anyway, thanks for giving me the time.
You bet. Mr. Chair. David?
David Bergstone wants to say on, historic preservationist, technically retired, and also done historic preservation, contracting.
Joe Opperman, I'm a historical architect. I have a preservation architecture firm in Winston-Salem.
I'm local architect, Raleigh. We focus on preservation adaptive use.
Jim C. Harper II, interim associate provost and dean for the School of Graduate Studies at North Carolina Central University and professor of history.
Sally Green, historian and member of the Orange County Board of Commissioners.
And we have one person who's joining online. Josie?
Hi, all. Josie Ward, preservation consultant in Asheville. Thank you for letting me join this way.
Great to see you. Thanks for being here. Okay, and we will now go to staff. I'll begin with Julie. Go around this way.
Morning, everyone. Julie Smith, National Register and Survey Specialist based here in Rhode Island. I'm Lauren Poole. I'm the National Register and Survey Specialist for the Eastern Office region.
Jeff A. Dawson, Restoration Specialist, Southeast Region of the state.
Beth King, Architectural Survey Coordinator based in Alphaville. Claudia Brown, National Register and Survey Specialist, retired part-time, working part-time. I'm Hannah Beckman Black. I'm the Preservation Specialist based in Asheville.
I'm Brett Sturm, Supervisor, Restoration Services Branch. Jeff Smith, National Register Coordinator based here in Raleigh.
Bjorn Flowers, I'm the oral historian in terms of the state archive.
Awesome. Great to meet you.
Kelly Malloy, Architectural Survey was for hurricane grants.
And I believe we have some guests. Would you introduce yourselves?
Sure, Chris Johnson with the monitoring companies. We're, real estate development and, historic preservation, based out of Richmond, but becoming much more active.
Annie McDonald, architectural historian with Richard Grove and Associates. We have 4 projects on your agenda. I'm working on the 3 mills that are being presented today.
I'm Mary Robin Hamburg. I'm a historic preservation consultant based here in Raleigh.
And this was very input for us.
Paige Regna, the other historic preservation. Good morning, Dr. Tina Holmes Brothers. I serve as Director for Program Outreach and Engagement for DNCR, former council member, and excited to be here today. I have 2 projects that I'm working on.
Thank you, everyone. Okay, I do see we have a quorum, which is good. That's great. And a reminder to everyone that the meeting is being live streamed and recorded. And are there any conflicts of interest from any of the committee members? Joe?
I have a conflict.
Okay.
We're house in no horseshoe.
House in no horseshoe. Okay. So when it comes to that time, we'll just ask you to leave the room and then we'll bring you back in.
Understood.
Okay, thank you. Are there any additions or corrections to the minutes? I had a couple. I sent those via email earlier. There was minor typos. Has anyone else had a chance to look, or any other comments or questions on those? From the last 2, from our February meetings, we had a regular meeting. I'm sorry. Yes, we had a regular meeting in February, then we had an overflow meeting in February. So there are 2 separate sets of minutes. There are no additional comments or questions. Would anyone care to make a motion, please, to accept those with revisions? Okay. David, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. And all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Josie, got a yes. All right. Those are passed with corrections. And we're on to Dr. Waters.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
And I'm not going to take up much time here. Ramona will be in shortly. She's on another call this morning, so she will be joining us in just a little while. And as we know, Sarah Woodard is, I think her son is graduating from high school. Is it high school or college? From high school. So she,
Everybody knows.
so she is the one. But thank you again, since the secretary was here and had an opportunity to kind of thank you and talk a little bit about the department, I won't do that today. I always fear, Sean, that my comments will be rather perfunctory. But again, I really, really want to thank you for serving on this committee and for advising us on the National Register. There's a lot of work to read through these nominations and things. So we deeply appreciate that. And some of you are kind of doing double and sometimes triple duty. So appreciate Mayor Clark and Dr. Green for serving not only on this committee, but also on the Historical Commission as well as commissioners on that commission. I also want to thank the staff. I continue to marvel at the work that they do. I have an opportunity sometimes to join their meetings as they're prepping for these meetings, and those are just as intense as these can be. So deeply appreciate everything that they do. And I'm going to stop there and let you all get to work on this big agenda today. So
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Waters. We appreciate that. We'll wait for Ramona when she joins and offer her the opportunity to make a few remarks, and we are ready to proceed. So we'll begin with National Register nominations for the Western region.
Morning again. Before I start, I just want to let you know if my eye is watering or you think I'm winking at you, it's just because I'm trying to get over a sty in my left eye, or I might be just excited about the presentations. But and all the photos today in both my nominations, presentations are by the consultants. My first nomination today is for the Smathers Goutier House in Waynesville. Waynesville is the county seat of Haywood County, situated just west of Buncombe County. The Smathers Goutier House is located southwest of the linear Main Street Historic District. Located at 124 Daisy Avenue, the house faces northeast, and for the sake of the clarity here and in the nomination, it faces north. This image is the proposed National Register boundary map, which comprises the whole 2.49 acre parcel following the boundary lot lines along Clifton Street and Balsam Drive. The boundary map also indicates all of the historic resources in the inventory. Kind of hard to see here, maybe you have to squint a little bit, but behind the main house, you see a well, a spring house, staff cottage, barn, and a non-contributing shed. The circa 1892 Smathers Goutier House is being nominated at the local level under Criterion C for architecture as one of the finest examples of Queen Anne style architecture in Waynesville, with irregular massing, a steeply pitched hip roof, towers, wraparound porch with turn post and balustrade, and expressive woodwork and interior finishes. George H. Smathers, a Haywood County native, gained acclaim in the 1880s and 1890s as mayor and noted land title attorney. He acquired the lot for the house 4 months prior to his marriage to Daisy Rice Glaze of Alabama in January of 1892. For reference, the historic name also includes the Goutier family from Miami, Florida, who purchased the house in 1925 and retained ownership until 1976. So we're going to take a tour around the outside and then look at the interiors. Did we lose Josie? Josie, you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, great. It was just minimized. I wanted to make sure we had everyone in for quorum. So here we are looking at the west elevation. The lavish house bears strong design similarities to houses in Asheville by architect Alan Mellon, or is it Melton? Yeah, I think it's Mellon. Had it two different ways. Here's the rear elevation showing the gable end of the 2-story L and a 1-story shed roof extension with a 6-panel door for service entrance, and another shed roof center section containing a utility and sun porch. Coming around to the east elevation that faces Clifton Street, one can see the abundant woodwork in the gable end, octagonal tower, large brackets, and intricate balustrade. These are wonderful floor plan drawings of the first and second floors of the house by the consultant. Here you have the wide center hall of the house with views from the front and back doors. The hall has original wood floors, paneled wainscoting, plaster walls and ceilings, and the fireplace features glazed facing and hearth tiles and sawnwork floral motif. The middle of the hall boasts a grand triple run stair with an arched opening with spindle work in the spandrels. The living room and parlor continue the elaborate woodworking throughout. These images showcase the specific corner blocks with bullseye detailing at the top of the windows and the doors, that extend the top of the lintel as a hallmark of this Asheville architect, Alan Mellon. The dining room has an intricate inlaid pattern fireplace mantel with tile, hearth, and facing, and built-in display cabinet in the opposing corner. This is the main level bedroom, more plain in comparison, and the image to the right is the second floor hall with 4 bedrooms off of it. These are examples of 2 of the bedrooms upstairs. These photos are from a 2023 real estate listing and not the consultant. Lastly, here's the unfinished attic space in the northwest tower. So going back outside, we see the images of the spring house and well with a massive invasive plant, perhaps a grapevine maybe. Both of them date to the construction of the house circa 1892. And here we have the staff cottage, a 1-story side gable frame dwelling, originally served as the living quarters for the family's household staff. The modest 2-room dwelling with the large central fireplace is also circa 1892 and a contributing resource. The Smathers and Goutier families both employed staff who resided in the cottage. This is a circa 1900 bank barn with painted German siding and metal roof. The interior has exposed wood framing and wood plank floor. There's also a 1980 shed on the property, but it's a non-contributing resource. The Office of State Archaeology provided a statement of archaeological potential. In sum, the Smathers Goutier house retains much of the original features remaining in the landscape, such as plantings and filled-in privies and wells. These features provide valuable information to understand various topics related to development, labor, and economic history. There are also 5 prehistoric archaeological sites related to the Cherokee people within 1 mile of the property. To date, no investigation has been conducted, but would be considered or should be considered in any future development. So in conclusion, the Smathers Goutier house is being nominated at the local level under criterion C for architecture, and a period of significance dates to the construction of the house circa 1892. It also has a high degree of integrity, and Waynesville is also a certified local government, and we received comments back from the mayor and the HPC that they agree it meets criteria for listing. And I'm going to turn it over to Hannah, unless you guys have questions. My second one comes later in our agenda.
Any questions for Julie at this point? Okay, move on to Hannah, please.
I think I need to do is Linda. And then slideshow.
Okay, all right, I think. Okay, so the last property from the western region is the Gulf Oil Distribution Facility. It's located in Madison County. The property is sited along the French Broad River, southeast of downtown Marshall, in a community historically known as Rollins. The complex is being nominated for local significance under Criterion A for commerce and Criterion C for architecture. The period of significance for the property begins circa 1929, when Gulf Refining Company built the complex, and continues through 1976, since the business continued to have local commercial importance, and no earlier end to the period of significance could be determined. The Gulf Refining Company organized in 1901 to refine and market crude oil in a response to the discovery of crude oil in Texas. By 1929, the company began expanding retail operations across the country. And as part of this expansion, Aubrey Gregory opened this oil distribution business near Marshall. And Gregory served as the Gulf distributor in Marshall until 1974, when his son purchased the property and renamed it O.A. Gregory, Inc. The business closed in 2022. This property, known as a bulk distribution facility or bulk terminal plant, is significant to the commercial history of Marshall as the longest running business of its type in Madison County, serving residences, businesses, and farmers in the area through the distribution of oil and fuel products. Distribution facilities were critical to the commercial operations of large oil and gas producing companies like Gulf, and bulk terminal plants were typically laid out in a standard fashion where buildings, offices, storage tanks, and pumping facilities were all clustered together and located along a railroad. So let's look at the resources in the complex. This is the box, if we can move that. I didn't think this was going to be an issue potentially. Is that better?
You jump in.
Okay.
We have small technical difficulty on the other side. Everybody that's watching this is only not seeing this. It's weird. To that, it's only showing that presentation, so
okay.
we'll have to do that. Yeah, it's a little weird. That should get us back in business again.
Okay. Great.
Okay.
Does anything?
No, you should
Did
be
I-
good.
okay.
You're good. You're
Okay,
good.
good. Sorry about that, everyone. Okay, so back to this 1929, circa 1929 warehouse. This is the also circa 1929 garage. The pump house. And the filling station structure. Sorry about that kind of grainy photo. And the oil tank structure, which it is a contributing resource like the other previous ones I just showed. And the tanks are replacements of the originals, but likely date circa 1974. And the westernmost section of the structure has a seam, which you can, I don't know if my pointer works. Yep, you can see here. And that indicates it may have been added later, possibly circa 1974 when the other tanks were replaced. And then there is another oil tank structure, which is post 1976 and is the only non-contributing resource in the complex. Architecturally, the warehouse and garage embody the distinctive characteristics of wooden bow barrel truss architecture, which appears to be a company standardized building type used in other Gulf oil distribution plants identified across the state, including several in Western North Carolina. Not only did the arch truss roof design allow for wide open storage space, it was likely a way to standardize many of their buildings to create a corporate image, although no plans have been located at this time. But for example, this complex in Shelby has many of the features that match the subject property. And then here is the interior of that Shelby property. And there is also a similar example in Spruce Pine that was not previously surveyed by our office. And there's one in Asheville that appears to have been highly altered. The National Register boundary includes the entire tax parcel, a total of 1.39 acres, to include all of the land, buildings, and structures historically associated with the business. The parcel is bisected by Rollins Road, and the boundary includes that portion of the road. The Gulf Oil distribution facility is significant under Criterion A for commerce and Criterion C for architecture. And a review of this nomination by the Office of State Archaeology determined that it did not warrant a statement of archaeological potential. So any questions on this property?
Questions? Do you want to proceed, Hannah?
Sure. I didn't know if we wanted to vote since this is the last one in the Western region.
Let's do that. That's a suggestion. Okay. Are there any comments or questions for either Julie or Hannah on the two properties we've heard? Anyone care to make a motion on those?
We approve those.
Thank you, David. Is there a second?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. And all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Josie, all right, that motion is passed. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're on to Central and Southeastern Region.
Okay, so I have one property from the Central and Southeastern Region, property district. It is the Broadell Historic District, and this nomination was partially funded by a CLG grant awarded to the city of Fayetteville by our office. It's located in Cumberland County, in the county seat of Fayetteville, approximately 2.5 miles north of downtown. The Broadell Historic District is nominated for local significance under Criterion A for Black ethnic heritage, community planning and development, and education. The period of significance for the district begins in 1953 when the first houses were constructed in Broadell and continues through 1978, after which new development in the neighborhood slowed. The district encompasses what appears to be the earliest mid-20th century neighborhood in Fayetteville, specifically designed and developed for the Black middle-class residents of Fayetteville. In the 240-acre district is also the largest Black neighborhood from this era in Fayetteville, and it's both geographically and in terms of the number of houses. When Broadell Homes, Inc., which was incorporated in 1952 by white businessmen, began to develop the neighborhood, Fayetteville's population was growing. Oops, it's progressing by itself here. Let's see. Yeah, here we go. Sorry about that. Yeah, mirroring the growth of Fort Bragg. Black service members and middle-class residents, don't know what's progressing, sorry about that. Black service members and middle-class residents who were looking for new housing had few options to choose from. Broadell Homes, Inc. was among the first to fill this void and specifically built and marketed the neighborhood toward middle-class Black residents. The building near the north end of the district, this building near the north end of the district was the Broadell Homes office where prospective property owners would go to select their lot, house plans, and customize interior finishes and colors. The company platted a total of 10 subdivisions known as Holly Springs between 1952 and 65, which branched off of an already established Black neighborhood called College Heights. Beginning in 1971 through 1973, a second wave of development occurred as another local white developer, Myers Development Company, platted 2 adjacent subdivisions at the north end of the district, which capitalized on the status of the existing neighborhood. Subdivisions platted by both companies utilized popular mid-20th century subdivision design trends like curvilinear streets and cul-de-sacs. The district retains its original street layout, and the majority of homes were built between 1953 and 75. Houses are primarily in branch or split level forms in a small range of architectural styles, including ranch, contemporary, and modern, with a few exhibiting colonial revival style features as well. Oops. Seems to be advancing on its own. I'm sorry about that. The district's education significance stems from 2 schools within its boundaries, constructed for Black children from Broadell and other local neighborhoods. E.E. Smith High School. E.E. Smith High School was first constructed in 1955, and Ferguson Easley Elementary School was first constructed in 1959. Prior to desegregation in the 1960s, E.E. Smith was the only public high school for Black children in Fayetteville. Moreover, I'm not exactly sure what is happening because I did not make this advance by itself. Hopefully the next person will not have the same issues. Moreover, more than 1 in 4 of the first residents and houses in Broadell were employed as teachers, principals, and administrators at these schools and at nearby Fayetteville State University and other schools in Fayetteville. A few other notable resources in the district include College Heights Presbyterian Church, which with the first building constructed in 1955, so it's the flat roofed building, was the first building, and the sanctuary was added in circa 1964. An apartment building was constructed circa 1960, but otherwise the district is all single-family residential. These ones are supposed to advance by themselves. So the district encompasses 534 contributing buildings, 29 contributing structures, including carports and outbuildings, and 4 contributing sites. There are 25 non-contributing buildings, 37 non-contributing structures, and 2 non-contributing objects. Overall, the district retains a high level of integrity to convey significance, despite common replacement materials to resources, including windows, doors, porch materials, and siding, although most houses retain the original brick veneer. The boundary for the Broadell Historic District was based on the Holly Springs and Broadell subdivision plats, which share a similar and related development history that is distinct from properties adjacent to the historic district and the surrounding neighborhoods. The boundary also includes the property at 772 Topeka Street, which is not located in a Holly Springs or Broadell subdivision, but was the Broadell Home office, Broadell Home Inc. office, which I showed you previously. So the district is again nominated for local significance under criterion C for Black ethnic heritage, community planning and development, and education. And a review of this nomination by the Office of State Archaeology determined that it did not warrant a statement of archaeological potential. I have for Broadell. I don't know if you want questions now or
Questions for
move on.
Block Broadell?
For a matter of record, confirm the criterion. I think you mentioned C, it's not. Here, just
Criterion A. Sorry about that. I don't know. Oh, yeah, sorry, that was wrong in my notes. It's criterion A, not criterion C.
And we saw this just recently as on the study list, correct? Within the last year or 2 or 3, is that right?
That's correct. There was a survey project that was funded in part by our office as well for this. So.
And we have 2 guests here. Would either of you care to make any remarks? Dr. Holmes Brothers, Dr. Johnson? Oh,
Long time.
no guests.
There's
Few guests here. To see this come to fruition, this initially began as a project of mine when I was working on historic preservation certificate at UNC Greensboro, and worked on this as a part of my internship program, and decided to have this grand idea to do an unofficial study list application. So this work really supplied the information for that initial CLG and connected with the community neighborhood watch president here and community members, and really did a lot of this work, and things were shut down during the initial stage of the pandemic, and teamed up with the SHPO staff here, and they were gracious to partner with me on this and doing just a kind of HP 101 with the residents virtually. So got the boarding on with the residents, and the residents were very supportive and active participants in this overall endeavor. When I did the course at UNCG, did some initial oral history. So I interviewed Mr. Broadwell, who was a descendant of the developers, one of the 2 developers with Broadell. So it's 2, Cogdell and Broadwell. So that combined the name of Broadell community. So had that interview, and that is housed at the headquarter library in Fayetteville, as well as the archives at the university campus at Fayetteville State in the Charles Chestnut Library as well. So,
I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful for her. We met 4 to 5 years ago, and this project took off. I live in that community. My house is not historic, but I'm proud to be in that community. I'm proud to represent the Black folks in that community. I'm proud of ones that are still here, and they're proud of the community. E.B. Smith, as you heard, was during segregation, where even African-American soldiers, their children were bused to that area from the post to go to E.E. Smith. I was so excited we had 18 oral interviews with, folks, about 3 of them have passed since we started this in 2022. And, the public, we had to do a couple of public notifications. They were well attended, well received. And she mentioned College Heights. That's the next project. And I want to say that City Council approved that, and we hope that you all will too, so we can move on. Our vision and mine, and I'm sure you will agree, when you drive into Fayetteville and you see beautiful Fayetteville State University, you see it as it is. It's beautiful, the students there. But we see it as it used to be as well. It was the center of our being. You've heard the word red line. That was a red line district. And this is why we're still there. We are still there. And protecting the history there is most important. We've got streets named after founders of Fayetteville State University, such as Seabrook Road. It's the only one I can think of right now. They live in the community, they work in the community as well as clergy. So I'm excited. Thank you for allowing me to speak. And you can ask me questions as well. I live there. I just envision the whole corridor being historic and a beautiful place to just, learn some history. Oh, by the way, my name is Cynthia Leeds. And I'm past president now. Recently, I had been president of the Neighborhood Watch, and I moved back to Fayetteville about 7 years. I'm from Fayetteville, so I'm homegrown. Moved back, and I felt like the town was sleeping, and I woke everybody up. And I'm still waking folks up. So I appreciate it wasn't for her vision at the time she was a student. I know we was be where we are now. And I just appreciate all of you for the consideration.
Thank you for your comments. Dr. Johnson? Yes.
Yes. Good morning, and it's kind of interesting being on this side of the end. And I remember the property on the study list when I was on the National Register Advisory Committee. But what I want to say, the residents have really stated the importance of the property. I'd like to emphasize the kind of engagement by the SHPO staff, Tamara, the community, Cynthia, and the expertise that's around this room has really helped move this out from the study list. I remember the study list properties being on there forever. And so you heard our call to help move them through the process. And I'm talking to SHPO staff and Jeff. This is the results of all of the folk working together to bring something and it not taking 20, 25 years to do so. So I wanted to lift that up because that is an important piece of the work. And the staff, y'all did it. I know it. Thank you, because this is an important example of what can be done when we're all working together.
Excellent. Thank you for those comments. Are there any other comments or questions? I'd like to just make one, which is I deeply appreciate all of you being here today and speaking, and it's very passionate. I appreciate that very much. I think it's great to see a grassroots effort like this come to the National Register. Lots of us are professionals and properties get here in different ways, but it's always a treat for me when we see one that's truly grassroots. So credit to you, Dr. Holmes Brothers, for initiating this, and it's great to see it today. We are ready to move on then. We are up to, should we not?
If we want to vote.
Should we vote? Yes, okay, let's do, thank you, David. Anyone care to make a motion? So moved. Thank you, thank you. And Dr. Harper, second. All those in favor of accepting this recommendation, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
That motion passes. Congratulations.
Are we still having trouble?
No, just where you're going is gonna be a problem.
Oh, okay.
So you have to do it in share. What you're sharing. So you have to share it like this, and ours is the very, very last one.
Okay, instead of hitting window up. there,
Yeah,
you have
it
to go to
have
share.
to go to this one. Yeah, well, it changed, it changed on, yeah. Which one was yours again? This, that, no, that's the one you need right there. CRV, right? Yeah, CRV. Okay, that one's. Correct? Okay. Okay, so we're gonna get rid of this one. And that one, we're done with that one too, right? Yeah, that one, we're done with that one. That's yours. That's yours. It's gonna be safe. That's one here, there. You can always go that way. That's this might be the simplest route. Yeah. Well, after lunch, we're gonna change this process. Did that?
I got in. Yeah, finally got the place. I'll even in sale now. You see if I can get some, yeah, heard they do.
All right.
Yeah, they have, they'll get a spot, but they were staying, because there's a limit how long it is, yeah.
I get everyone's attention, please.
We'll have to go home again. They're real problem.
Good. Claudia, you have the floor.
Thank you. This morning, I'm going to present 5 nominations, beginning with 2 industrial properties. Now we've advanced. Okay. So I'm starting with 2 non-industrial properties in the Catawba County town of Newton. And the first of these is the Prestige Chair Corporation, Nitmode Mills, situated a little over 1 mile north of downtown Newton on the west side of the railroad line. So there you see Catawba County in the top, Newton circled in the center of the county. And here we are at the property. The 2.89 acre parcel takes up the entire block and comprises 2 resources, the factory to the east and a building that initially was an automobile showroom, coincidentally built at the same time as the original portion of the factory in 1946. As you might suspect from the delineations on the roof, the larger building has several stages of development, as indicated in the schematic to the right. The original building erected in 1946, and I should say on the schematic to the right, it says 46 to 47, and that's going to be adjusted. Was constructed as a furniture plant for the Prestige Chair Corporation. It was an L-shaped structure banked into the south end of the property so that the wing fronting East 19th Street is a single story on a basement, while the longer wing is a full 2 stories. Here are exterior views of the original factory. And here are a couple of views of its interior. Prestige Chair was owned by Newton native and World War II veteran Rome Jones. Post-war prosperity led to increased development in Newton with a significant rise in home building. As residential development soared and home ownership increased, the manufacture of home furnishings was one of the principal industries in North Carolina. The 1947 U.S. Census of Manufacturers was the first census to record the number of furniture and fixtures as establishments in Catawba County. At the time, there were 60 such establishments here, which was more than any other county except for Guilford. It was also the second largest manufacturing industry in terms of the number of establishments in the county. Prestige Chair Corporation prospered during its first 9 years, expanding its plant in 1951, 1953, and 1955 to double or more than double its original square footage. At the bottom of the screen is a view of the interior of one of the 1953 additions. In 1954, Rome Jones acquired the adjacent Twin City Pontiac Company building and converted it to a warehouse. This one-story concrete block building with a bow truss roof concealed by step parapets at front and rear also is banked into the south end of the property. And after the acquisition, connected to the factory by this hodgepodge series of small additions, as seen at bottom left. Now we're going to go back to the factory so I can show you the rest of the exterior. We left it here showing the original factory to the right of the red line. To the left is the 1951 addition. Here I flip the schematic, and as we move around the building clockwise, the north end of the 51 addition is at the far right in the bottom image. Most of the rest of that elevation is the north end of the 55 addition. Despite the series of additions to the furniture factory and acquisitions of the former automobile showroom, Prestige Chair Corporation outgrew its original home, and in 1956, Jones built a new plant less than 1 mile to the east. Prestige retained ownership of the original factory and leased it to Knit-Mode Mills until 1959, when the New York City-based textile manufacturer purchased it. Knit-Mode had been founded in 1954 as a division of Charles Pindick Inc., a manufacturer of infants and children's clothing, which prospered thanks to the post-World War II baby boom that fueled the demand for infants and children's clothing into the 1960s. Knit-Mode Mills built the addition along the west side of the mill, fronting the railroad tracks circa 1960. You see it upper left. And around the same time, it built small additions at the north end of the east side. Shifting consumer demand, increased competition from overseas manufacturers, and federal economic policies of the mid to late 1960s changed the company's course. In response to these external challenges, Charles Pindick Inc. diversified its holdings and product lines in the late 1960s. In 1971, the company closed its plant in Newton, and thereafter the property had a succession of owners, one of which manufactured furniture here from the mid-'80s through the early 2000s. The property has been vacant for about 10 years. Prestige Chair Corporation, Knit-Mode Mills, is eligible for listing in the National Register at the local level for its significance under Criterion A in the area of industry. Its period of significance begins in 1946 when Prestige Chair Corporation began producing furniture in the earliest L-shaped portion of the factory, and it ends in 1971 when Knit-Mode Mills ceased operations. Most of Newton's manufacturing plants had closed by 2010, and quite a few have been demolished. In addition to this property, 6 industrial plants dating from the late 19th to mid-20th century are extant in Newton. Most of these properties have been altered to a greater degree than Prestige Furniture Corporation, Knit-Mode Mills, which retains strong integrity to its period of significance. As acknowledged in the nomination, there has been some deterioration of the roof that has caused small sections of structural failure and water infiltration, but this has not substantially diminished the property's overall integrity of design, materials, and workmanship. Retention of most of its original windows is a notable feature. And finally, the Office of State Archaeology staff reviewed the nomination and determined that a statement of potential archaeological significance is not warranted. Are there any questions about this one? And if not, I'll move on to Ridgeview Hosiery Mills. This is the second Newton industrial property I'm presenting. And as you can see, it's located a short distance from Prestige Chair right down here. A small district wasn't considered because there's an intervening parcel here with a less than 50-year-old building. As shown in the left image,
The National Register boundary encompasses 2 large mills and 3 small ancillary buildings. Both of the mills are identified in this graphic as hosiery mills, although the older mill to the left or north is correctly identified as a knitting mill in the registration form. Sometime between 1956 and 1966, a connector was built between the mills, and it was demolished sometime between 2020 and 2022. It was right in here. Both mills have multiple stages of construction, and we will look first at the earlier mill depicted on the right. Because there are so many additions, all historic except for one, the only place you can see some of the exterior, the earliest portion of the knitting mill, is at the south end at lower right, and here you can see the remnants of the connector I just mentioned. The show of the earliest portion of the mill, including a small dye house attached to the south end, was completed in 1908 by Ridgeview Cotton Mills. That company apparently ceased construction due to the lingering effects of the financial panic of 1907, and in 1912 sold the property to Ridgeview Hosiery Mills, which completed the building and adapted it for use as a knitting mill that produced cotton hosiery for women. At the time, Newton, with Ridgeview Mill and Fidelity Knitting Mills, was the center of Catawba County's knitting industry, boasting more knitting machines than Hickory. Over the next several years, Ridgeview continued to add knitting machines, and by 1918 had 240 of them, and was running 2 shifts for a total of 23 hours a day, surpassing its local competitor, Fidelity, in production. Ridgeview Hosiery Mills was one of 132 knitting mills across North Carolina, and in terms of production, the largest of the 7 in Catawba County. Well, to meet changing demands in the consumer market, the company shifted to production of rayon hosiery in the 1920s, and in 1925 doubled the size of the knitting mill, enlarged the dye house, which attached to a new boiler house rebuilt on the site of the original boiler house, and essentially this became an addition. At the same time, a large monitor was installed on the roof, running almost the full length of the building. The view at lower left is of the west side of the mill, where the only non-historic addition, built circa 1980, obscures almost all of the original elevation. So continuing clockwise around the knitting mill, which you can see is difficult to photograph, beginning at lower left is a view of most of the rest of the west side of the building, where a series of small additions were built between 1950 and circa 1960. The north end of the late 1925 addition is shown at the top image. Here, the walls are pilastered, with the space between the pilasters filled with large window openings that have been infilled with brick, although the 9 original 30-light industrial steel sash windows remain behind that brick infill. The north elevation of the circa 1960 addition is visible to the east of the 1925 addition, and in the upper right image, much of the circa 1960 addition is shown. At lower right, you can see a small 1950 to 51 addition, and beyond the east side of the 1925 boiler house, right back. Well, back in here. The prolific architectural firm of Richard C. Bibberstein, based in Charlotte, may have designed the knitting mill addition. So here are interior views of the knitting mill, and as you can see, there has been some serious roof failure. Here, it occurred on the east side of the monitor on the original portion of the building. There also are significant roof failures on both sides of the monitor at the north end of the 1925 addition. Production at Ridgeview Hosiery Mills exploded in the late 1920s as the company shifted from production of cotton to rayon hose. In 1927, the company engaged the prolific architectural firm of Richard C. Bibberstein, I just mentioned, based in Charlotte, to design a second mill on the site to house its new full-fashioned hosiery division. The new building, completed in 1928, was roughly square and featured a sawtooth roof north of the top, the upper red line. The Bibberstein records housed at UNC Charlotte did not cover 1925, but it seems likely that they had a hand in the 1925 addition to that knitting mill. Ridgeview continued to expand production and in 1935 built a 100-foot by 75-foot addition to its full-fashion knitting mill that more than doubled the mill. The firm of Bibberstein, Bowles, Meacham and Reed, established after the death of Richard C. Bibberstein in 1931, designed the addition, which made Ridgeview one of the largest hosiery plants in Catawba County with 350 workers. It was the second largest industrial employer in Newton. The addition was remarkably similar in design to the original 1928 building, replicating the plastered walls and sawtooth roof. An important change was the installation of air conditioning. Going around the full-fashioned hosiery mill starting at bottom left, all of the west side of the 1935 addition is shown. At upper left, the west side of the 1928 mill, and at upper right, the north end of the mill. In 1939, Ridgeview Hosiery Mill shifted to production of nylon hosiery. With the advent of stretch yarns in the late 1950s, the company ended its production of full-fashioned hosiery in favor of exclusively producing ladies' circular knitted, seamless hosiery. As demands for its products increased during the post-World War II period, the company again expanded the former full-fashioned hosiery plant with another one-story brick addition in 1968, shown at lower left. Here are interior views of each of the main sections of the full-fashioned hosiery mill. The sawtooth roof remains remarkably intact despite some deterioration that has led to the water infiltration evident in these images. This slide shows the three small ancillary resources. At upper left is the circa 1920 warehouse, which originally was freestanding and gave the appearance of an addition when the 1925 knitting mill addition attached to it. The circa 1930 laboratory and office is at lower right, and the circa 1960 boiler house is at upper right. The late 1970s and 80s saw explosive demand for Ridgeview Hosiery Mill's products, necessitating additional production space. Circa 1980, the company constructed a one-story steel frame building on a concrete foundation south of the full-fashioned hosiery mill. In 1986, Ridgeview produced 32 million pairs of socks and hosiery, had expanded production to plants in Johnson City, Tennessee, and Tralee, Ireland, and employed 560 people, about 400 of them at the Newton plant. The company continued to grow, acquiring additional plants in North Carolina and elsewhere, and going public in 1996. By 1999, however, Ridgeview was struggling financially due to global shifts in manufacturing, and trade set off a domino effect within the United States manufacturing sector. Ridgeview Hosiery Mills filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy in August 2000 and liquidated its assets in 2001. Ridgeview Hosiery Mills is eligible for listing in the National Register at the local level for its significance under Criterion A in the area of industry. Its period of significance begins in 1912, when Ridgeview Hosiery Mills began production, and ends in 1975. Production continued here until 2000, but the post-1975 period has not been determined to be of exceptional significance. The surviving historic buildings of three other mills that were established in Newton in the late 19th to early 20th century and remained in production at least through the third quarter of the last century exhibit building histories that are similar to that of Ridgeview and are substantially intact on the exterior. But only Ridgeview is intact on the interior and remained in its original ownership from its 1912 founding through the late 1900s. It continued to manufacture ladies' hosiery throughout its history and only expanded production into other types of hosiery, namely athletic socks, in the late 1970s after the end of the period of significance. A prominent character-defining feature of the knitting mill is the roof monitor, which retains its original design and materials, particularly its original windows, and remains substantially intact despite the collapsed sections of the roof on either side, while the full-fashioned hosiery mill is notable for a sawtooth roof and high degree of integrity throughout. Other important character-defining features of both mills are the numerous original multi-light industrial steel window sash, many of which remain in place behind the brick infill. And like the nomination for Prestige Chair Corporation, Nipmo Mills, the Ridgeview Hosiery Mills nomination was reviewed by Office of State Archaeology staff, who determined that a statement of potential archaeological significance is not recommended. Have any questions about either of these?
Yeah, excuse me, I have one on the monitor as a character defining feature. How much of that roof has been affected? 10%, 20%, 30%?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I had there are two sections. There's a section you sort of make out here that is deteriorated, it's on, and there's sections on either side up here. I think that's correct. Is that right, Annie? There are three sections, I think. But overall, most of the roof is there.
Of the monitor and the original mill.
Yeah, the knitting mill.
Most of the monitor remains intact. The deterioration exists primarily on the low slope areas to the side of the monitors. The south end of the monitor.
The one here, right there.
Is somewhat compromised, but the monitor is intact across most of the.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going the wrong way. Sorry. All right. So my next nomination today is for a property in rural Lee County, Harrington School. Lee County, close to southwestern Wake County, is shown in the top image, and below is a screenshot from HPO Web that shows the property's location near the unincorporated community of Carbonton, for which the school was named at one point, and its distance from the Lee County seat of Sanford to the east, the closest incorporated community. Here are closer aerial views of the nominated property. The view to the left gives you an idea of how rural the area is. The nominated area, delineated at upper right, is the approximately 1 acre that includes the house, immediately adjacent ancillary structures, and the surrounding yard, which are an appropriate setting. But this is part of a 226 acre farm shown in the bottom images. The large red dots mark the points of the polygon that outlines the farm parcel. It was sort of hard to see that parcel in those sort of light purple lines. Beyond the yard, there are no historic resources. Built in 1953 to 1954, Harrington School is notable for its robust vernacular Greek revival detail, including the window surrounds flanked by pilasters and capped by pediments, prominent corner pilasters, a paneled wainscot across the base of the main facade, and pedimented side gables beneath the eaves. The wainscot provides evidence for a formal full facade one-story porch, which may have had a two-story center section. Other evidence is provided by the floating character of the panels on the front of the corner pilasters at the ends of the elevation, which would have risen from the roof of the former porch. Cut into the fillet moldings at the top of the wainscots are notches for the former pilaster posts of the lower tier of a porch in existence in the late 19th century or circa 1900, which was built in the late 19th century or circa 1900, and that had the same footprint as the current porch. The roof of the current two-story front porch dates to the end of the 19th century or circa 1900, and may be a reworking of the roof of a second tier or a large balcony of the original porch, as suggested by the similarity of its eaves to those of the rest of the main block of the house. The fabric of the porch under that roof, the posts and the deck, probably dates to the third quarter of this century. The last century. So the posts and the deck certainly are late 20th century. The only significant changes in the main block of the house are the porch. And as we go around the house in a clockwise direction, beginning at lower right, You can see the two large interior chimneys of the front block and the original one-story rear L. Continuing to move around the house, you see the carport and brick veneered storage room and the shed roofed addition to the rear L with a brick veneered apron that appear to date to the third quarter of the 20th century. Unusually bold finishes characterize the interior as seen at the door and window surrounds, very short paneled wainscot, baseboards, and mantelpieces. Perhaps the most notable interior element is the double staircase, shown here looking back towards the front door, rising from both front and back of the center hall along its southeast wall. It rises to an unusual sort of star-shaped landing and triangular steps leading on one side directly to a large bedroom and on the other side to a hall providing access to the other second-floor rooms. All of these images are of the second floor, most of which has board and batten ceilings. At the upper left, the door at the end of the upstairs hall supports the theory that the front porch originally had a centered second tier or balcony. To the left is a view of the kitchen in the rear L. The other two images are of the secondary resources, the chimney that is all that remains of a mid-19th century wash house and that is thus non-contributing, and a mid-19th century brick structure covering an earthen cellar, which is contributing. And to the rear of that cellar, you can see a circa 1960 non-contributing shed. So far, you might think that this property is nominated only for its architectural significance, but school is in the property's name. And indeed, the property is equally, if not more significant, for its brief history as the only known education-related historic resource to survive in Lee County from the period before the Civil War. As documented in some detail in the nomination, the building was operated as part of a private academy by University of North Carolina graduate Cyrus Harrington. Initially males only when the school was established in July 1953, a female department was added in established in July of 1853. A female department was added in January of 1854 upon completion of this building and changed to Harrington's male and female school. The building appears to have functioned as the residence of Harrington and his wife, Lucy Ann Roberts Harrington, as well as a residence and classroom building for female students. The school closed in 1855. Afterwards, the building served as a farmhouse for the Cole and Poe families, with possible brief use as the Carbonton Academy in 1860. For most of its history, the building has served as a residence, and today it remains in the ownership of Poe family descendants. Harrington's School is eligible for the National Register of Historic Places under Criterion A in the education area of significance for its association with Lee County's pre-Civil War educational history as the only known education-relating historic resource to survive from the period, and under Criterion C in the architecture area of significance as a leading example of robust Greek Revival architecture in the county. Despite the turn of the century changes to the front porch and later changes to the rear L, we believe the survival of the vast majority of the notably bold vernacular Greek Revival elements on the exterior and all of them on the interior lend the building a strong degree of integrity. The period of significance begins in 1854 with the completion of the building and the beginning of its school-related use, and ends a year later in 55 with the school's closing. The level of significance is local. Office of State Archaeology staff reviewed the nomination and provided a statement of potential archaeological significance. Are there any questions?
I have a question. Are there any historical photographs?
Not that I know of.
I'm curious to see what they might come up with.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the consultant who prepared this did pretty in-depth research. Yeah, Dan Pizzoni. And he has a lot of information about the school.
Yeah.
I didn't go into much detail here, but it's carefully documented in the nomination. But yeah, I'm curious about the porch, exactly, especially about the roof, the porch roof.
Or standard.
Yeah.
I just had a question, just my own education. The landing of the double stairs that comes to the top, is there a significance to that unusual shape? Or is that just an aesthetic perhaps that they chose? I mean, is that something that's been repeated before?
I haven't seen this elsewhere, with the sort of star-shaped landing and those triangular steps going up. It's pretty unusual.
Radically pragmatic solution.
Yeah, yeah.
This is a super creative inventive house.
Yeah, we thought so, despite the stuff on the back, the brick, veneered storage room and that addition to the rear L, we consider to be pretty insignificant. All right.
Claudia, before you proceed, because we have a recusal on the next property, I'd like to take these three first. So any comments or questions on the three properties that Claudia has presented on so far? If not, would anyone care to make a motion? Thank you, Fred. Is there a second? Dr. Harper, thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you, Josie. And we do have a recusal on the next property. So Joe, I'll come get you as soon as we're done. Please do. 4 o'clock this afternoon. You will not leave me have that.
Try. Right. So the next one is the House in the Horseshoe, an additional documentation nomination. So we're moving into Moore County and the State Historic Site, also known as the Alston House for its earliest owners. We're really moving just a short distance. Harrington School is approximately at the red dot in the far western Lee County, shown at lower left. And the House in the Horseshoe is at the red arrow in a very rural area of Moore County. The aerial at lower right gives you an idea of just how unpopulated the area is. And here you can see, well, you can't see all of it, but below, this deep bend the sharp bend of the deep river, this horseshoe bend that lends the property its name. So this is what we used to call the cheesecake photo that was submitted with a nomination for this property when it was sent to the Park Service in 1970, the year it was listed. Today, I'm presenting an additional documentation nomination, as I mentioned. And often such a nomination presents some additional background, perhaps bringing the history up to date or correcting some information in the original nomination. And in these cases, we can simply forward the updated nomination to the Park Service without presenting it to you. But when an additional documentation nomination adds criteria or areas of significance or defines a boundary, all of which is true of this nomination, it must be presented to you. When the House in the Horseshoe was listed in 1970, the nomination provided a brief narrative description of the house and an equally concise historic narrative that was centered on Colonel Philip Alston's brief ownership of the house and the 1781 military skirmish on the site. This nomination addresses the limitations of that nomination by providing additional description, historic context, and areas of significance to present a more complete and inclusive history and description of the site, as well as a precise boundary that was not part of the original nomination. At the left is a slightly closer view with the parcels shown. The state of North Carolina owns a strip of land along the northwest side of Alston House Road, which is right along here. And also the larger area here and here. You see the road here. The larger area around the house and outbuildings. This area at the end of the road consists of 2 parcels, the larger parcel containing all the resources within the nomination boundary, and a small vacant parcel at the northwest corner that adds to the rural setting. The strip of land along Alston House Road is excluded because it contains only mid to late 20th century resources, including a circa 1957 site manager's residence and a circa 1945 tenant house converted into the site's longtime visitor center, gift shop, and office space, both of which have been altered. 2 parcels totaling 565 acres and in private ownership wrap around the entire nominated boundary. This land includes cultivated agricultural fields that contribute to the rural context of the property, but it contains no above-ground resources associated with the site and is thus excluded from the boundary, which encompasses 4.63 acres. So as long as the boundary map with all the resources shown is on the screen, I just want to show you the secondary resources now, beginning with those that are non-contributing due to age, having been built or moved to the site since 1980 and shaded in gray on the plan. These are a small building that contains a portable lift mechanism that helps physically challenged visitors enter the house at upper left. Then a storehouse and a pack house and two storage buildings. So those are the non-contributing. Also on the property is a small cemetery containing the graves of North Carolina Governor Benjamin Williams, his wife Elizabeth Jones Williams, and their son Benjamin William Williams, and his wife Mary Chalmers Williams. They were originally buried at the Dunn Family Cemetery on the east side of the Deep River on land that was part of Williams's land holdings at the time of his death in 1814. As I'll explain in a minute, Williams was the third owner of the property. By 1970, in response to vandalism of the Dunn Family Cemetery, these four graves were relocated to the house on the Horseshoe State Historic Site. Cemeteries normally aren't eligible for listing in the register, and because these graves were moved, we are accounting for them here as part of the setting rather than counting the cemetery as a resource. The bronze plaque on a tall granite base commemorates Benjamin Williams as a, quote, patriot, soldier, and statesman, and summarizes his military, political, and University of North Carolina accomplishments. These are the two contributing secondary resources, the well and well house. The well dates as circa 1803, and the current enclosure appears to have been constructed in the mid-1950s as part of the initial work to convert the property to a historic site open to the public. And there's a diamond-notched log corn crib that appears to date to the late 19th century and was moved to the site in the 1950s from approximately 20 miles away in Moore County, again as part of the conversion of the property from agricultural use to an interpreted historic site. Now the house itself. The nomination also switches the historic second and secondary names of the 1970 nomination, which listed Alston House as the primary historic name and House on the Horseshoe as the secondary historic name. Philip Alston had the house constructed circa 1772. He occupied it only until 1790, his tenure far shorter than many of its later owners. Governor Benjamin Williams, who lived here from circa 1798 to 1914, nicknamed the house Retreat, although that name does not appear to have been utilized by other owners. As early as 1887, the site was referred to in the Carthage Blade newspaper as Horseshoe Farm. By 1907, the same newspaper references the site as Horseshoe Plantation. And in 1919, the Raleigh News and Observer ran a story with the headline, House and Horseshoe of Deep River was home of many famous men. By 1926, the name House on the Horseshoe was being used consistently, and when the state of North Carolina obtained the property in 1955, the property began and continues operation as the House on the Horseshoe, its moniker throughout the second period of significance. The 1970 nomination provided a narrative description of the house only, not the site or secondary buildings or structures. Secondary buildings and structures. This additional documentation provides an updated narrative description of the house, considering architectural studies of the house that have been conducted since 1970. In particular, the updated description relies on physical research conducted by our restoration services staff and Joseph Opperman's firm, which was hired to prepare a historic structures report on the house. It also describes the setting and includes a full inventory of all buildings and structures on the nominated parcel, many of them associated with the use of the site as a museum since the House on the Horseshoe opened to the public in 1957. I should add that State Historic Sites received a federal A250 grant for repairs to the house, as well as preparation of the historic structures report and this new nomination. The house, of course, is the primary resource, and the new narrative description provides a detailed building chronology that addresses original features, changes likely made following the 1781 military skirmish, and remodeling by Governor Benjamin Williams after he acquired the property in 1798. The first period of significance extends from circa 1772, when the house was built, to 1814, when Williams died here. These images show the front on the right. Whoops, sorry. I went forward too quickly. Facing the access road, that's on the right, and the rear facade to the left. Both are equally prominent. The front is accurate to circa 1772, while the rear exhibits historic alterations that include the installation of the round arched fanlight above the entrance sometime between 1791 and 1803, likely added to allow light into the center hall that was created during this period. A wide vertical board just south or to the right of that entrance marks the location of the north wall of an original room that was set beneath the porch roof of this elevation. I'm talking about the elevation, the main elevation to the left, shown to the left. I'm sorry you can't see that board in this photo, but you can make out the door set within a three-part molded and mitered surround that would have accessed that porch room from the south room of the main block. Evidence gleaned for the 2025 Historic Structure Report suggests a second shed roof room was on the other side of the central entrance, although how the walls of that room aligned with the two current window openings has yet to be determined. After Philip Alston's death in 1791, the house and 2,500 acres were acquired by a Thomas Perkins, who in turn sold it to Governor Williams in 1798. Williams lived here part-time until his term as governor ended in 1802, when he made this his permanent residence before and after a subsequent term as governor. He made numerous alterations to the house, including changing the original hall and parlor plan to the left in the drawing at upper left, and to a center hall plan on the first floor, and adding federal-style moldings and mantel to the parlor in the right image where you see a portrait of Governor Williams. On the second floor, shown at lower left, it appears that he had a dividing wall and doorway on the north side of the stairs to the left, switched with the balustrade that was on the south side, and had a wall added to the north room to create a center hall there as well. I know this is awfully confusing, but so there was a solid wall where the railing is now. And then you had that moved to the left, and then installed that battened partition wall to the right to create a center hall at the second story. Williams also constructed one-story side gable wings, no longer extant, on the north and south gable ends of the house, as shown in the image at the upper left. The Section 7 narrative also discusses late 19th, early 20th century changes and the rehabilitation of the house for its conversion to a historic site open to the public in the 1950s, and additional work ongoing to the present. Later owners made more changes, including the addition in the late 19th century of a one-story gabled L that extended west from the shed room at the south end of the west porch, connected the house via a breezeway, and that's at upper right, and the removal circa 1910 of the flanking wings added by Williams. By 1946, 1/1 windows had been installed throughout the house, and oak flooring had been laid over some of the original floors. So at the second period of significance, as I mentioned, is 1954 to 1976, when the property gained historic significance in the area of social history for its conversion to and maintenance as a state historic site. Between 1955 and 1957, the Moore County Historical Association led efforts to repair and restore the house, beginning with the reconstruction of the top 1/3 of the north chimney, which had collapsed in 1954, and the removal of the one-story L constructed by Jones. At lower right, you can see that that work had commenced. Also shown there are the replacement 1/1 windows. Porches were repaired or reconstructed, the roof replaced, deteriorated siding on the north and south elevations replaced, and multi-light windows more closely matching the original size and configuration were installed during this period. Alterations conducted by State Historic Sites in the 1970s, including the repair of fireplace boxes, replacement of both chimney stacks, replacement of porch piers, installation of a new roof, and replacement of weatherboards on the east and west elevations of the second story. Work done throughout the late 20th and early 21st centuries was largely limited to structural, mechanical, and other work related to the reversal of inappropriate 20th century alterations. So to recap, the House on the Horseshoe is significant at the local level under Criterion A for military history as the site of a 1781 backcountry skirmish between Tory forces led by Colonel David Fanning and Patriot forces led by Colonel Alston, at whose plantation the skirmish occurred. It is significant at the statewide level under Criterion B in the area of politics and government for its association with North Carolina's 11th and 14th governor, Benjamin Williams, who purchased the property about 1798 and occupied it for more than a decade until his death in 1814. Williams had an illustrious political career, having served as a North Carolina state senator in 1780, 81, 84, 86, and 1807. As a member of the North Carolina House of Commons in 1785 and 1789, a member of the U.S. House of Representatives from 1793 to 1795, and North Carolina governor from 1799 until 1802, and again in 1807 to 1808. Additionally, in 1789, he served as founding trustee for the University of North Carolina and played an active role in selecting its Chapel Hill location in 1792. The House on the Horseshoe is also significant at the local level under Criterion A for social history. Its adaptation in the 1950s from a private home to a public site dedicated to history education aligns with a broader trend toward historic preservation and museum visitation in the post-World War II era. In the 1970s, during the American Bicentennial, the house and site were the focus of additional interpretation and reenactments of the Revolutionary War era. The building is significant at the local level under Criterion C for architecture as an 18th century vernacular Georgian-style house. Remodeled in the first year of the 19th century with federal-style elements, it illustrates the prominence and wealth of Philip Alston and Benjamin Williams, both members of an elite planter class that relied on enslaved labor. Now, usually at this time, we tell whether or not the Office of State Archaeology staff recommend the inclusion of a statement of potential archaeological significance. The historian hired to prepare this nomination included information about archaeological investigations that have been conducted at the site, and based on that text, we asked OSA staff to help us add a claim for significance under Criterion D. So, the property also meets Criterion D because limited archaeological investigations conducted to date suggest that further investigations are likely to yield important information about the site's architecture or physical development and the 1781 military skirmish. As I said, there are two distinct periods of significance, circa 1772 to 1814, 1954 to 1976. The first period of significance includes the circa 1772 colonial era construction of the house, 1781 military skirmish between Tories and Patriots near the end of the Revolutionary War, and the occupancy of Governor Benjamin Williams and the significant federal-style renovations undertaken by him. The second period of significance encompasses the House on the Horseshoe's conversion from private home to public ownership as a North Carolina State Historic Site, as well as the activities that took place on the site as part of the celebration of the American Bicentennial. Surviving resources and known history do not support a claim for the property's agricultural significance, but pending additional archaeological investigation, there may be grounds for expanding the period of significance through the 19th and early 20th century in the areas of agriculture and social history or lifeways of the property's inhabitants. Does anybody have any questions about the House on the Horseshoe?
I thought that the context for the late period and interpretive museum period is a little lacking. I thought it needed a little bit more context instead of saying preservation ethos of the era. Then we'll address what preservation standards were at that point, not only what Stiller standards for museum sites, historic sites. And sort of address that that's not used to be an more because that's still what it is. That's still what, Secretary of Standards in the seventies finally formalized. But that was a little weak to me, especially in the other, the National Landmark Journal Salem addressed that the whole period. The whole aspect of museums and that in the mid-20th century onwards. So that felt like it kind of glossed over a few details that probably could have helped. I don't know about other historic sites in the state system too. They may need to,
Yeah, I think
something that's a bit broader context to address.
Yeah, I think the consultant relied on information the historic sites provided.
It feels like, and with a preservation background, it's more historic site.
Right. Any other comments or questions about this one? Before I move on to the last one?
Claudia, before you move on, we have to vote on this one.
Yeah, we need to vote.
Are there any other comments or questions for Claudia?
Appreciate the effort to expand the understanding of the problem.
Yeah, this was quite a project, and I'm working closely with Joe Opperman's firm and our restoration staff. We really have a much better understanding of this house.
I didn't do much in the 70s, 60s for nomination.
Yeah, the original nomination was incredibly brief.
A few pages.
So I'll move the recommendations.
Thank you, Dr. Green. Is there a second? Fred, thank you. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. That motion passes. I will bring Joe back.
You're gonna go get him?
We have 3 properties remaining. Can everyone hold out for a few more minutes for bathroom and?
Yeah, one, and I'll be done. Oh, I should have said that, I don't know, it was the mayor of Carthage, somebody, an official in Moore County did provide a letter of support for the House of Horseshoe nomination.
County manager.
Thank you, county manager, I couldn't remember. Okay. So my final nomination is, this morning is for the Somerset Mill Historic District in Roxborough, which is the Person County seat. And orienting you, what's that? Pipeline there. And so this little district is right here, and it's about 3 miles south of downtown Roxborough, south of the courthouse. And when it was built, it was outside the city limits, but in the 70s, it became part of the town or city of Roxborough. Here are closer views with the National Register boundary map. The boundary encompasses 12.4 acres and includes the mill and six related ancillary structures, 4 of which are contributing, plus 8 houses built by the mill for their workers. 75% of the houses contribute to the significance of the district. In 1925, 5 Person County businessmen purchased the 50-acre tract south of Roxborough. By June of 1926, John Watson's son, a Philadelphia-based textile manufacturer, owned a controlling interest in the company, and the first phase of the mill was complete and already had several looms weaving cotton towels. Unlike Person County's 2 turn-of-the-20th century mills that utilized heavy timbers and exhibited Italianate-style brick exteriors, the Somerset Mill illustrates the slow-burn industrial construction of the 1920s, with steel supports and a steel-framed curtain wall of stacked steel sash windows on a brick knee wall. Due to the rapid success of the operation, in July of 1931, the mill completed a nearly 12,000-foot addition constructed by local contractor George W. Kane. The addition matched the 1926 mill in form and details and doubled its capacity to make towels, bringing the weaving capacity from 100 to 200 looms. At that time, the local newspaper noted that Somerset was producing the finest towels, though with practically no competition, quote, "for they do not make the cheaper grade, but specialize on a grade found only in their plant." Original pair 28 light steel sash windows extend the full width between the columns and the full height from the knee wall up to the roof. Set within the fixed lights are 8 light operable sashes that tilt inward to increase ventilation of the space. Each window opening is roughly 5 feet wide by 12 feet tall. The original glass remains in more than half of the windows, all of which were covered in the 1960s with siding installed over the exterior of the windows and wood framing with attached plywood covering the interior. Portions of the siding and plywood have been removed on the east and west elevations to illuminate the rear manufacturing space. The gabled roof is covered with metal roofing material and bisected along the ridgeline by a near full-length monitor, which you can barely see in the lower left photo. Steel sash monitor windows likely remain in place behind covering that was later added on both the interior and exterior. Across Old Durham Road, the company erected 9 houses for their workers, 8 of which are extant. This village was tiny compared to those of the other 3 Roxborough mills, whose mill houses ranged in number from 64 to 154. Somerset Mill had only 15 residential lots, and land to the north, south, and east was owned by well-known Person County families not associated with the mill. Also, the small scale of the Somerset Mill Village may be due to the already established rural communities of Brooksdale and Somerset nearby to the south of Roxborough. In a 1931 newspaper article announcing the expansion of the Somerset Mill, management noted, quote, "A large number of the operatives, largely young ladies, are from the country homes near the mill and live with their parents," end quote. The Somerset Mill owners copied the forms employed in Roxborough's earlier villages. The 8 extant mill houses are all 1-story hip-roofed frame houses constructed in one of 2 forms, a 5-bay house with centered entrance and a 2-bay house with inset porch. In the spring of 1940, John Watts and Son sold the Somerset Mill to Wamsutta Mills. In the fall of 1945, despite a general reduction in manufacturing following the cancellation of government contracts at the close of World War II, Roxborough's mills remained at full production, with officials at Somerset Mills indicating that they were hiring for additional workers for their towel manufacturing. The Roxborough Cotton Mill purchased the property, Somerset Mill, in September 1958, after operations at Somerset had been shut down. While it's not clear whether any operations were moved from the Roxborough Cotton Mill or Longhurst Mill to this location, in June 1957, the company subdivided the mill housing and placed it for sale. In June 1959, the plant was sold to Sale Knitwear Company, a Martinsville, Virginia manufacturer of men's sweatshirts, and in July 1964, plans to open Somerset Hill Inc. in the mill were announced. It was around this time that the large industrial addition at the south end of the building and a small office wing at the north end were constructed. The south addition features load-bearing brick construction and steel posts supporting the roof. Further, it is windowless and features overhead doors and elevated bays to align with the height of semi-tractor trailer trucks. And the office addition was constructed to house offices, providing modern space. The other addition at the other end was constructed to house offices, providing modern spaces that replace the original frame mill office southeast of the mill, which I'm going to show you in a minute. This addition is also without windows and obscures a portion of the north elevation with a sleek, streamlined volume interrupted only by an entrance sheltered by a flat-roofed canopy. The south and northwest additions, constructed about 1964, exemplifies these latest methods of expanding and modernizing North Carolina's industrial buildings. The south addition features load-bearing brick construction, steel posts supporting the roof, as I just said. Further, it's windowless and features the overhead doors. And I'm sorry. I've lost my place. The photo at upper left appears to have been taken shortly after the circa 1986 addition at the northwest corner of the mill was built. A succession of companies used the mill to produce quilts, bedspreads, and comforters from the early 1980s to circa 2001, when cut and sew operations ceased here. These views are of the east side of the mill, where there are a few circa 1986 additions. Here are interior views of the 1926 to the left and the 1931 sections of the mill. Ancillary resources going clockwise, beginning at upper right, circa 2020 shed in the background, and circa 1926 well house. Moving down, you see the circa 26 water tower, then the circa 1926 mill office with a circa 19, that's the hip roof part, and with a circa 1964 south, circa 65 shed addition. Then there's a circa 1950 fiber house and a circa 1926 boiler room, now ruinous and non-contributing. Somerset Mill was generally underutilized in the 21st century until it was purchased in 2020 by Stokes Holdings LLC, which removed the window covering from the 1931 section of the mill and currently utilizes that space for the manufacture of custom wood furniture and millwork, while using the large 1964 South Addition for related storage. The 1926 portion of the mill is leased to another industrial client. The smaller wings, office, and fiber house remain vacant. The Somerset Mill Historic District is nominated under Criterion C for architecture as Person County's most intact 1920s textile mill with associated worker housing. Somerset Mill is one of only 2 textile mills in Person County that date to the 20s, both with associated mill villages. While the 1923 Baker Cavell Mill has been largely overbuilt, the character-defining features of the Somerset Mill, including steel structure, monitor roof with bracketed overhangs, steel sash windows, and wood flooring, remain in place and mostly visible. The mill village, while significantly smaller than the county's other industrial housing developments, retains the repetitive building forms that make it recognizable as company housing. There are 2 periods of significance. The first extends from 1926 to 1931 to incorporate the construction of the 2 earliest parts of the mill and the associated housing. The second period of significance is circa 1964 to include the large addition at the rear of the mill that illustrates typical industrial design of the 1950s. OSA staff reviewed the nomination and prepared a statement of potential archaeological significance. And also, we have received 1 notarized letter of objection from an owner of one of the mill houses. And that concludes my presentation.
Any questions for Claudia? Okay, we have 2 to go. Then Julie, are you ready for yours? Okay.
Yes, it's Greg going to continue. So you can listen. Stop. Think I can do it?
Yeah.
Click on share button.
Okay, share.
Okay. Yeah, there's a problem with doing this so that this can say putting programs. I'm going down and don't see it. So I study this much. For y'all, be a minute. Well, it's not one of these down at the bottom. It's this.
You scroll.
I don't know. Oh, wait, hold on.
Oh,
yeah.
Yep.
You see one that says 1? No.
Here's the same.
Yeah, same one from earlier, so it might be like up there somewhere. So I had my app earlier, but I
Yeah.
think this is somewhere behind.
So which one is, you're number 4?
I'm number 1.
Oh, you're number 1.
Yeah, because it took me back to the same presentation.
Let's try it this way.
Okay, thank you.
That's yours. Oh, it's 11. We're gonna
That is one, yeah.
That's number one.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. that's
Hard
it.
to see.
Okay.
That looks good on this end.
Good,
Okay.
thank you. Yeah, good. Should go away. Go away. Okay, fine, be that way.
There it is, I saw it.
Is that the right one? Okay, cool. There you go.
Oops. Thanks for hanging in there with us. I gotta scroll through my first one here. But just review the prettiness. Okay, so my second nomination today is for the Oak Grove located in Franklin County. Located northeast of the unincorporated community of Ingleside, Oak Grove is approximately 6 miles north of the county seat, Lewisburg in Franklin County. See that on the map on the left, Lewisburg is the kind of grayish area. I didn't like that. Okay. The proposed National Register boundary encompasses a 2.98 acre parcel along the east side of US Highway 401 North. The boundary includes the main house and a later tenant dwelling, which is a non-contributing building. No other historic resources are extant. The property known as Oak Grove was home of Dr. Peter S. Foster and wife Matilda. The main house was constructed circa 1859, set within a mature grove of oak trees on a roughly 200-acre tract of farmland. Peter Foster was a wealthy landowner, farmer, doctor, and leader in many community organizations and political roles. The site plan with photo views showcases the house nestled among the mature landscaping. The house stands as an example of a unique period of design for domestic architecture in Franklin County and reflects the picturesque movement prominent nationally by architect A.J. Downing in his publication Cottage Residences. His design 5 illustrates a dwelling very similar to the form to the frame one constructed for Foster, combined with classical details. The side gables with a larger center gable over a porch is a precursor to one of the most prominent styles in the late 19th and early 20th century in North Carolina, known as the AAA. Oak Grove is being nominated at the local level of significance under criterion C for architecture with a period of significance of circa 1859. So now we'll tour the outside of the house. An oblique of the south elevation, sheath and plain weatherboard, the corner board simulates pilasters with 4 wide rows of fluting and simple capitals that follow the slope of the gable, forming a unique pattern. A detail on the top left there. And all windows, or most of the windows, are 6/6 double hung sash, except for the 2 in the facade in the second floor there. So most of the windows are 6/6, and the panes or lights are oversized, measuring 11.5 by 18 inches, with molded surrounds and mitered corners and 2 coved bands. Originally, stone piers supported an open foundation. However, in the early 20th century, it was enclosed using brick and then applied with stucco. Here's the rear or east elevation and an oblique of the east and north elevations. Today, the original rear elevation is obscured by a 1930s addition or of approximately the same size. This is an oblique of the north and west elevations back to the front. The facade is highlighted by a broad center gable over the flat roof portico
supported by four slightly tapered square fluted columns. The double leaf doorway is highlighted by side lights and a transom. Overall, the second story height is diminished except for the large center window. It is flanked by the nearly square 3/6 sashes. The stuccoed brick interior chimneys rises from the ridgeline with corbelled caps. The floor plans show the simple center hall, single pile plan with an early one-story, two-room addition, flanking another interior fireplace. Interior of the center hall showcases some of the original classically inspired woodwork. However, it varies from high style to simple and in execution. Some details of the parlor mantle, door, and baseboard. On the left image is the dining room mantle, and the right is the southwest bedroom on the first floor. Here we have the second floor hall and a view of one of the 3/6 double hung windows. So I don't know if you can tell by the shadow, but it is two sashes. The circa 1900s three-room tenant house is sheathed in a combination of wooden shingles, plain weatherboard, and tar paper. It is a non-contributing building. The Office of State Archaeology provided a statement of archaeological potential. And though the Foster family had several enslaved individuals, at the time the house was constructed, they were likely agricultural duties and outside of the current parcel boundary. Though there could be remains of a detached kitchen, there's low potential for the intact archaeological features beyond the house footprint. The same is true for a cemetery, especially due to the Locust Grove Cemetery, which is a mile away. In sum, the archaeology would not likely contribute significantly to our understanding of the property. So in sum, Oak Grove stands as the only known extant example of the cottage villa form in Franklin County. It's being nominated at the local level under Criterion C for architecture with high integrity and a period of significance of circa 1859. That was a quick run through for quite an extensive nomination with context about Mr. Foster. Any questions about it?
Questions? We have a final presentation to conclude the natural register section, and we can break for lunch. Lauren?
Use a share. No. I think I messed it up.
So I continue to share, and this is what it does. Oh, maybe down the bottom share. Green.
Yeah.
So used to teams. Oh, yeah.
And then which
When your number.
Yeah, my eyesight is terrible, so tell me.
I don't see yours.
I know. I'm trying to scroll and it says no, thank you.
Can you go up a little and then scroll?
Oh, there we go. It's reversed.
So yours is
Is it this one? No,
A.
I'm LAP.
And then
I saw it earlier.
there's 11, that's your count.
Oh, yep. And then say,
There's your study list or those.
no, I have it separate. Let's see.
That looks good.
No, that's her. That's,
No.
where's mine? I know. It popped up as mine.
You gotta stop sharing.
It's gonna be. What's this? Greg is incoming. Help.
I know, okay.
Which one is it?
It's the right now, that one. It should be like- Yes, on the last one.
Okay.
And when I do it, it shouldn't be this, so this is the previous one.
I'm talking about your.
That's the wrong one.
Okay.
Mine is.
Let's just close these.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I think we've got a lot over.
Yeah, this is what's killing us. We're
Later.
We're trying to do this.
We're just gonna close all
Yeah,
of
we're
them.
just gonna get rid of all of them, reopen the power plant, and just go with the one we need for right now.
That's
And we're gonna fix them now for lunch.
Excellent.
Lunch, I'm gonna put them all in bunch of things, we don't have.
We will figure this out.
Yeah.
All right, it should be, it's not study list.
That's which one? Everybody should be happy now. Everybody gets a little break. Here we go. Share. Go back.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Sorry to make you run. Oh, okay.
Laura, are you ready?
I am.
Right.
I've got it figured out. Figured it out.
Thank you.
Okay. So I have the last National Register for y'all today before lunch, and I'll try and keep it quick. This is the Edgecombe County home in Edgecombe County in Tarboro. It is situated in Tarboro in Edgecombe County and shown by the red star there. And it is kind of northwest of downtown Tarboro. The Edgecombe County home is significant under criterion A at the local level in the areas of health, medicine, and social history, and criterion C in the area of architecture. The complex reflects the evolving role of government in meeting the social welfare and health needs within the community in the early to mid 20th century. The building's specific program reflects specific programmatic aspects of healthcare treatment and the Jim Crow practice of architectural separation and segregation. The period of significance begins in 1937, when the initial buildings were completed, and ends in 1976, which marks the discontinuation of the county home and sanitarium buildings as senior housing. Although the Edgecombe County home occupies a single parcel, due to the nature of the property and the relationship between the buildings, the property is being listed as a historic district. Prior to 1937, the Edgecombe County home was located approximately 5 miles west of Tarboro. The movement for a new county home seems to have begun in the 1920s. Despite reports of inhumane conditions, progress towards the construction of a new facility was slow, and the county commissioners did not officially vote to construct a new county home until 1935, following threats of legal action. And these are the original county home buildings. It dates to 1859 and was unfortunately destroyed by arson in 2004. But you can see on the plat there, a long vertical building that's kind of, it's hard to show you. Here. There we go, or mirrored, is the county home building that you're seeing in the photos here. And then there's a row of cottages back this way. So this county home building is gone, and then there's only a few agricultural buildings and cottages associated with that property left. In September 1935, the county purchased 30.2 acres north of Tarboro on North Main Street for the new county home building. Construction was funded by a $75,000 local bond and $45,000 from the Public Works Administration. The joint facility would contain a county home and separate tuberculosis sanitarium. And these photos show the county home building under construction, and then the newspaper article shows the building soon after completion. The Edgecombe County Home and Tuberculosis Sanitarium were designed by architect Eric Goodyear Flanagan, who primarily designed academic and architecture and healthcare buildings, throughout his career. The county home building is executed in the colonial revival style and is similar to the buildings Flanagan designed for the Vance and Northampton county homes. The brick building features a central spine that extends to the rear of the building with two sets of intersecting perpendicular wings. And you can see the wings there in that upper photo. As we move around the building, we're kind of moving around to the east elevation and then around to the back in that bottom right-hand photo. And that is technically two wings. It's divided on the interior, but it looks like one solid wing. Okay. The building is primarily single-story with a two-story central pavilion featuring a full-height pedimented portico. Other colonial revival style features include 6/6 double-hung wood windows, an arched front entry with fan lights and side lights, brick quoins, and a modillion cornice. The wings on the north and south side of the building historically featured hip-roof porches on the side elevations, which were enclosed during the historic period. And you can see those in the two left-hand photos there, those enclosed kind of vestibules on the side. And if you look at the historic photo, you can see the porches and what they historically looked like right here. but those were most likely enclosed when air conditioning came in or when it transitioned to elder housing. The interior of the building contains wide double-loaded corridors lined with residential rooms. The floor plan reflects the architecture of segregation, with rooms for Black and white residents strictly separated. The wings on the south side or the front of the building were for white residents, and the rooms on the north side or on the back of the building were for Black residents. And usually we don't look at interiors for historic districts, but because of this property is a little bit unique, it is. And also the interiors are, and the floor plan is such an important part of the history and the significance of the property. So the consultant decided to include it. You can see that there are some later materials, later carpeting and drop ceilings, but all of the patient rooms still retain, or no, a majority of them retain their doors as well as their transoms. And the floor plan remains relatively intact. The Tuberculosis Sanitarium is a colonial revival style X-shaped building, which was expanded by a side gable rear wing in 1993. Like the county home building, the sanitarium features brick coins and a modillion cornice. Before the cause and cure of tuberculosis was fully understood, the design of residential treatment facilities emphasized access to fresh air and natural light. Large operable windows for cross ventilation, open wards, and porches were all typical features of sanitaria, and the design of the Tuberculosis Sanitarium incorporates all three of these elements. The porches on the northwest and southeast wings of the X-shaped building are divided by a central wall, with one side serving Black patients and the other serving white patients. And you can see that in those two bottom photos, the porches, which have that central dividing wall, and this would have been divided by gender as well. So one side was for women, and then the other side was for men. So this would have been, say, the men's ward, Black and white, versus, and on the other side, there would have been an identical porch for women. Okay. Oh, wasn't done. The building's many windows have been replaced by 1/1 double hung wood sashes, but they seem to remain in place. 4 semicircular metal louvered roof vents are clustered near the intersection of the roofs, which originally housed lunette windows to provide light and air to the interior bathrooms. And you can kind of they're hard to see, but those are this right here, these little arched vents that pop up. And if you go in the bathrooms, there's actually like a channel with a chain that you can pull to open them. It's very cool. Okay. Like the county home, the interior of the Tuberculosis Sanitarium was segregated by race and gender. The southern half of the building, which is the front half, contained patients for white patients, patient rooms for white patients, and the northern half was for African Americans. The building also features nurses' offices, patient examination rooms, separate reception areas for Black and white patients, and a small kitchen. And like the county home building, it contains some later materials, including carpets and drop ceilings, but the doors remain intact and the floor plan remains largely intact. The wall between the men's wards here in that left-hand photo has been removed to create one big open space, but otherwise the floor plan really remains intact in the building. In 1950, the white tuberculosis patients were transferred to the state-run Eastern Carolina Sanatorium in Wilson, and the African-American patients were moved to a separate facility in 1955. Soon after, the county decided to privatize the county home operations. Known respectively as Edgecombe Acres and Edgecombe Meadows, the former county home building was designated as a rest home for white patients, and the sanitarium was designated for African-American residents. And this is a 1957 aerial. You can see the county home building on the left-hand side, which is that H-shaped building. The X-shaped building in the middle is a sanitarium, and then there's a little L-shaped building on the right side of the aerial image, which is the county health clinic, which we're going to talk about next. But you can see in 1957, it's out in the middle of nowhere. It's out in a very rural area with farmland all around it, which it's not today. Let's see. In 1951, the property was selected as a site for the new county health clinic, which was completed in 1953. The single-story flat roof L-shaped building is clad in a brick veneer and features wide overhanging eaves and 4 light metal windows. The modern design of the building was a stylistic departure from the colonial revival style of the existing campus and reflected the simple geometric forms favored by mid-century architecture. A large single-story flat roof addition was constructed on the south side of the building in 1981 to expand the capacity of the clinic. You can see that in that bottom left-hand photo, and because of that addition, which really changes the appearance of that building is non-contributing. In 1969, the campus was selected as the new site for the county mental health clinic. Completed in 1973, the mental health clinic, also known as the Clark Building, is a single-story flat roof building clad in a brick veneer. At the northwest and southwest corners of the building are enclosed courtyards created by brick walls extending from exterior walls. The courtyards created environments for new therapeutic treatments for children that incorporated play-like activities. The relatively small scale of the, excuse me, mental health clinic reflects a shift towards outpatient treatment during the period. In addition to the 4 primary buildings, the property also contains a circa 1937 boiler room or boiler building, which is situated immediately northwest of the sanitarium building, as well as 3 sheds, which all date to the early 2000s. In 1976, Edgecombe Acres and Edgecombe Meadows both closed after a private nursing home opened in the area. The following year, Edgecombe County appropriated funds to renovate the buildings for the social services offices. The renovations added new parking facilities, air conditioning, carpets, drop ceilings, fixtures, and a new roof and heating plant. The changes to the interior of the county home and sanitarium building most likely date to this period, as well as renovations in the 80s, again, as it was offices. The county continued to use the former Edgecombe County home buildings as offices until 2012. In 2016, the buildings were reopened temporarily to provide services in the wake of Hurricane Matthew. In conclusion, the Edgecombe County home is significant under Criterion A at the local level in the areas of health medicine and social history, and Criterion C in the area of architecture. The complex is indicative of changes to social welfare and healthcare programs in Edgecombe County from the early through the mid-20th century. The buildings reflect not only the architecture of segregation and the Jim Crow South, but also the evolution of medical treatments and practices throughout the campus's 40 years of operation. The period of significance extends from 1937 to 1976, and the National Register boundary encompasses the entire 29.37 acre parcel. That includes all of the land historically associated with the property, with the exception of a small parcel that was sold for the local animal shelter. We did receive a statement of archaeological potential from OSA. David Cranford, the archaeologist for Edgecombe County, stated that he did not expect to find any significant archaeological deposits that would contribute to the period of significance or the historic function of the property. However, given its proximity to the Tar River and the ideal landforms within the property boundary, there is high potential for pre-contact archaeological materials to be present, and future ground disturbances should consider the potential for intact pre-contact archaeological sites. So that is the Edgecombe County home. Any questions about this one?
No questions?
Mr. Chair, can I just make a comment?
Sure.
First off, apologize for my tardy arrival. If you wonder what the National Register is for, it's for Section 106 consultations, and that's where I was for significant ones, so my apologies. But I was going to say about, yes, over 10 years ago now, members of the Eastern Office, Reed and I think Scott Power and I, we went there because the county was sort of struggling what should it keep it? Should it demolish it? What should it do with it? So I just want to say I'm very pleased to see it arrive for your consideration today. And it was very intact when you were there. It looks very much like it did then.
It really hasn't changed since they were considering what to do with it at the time. So, any other questions? Great.
For presentations for 3 properties, anyone care to make a motion on those? Thank you, Mr. Clark. Is there a second?
Second.
David Bergstone, thank you. Those in favor, please say aye.
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 And that concludes our National Register section, which is great because it is 12:15, so we will break for lunch. And I suggest we come back at 12:45, 30 minutes, okay for everyone? Those of us in the room. Josie, we'll see you at 12:45.
See you then.
Right, thank you.
Let's start there. Let's be okay. Let's be okay. Let's get in front of you. That's what it was. That's like they did it. State was and but they're gonna try it back. They're gonna have to. They want to close down. They have a really good aluminum. And they still feel decent. They just have to decide. So the bigger that result, yeah.
Yeah, Phil, when it's ready.
And it'll literally have part of regular.
Like Josie answers.
I'll lease the later.
Can I get everyone's attention, please? Reconvene. Yeah, I know, yeah.
Say something about something being.
There's Josie, I see her. Josie, can you hear us?
I think
Okay.
Zoom is working.
We are ready to go.
Zoom looks great.
And correct. Welcome back. We are ready to proceed. Okay, we are on the study list applications and we're beginning with Wilson County.
Hi, everyone. I am presenting the study list presentation as a result of the 2024-2025 survey update. I'm Cynthia DeMiranda from MDM Historical Consultants. My business partner, Jennifer Martin, and I did this survey over the past year, and these are our findings. This survey resulted from mitigation measures implemented with the construction of the CSX Carolina Connector intermodal terminal in Rocky Mount. Okay. Am I using the mouse or the?
Yeah, just click on the PowerPoint anywhere, so it goes.
Anywhere? Oh, okay. And now I can use the arrows?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Okay, so this project builds on work that was completed by Kate Ono in the late 1970s and published in 1980 as Wilson, North Carolina Historic Buildings Inventory, co-authored by Robert C. Bainbridge. That work focused on the period extending from the mid-19th century through about 1940, which corresponded with the age range of the buildings documented in that survey. Our project required updating the survey information on 271 individual properties, most documented by Kate Ono in the late 70s. Also, windshield survey of 5 previously listed National Register of Historic Districts, and survey of 221 previously unidentified properties, which included both individual buildings as well as neighborhoods or cohesive areas. In Wilson, the bright leaf tobacco market, which became the largest in the world by the 1950s, prompted significant development in all areas of the city. With the end of the war came an increase in population needed to work in Wilson's tobacco markets and other industries. And there was great expansion in the agricultural, industrial, and institutional quarters south and east of downtown, and the resumption of development in the residential suburbs that had begun in the early 20th century, particularly for white residents in Northwest Wilson. At the same time, other parts of the city, including predominantly Black East Wilson, underwent redevelopment. Highway improvements and expansion drove growth in residential suburbs, and retail and commercial development in the form of motels, restaurants, and service stations accelerated along these roadways, adversely affecting commerce in the central business district. The study list properties that I present today touch on themes of residential development, agricultural industrialism, institutional growth, and commercial progress. So we'll begin with residential properties. W.T. Lamb of W.T. Lamb Cotton Company hired Wilson architect Thomas B. Herman to design this Tudor Revival style house. It was built around 1925 by Jones Brothers and features a number of really fine finishes. The slate tiles were reportedly sourced from New Hampshire. The front entry is framed with stained glass. The tile in this fireplace was imported from Italy. The center hall in the house has an open stringer stair with a turned balustrade and newel post. There's more stained glass at the window in the landing up above. And the original layout in the house remains intact, including a butler's pantry and sunroom. Here's the back of the house and some of the landscaped rear yard. Nearby is a two-car garage in the same style. And in the back of the yard is a gazebo at the end of that flagstone path. The current owner of the house is a grandson of the original owner. The house appears potentially eligible for the National Register of Historic Places under Criterion C in the area of architecture as an excellent and remarkably intact example of the Tudor Revival style, built in a period when period revivals were popular in white residential quarters as expressions of business success and social standing resulting from participation in the local agricultural industrial economy. Northwest of downtown Wilson is the Beverly Hills subdivision, platted in 1928 by the Wilson-based Ralston Realty Company. The development consists of 2 blocks of Trinity Drive and the south side of the same 2 blocks of College Road, which is now called Raleigh Road Parkway West. The area comprises just a few dozen parcels. Local architect Thomas B. Herman, architect of the Lamb House that we just saw, is said to have designed all the early houses. Residences on Raleigh Road Parkway West are generally 2 stories and side gabled, rendered in the neoclassical, Georgian Revival, and colonial revival styles. Most date to the 1930s. Houses on Trinity Drive are smaller, 1 to 1.5 stories, and feature the colonial revival style. The alley between the 2 streets remains unpaved and provides access to rear yards and in some cases to early 20th century sheds and garages. The small neighborhood appears eligible for the National Register under Criterion A in the area of community planning and development and Criterion C in the area of architecture. Beverly Hills was designed for upper middle class white residents, one outgrowth of the city's tobacco industry boom. That the neighborhood is not adjacent to the business district or other early suburbs is an important component of its development. It was an automobile suburb, and one not reflected by the existing residential historic districts in town. The houses are excellently rendered examples of neoclassical, Georgian Revival, and colonial revival styles, and the neighborhood appears to be little changed from its period of construction, except for the growth of the landscaping. The towering shade trees reflect a maturation of the landscape elements of the individual yards and the suburban development as a whole. The Maddie and Everett Blake House is a standout in Beverly Hills. The neoclassical style house was called Pine Lawn by the family, and it was designed by Thomas Herman for Maddie Hadley Woodard Blake and Everett Blake, who were married in Wilson in 1927. Maddie was a daughter of Maddie Hattie Woodard and Walter F. Woodard. The Wilmington Messenger once called Walter Woodard one of the originators of the tobacco market in Wilson and one of the most substantial businessmen of the community. Additionally, Maddie's grandfather, Thomas Jefferson Hadley, started a bank with Alpheus Branch, which was, of course, a predecessor to BB&T. The house retains excellent integrity at the exterior and interior. Here's the center hall looking towards the front door, and here looking towards the back of the house. This is the living room. These double doors here lead to a side porch. And behind the center hall is a study with paneled walls and a bay window looking out to the backyard. There's also a 2-car garage, minimally altered with these added doors, but atop the roof ridge is an octagonal cupola with a weather vane and a small workshop on the side end of the garage with a toilet in the back. The property appears potentially eligible for the National Register under Criterion C in the area of architecture as a well-executed and impressively intact example of the neoclassical style. Such grand houses were built by white residents of Wilson as a result of their financial success and to highlight their standing in the community. The Dona and Neil Bass House is textbook international style with staggered massing, flat roof, rooftop patio with iron pipe rails, metal casement windows, and a stucco exterior. But the style belies the history of the house. It was actually built in the late 1940s or early 1950s, designed by local architect Frank Benton. Dona Inez Bass had long wanted such a house and maintained a scrapbook with photos and images of apparently her dream house. Her husband, Cornelius Sarvis Bass, owned Wilson Ironworks. The interior finishes are intact. We see that they're simple and not particularly modernist. Here's the living room. Here's interior shots of the bedroom wing, including access to the rooftop. And this is the kitchen. Only the flooring in these rooms have changed. Early changes to the house elsewhere include this side addition that has aluminum awning windows dating to the 1950s. So really very soon after the house was built. And this is the interior, which feels very mid-century. Also, there was an open back porch that got enclosed. So you see the aluminum awning windows here again. And on the right is the resulting interior space with the characteristic knotty pine paneling. And on the right, you see the aluminum awning windows. On the left, you see the original casement windows, indicating that those were originally exterior walls. There's an original detached garage with carport that's been slightly remodeled with installation of storefront style glazing. But despite these few changes, the house has impressive integrity at the interior and exterior, and it's in excellent condition. The addition and porch enclosure can be seen as having significance along with the rest of the house, as they were built by the original owners very soon after construction. The house appears to be potentially eligible for the National Register under Criterion C in the area of architecture, as a good example of, and only identified example of, international style building in Wilson. At nearly 5,000 square feet, this 1.5-story brick-clad Georgian Revival style house is one of the largest dwellings in Wilson. In 1950, Wyatt M. Jones Jr. owned a residential construction company, and the family lived on West End Avenue. Mary Virginia Jones assembled this nearly 2.5-acre parcel with 2 purchases in the 1950s. Apparently, Mary Jones was taken with the architecture at Colonial Williamsburg, and the couple based many aspects of this house on the circa 1750 Carter's Grove Plantation House, which was altered and expanded in the 1920s to this appearance, and which stands outside of Williamsburg. The Jones house was built using bricks manufactured by 19th century Wilson brickmaster Silas Lucas and salvaged from a church being demolished in town at the time. Main entrances are in the center section at the facade and also at the rear elevation. Only a portion of the house was made available during survey, including a secondary entrance in a hyphen to the right of the main door at the rear elevation. So although these finishes look really fine, this is the back of the house. The single leaf raised panel door leads to a short corridor lined with beaded flushboard sheathing. Another raised panel door leads into a utility room at the right, and another behind the photographer here leads into the kitchen. The kitchen retains most of its original finishes, reflecting a modern arrangement mixed with colonial style materials and finishes. Hand-hewn timbers act as beams and columns throughout the space, and there's this attached informal dining area and a 6-panel wood door with flush mount H hinges and iron rim lock leads into the center hall. The hall was full of boxes and moving materials when I was there, but the real estate photographs are still online. So I'm showing you mostly our photographs from survey, but a few real estate photographs as well. There's a fully paneled dining room with modillion cornice on one side of the hall, and across the hall is the living room with paneled wainscot and a Georgian style mantel. According to the current owner, Stevenson Millwork, a local shop, produced all the interior trim in the house. And this quality of paneling and molding and hardware continues throughout the house at the half story above as well. This garage was added to the end of the house in the 1980s, also using salvaged Silas Lucas brick. And the house appears to be potentially eligible for the National Register under Criterion C in the area of architecture. It reflects an apparent trend in the later half of the 20th century for very elaborate colonial-style dwellings built in suburban locations. Not exactly reproductions, but heavily influenced by historic colonial-era architecture. Now we move on to talk about multifamily housing, in this case, public housing. In June 1959, the Wilson Housing Authority received financial assistance from the Public Housing Administration for the construction of the city's first two public housing complexes, one for white residences and one for Black renters. B. Atwood Skinner and Associates was named architect for the Wilson Housing Authority. Atwood Skinner was born in Rock Hill, South Carolina, and grew up in Charlotte. After serving in World War II, he graduated from NC State in architecture. He worked for Charlotte architect Walter Hook, but because many of Hook's projects were in Eastern North Carolina, Skinner chose to live in Wilson. Skinner formed his own firm in Wilson in 1957 and designed numerous buildings across the city. In 1966, John A. Chalk, director of the Wilson Housing Authority, announced construction of 12 buildings for Forest Road. Additional but nearly identical housing was built on adjacent Jefferson Street West 4 years later. Skinner designed the collection of modernist duplexes, triplexes, and 6-unit buildings on the two parallel streets. The 12 buildings on the west side of Forest Road West are identical duplexes with gable on hip roofs and hipped roof recessed porches on each end. The one-story brick veneer buildings have paired porch posts angled inward from top to bottom, and hit-and-miss brick walls frame the outer side of each porch. On Jefferson Street West, the circa 1970 buildings are of a darker red brick than those on Forest Road. The complex includes modernist picnic shelters and bus stops as well. The Forest Green public housing appears potentially eligible for the National Register under Criterion A in the areas of social history and community planning and development, as one of the earliest planned housing developments in Wilson to receive federal government support to improve housing for low-income residents and to clear slum areas of the city. Built for white residents when public housing in Wilson was segregated by race, the complex was integrated following the Fair Housing Act of 1968. Forest Green public housing illustrates the ways public housing reflected racial separation prior to federal legislation that outlawed discrimination in public facilities. The complex is also eligible under Criterion C in the area of architecture for its embrace of modernism for low-income residential housing. Other public housing complexes in Wilson were built in the functional modernist idiom with simple rectangular brick-clad buildings, highly favored by local housing authorities in the 1950s and the 1960s across the state. Two more houses left in this section, both modernist. This mid-century modernist dwelling, the Hardy Vandenberg House, stands in a mostly wooded parcel in the Brookside subdivision, northwest of downtown Wilson. Richmond architects James Glavé and William Newman artfully sited the house on its corner parcel to maximize privacy and create opportunities for indoor-outdoor living. Here's the facade with its deeply recessed front entrance. And the flat roof you see on the left shelters the bedrooms and the bathrooms that occupy the north half of the floor plan. Each bedroom has a fully glazed bypass door, and the doors open to this small sunny lawn surrounded by mature trees that shade most of the north end of the parcel and shield the house from view once you're at the street. Meanwhile, the shed roof that shelters the south half of the house allows a clear-story band to light the living room. That space flows into the dining room, and the kitchen is just beyond. Here's a better shot of the kitchen. And on the other side of this wall to the right is the corridor with the front door, with bedrooms to the right of these hall closets. The south side elevation is mostly glass, featuring full-height fixed sash, as well as aluminum-framed glass bypass doors. A shaded patio edges this elevation and provides transition from indoor space to a sunny yard, mostly occupied by a swimming pool and a concrete deck. The pool is original, and the living room can flow to the outdoor space thanks to the wall of glass and to the patio here at the south side. Additionally, the pool area is enclosed by a pierced brick wall, making the space private. And here's the view from the street. Changes made to the house include removal of built-in cabinetry and desks only in bedrooms, changes to the flooring throughout the house, and removal of a door from this living room space into an office off the primary bedroom. It's that recess that you see behind the lamp at the far right edge of the photo. You can see, though, that the built-in cabinets and bookshelves remain in the living room, as does the original organization of space at the interior and leading out to the exterior living spaces. The house appears to be potentially eligible for the National Register under Criterion C in the area of architecture. The house has good integrity, and it's a modest but great example of modernist tenants. Enclosure of space in a manner that gives character to the house, lack of decorative ornament, sheltered spaces contrasting with expansive and expressive areas, and creation of outdoor spaces that contribute to the experience of and merge with the indoor living spaces within the footprint. Built nearly a decade later and across the street, this contemporary style L-plan house is basically two gabled wings with some shed-roofed forms that extend above the roof peak and provide overhead light through clear-story windows. So here's the front foyer at the main entrance. And then across the front of the house is the dining room adjacent to the foyer, then the kitchen, a breakfast room, and a family room, all across the street-facing arm of the floor plan. And along the back of that arm is a corridor leading back to the foyer, which joins then with a second corridor providing access to the bedroom wing. Joseph Lee Nassif Sr., 1933 to 2023, who attended high school in Wilson and was part of the city's Lebanese American community, designed this house for Teresa and Donald Vincent. Nassif worked with the Corps of Engineers and attended Notre Dame University before earning a Master's of Architecture at the North Carolina School of Design in 1964. The North Carolina State University School of Design. He worked for Arthur Cogswell until 1971 and then established his own practice. And he was also active in civic affairs, serving as the mayor of Chapel Hill from 1978 to 1984. The Vincent House appears to be potentially eligible for the National Register under Criterion C in the area of architecture. Again, the house is a good example of modernist residential design, featuring a different iteration than the example across the street. Nassif's contemporary idiom is seen elsewhere in Wilson, but the Vincent House was the more intact version of those surveyed where we were given access to the interior. Okay, I'm going to take a sip and we'll move on to agricultural and industrial resources. Center Brick Warehouse number 3 was erected in 1947. Ironically, a structure substantially built of metal. It took its name from its lineage rather than from its construction material. The warehouse was the third in Wilson for owners Cozart, Eagles, and Company, which also owned and operated Center Brick Warehouse number 1 and number 2, both on South Goldsboro Street in today's Wilson Central Business Tobacco Warehouse Historic District. Horizon Limited, the name you see on the sign here, is a later name for this warehouse. Center Brick number 3 made its debut at the 1947 market, nearly 60 years after the first one was built. In that year, the city had 17 auction buildings that could collectively warehouse 10 million pounds of tobacco. Tobacco auction warehouses are massive buildings. They are definitely identified in part by their sheer size. You can see also the skylights on the roof. These were mandatory by state law. The auction had to be conducted in daylight. So that's another character-defining feature of this building type. Center Brick number 3, like all auction warehouses, has lots of loading door entrances, allowing trucks or wagons to drive right in and unload tobacco for auction. Here's what an auction warehouse looks like at the interior during the market before the sale. Now, this picture could be this interior of Center Brick number 3. I wasn't able to get inside And this photo, which I found on the Wilson County Tourism website, wasn't labeled. But the steel framing makes me think that it is center brick number 3. There is a concrete block office appended to the warehouse. And behind it is another loading area for trucks or wagons. We're just moving around the building here. This is an alley along the back of the warehouse, leading from Ward Boulevard or Highway 301. So this building, unlike all the other tobacco warehouses, was not built downtown. It was built on the highway, part of a reflection of the emerging importance of the highway and transportation and the retreat from downtown in the mid-20th century period. So then the far end, you can just see it right here, the brick firewall. That's the far end of the elevation. And an addition was made to the warehouse at one point on this side, the south side of this firewall. You can see here the parcel view. So it filled that parcel just below. But that addition burned in the 1980s. So thank goodness for the firewall. All 3 center brick auction warehouses operated in Wilson for a period in the late 1940s and early 1950s until center brick warehouse number 1 burned to the ground in 1951. Since then, Wilson has lost most of its iconic tobacco auction warehouses. So let's go back to that aerial from the beginning of this slideshow. This depicts the area that would later become a historic district, the Central Wilson Tobacco Warehouse Historic District. And this building right here is center brick warehouse number 2, the second of the 3 warehouses built. Surrounding that auction warehouse on 3 sides are other auction warehouses. And you can spot them by looking for the distinctive skylights on the roof, as well as the sheer size of the buildings. These buildings were the heart of the tobacco market. And this is what the area looks like now. There's center brick tobacco warehouse number 2 again. And you'll see that all those other warehouses are gone. Center brick warehouse number 3 is potentially eligible for the National Register under Criterion A in the area of commerce and industry, and Criterion C in the area of architecture. It reflects the strength of the tobacco industry in Wilson in the middle decades of the 20th century, and the building clearly illustrates the distinctive characteristics of the tobacco auction warehouse, a singular and, in North Carolina tobacco market towns, iconic and increasingly rare building type. Next, we have some community buildings and structures. The first is the American War Mothers World War I Monument. Noted Black stonemason Oliver Nestus Freeman built this truncated pyramid monument of random coarse granite. Nestus Freeman was a Wilson native, and he designed and constructed numerous stone and brick buildings and structures in Wilson from around 1910 until his death in 1955. He took construction and masonry classes at Tuskegee Normal School, where he formed lifelong connections with Booker T. Washington and George Washington Carver. And after finishing his own schooling, he taught masonry classes at Tuskegee. He and his wife, Willie Mae, moved to Wilson around 1910, where he built a couple of small brick houses at 1300 Nash Street East, which is in the East Wilson Historic District. Over the next 5 decades, Freeman became well known for an extraordinary collection of rough stonework architectural features and buildings scattered across the city. He constructed stone foundations, plinths, chimneys, porch columns, mailbox stands, monuments, sculptures, houses, and at least 2 churches. He often embellished his work, which included household items like vases and lamps, with seashells and other found pieces. So distinctive is his rough-cut stonework that these works are readily identifiable as the creations of Nestus Freeman, including this stone culvert at the former Wilson Country Club. Among his most important buildings are the bungalow he built for his family around 1911 that he transformed from a brick house to a stone house in the 1920s. To the yard, he added whimsical stone and concrete yard art, such as bird baths, benches, outbuildings, and arches. He created concrete and stone animals, such as dinosaurs. And in 1946, he built a round stone house as rental property to shelter soldiers returning from World War II amidst a housing shortage. The interior of the circular building originally contained pie-shaped rooms, but the walls have been removed and the building is now part of a museum dedicated to Nestus Freeman, but also to the history of East Wilson. Among his other buildings in Wilson are the well-preserved Our Redeemer Lutheran Church and Parsonage on Vance Street Northeast and in the Old Wilson Historic District, and the 1.5-story stone house at 204 Vic Street East in the East Wilson Historic District, with a stone turret and a stone fence that he built as rental property. So it was not surprising that when the Wilson chapter of the American War Mothers decided to erect a monument on US 301 in the 1930s, they commissioned Nestus Freeman, the city's foremost stonemason, to build it. Alice Moore French, 1863 to 1934, of Indiana, founded American War Mothers following World War I and served as its first president. She established the first chapter in 1917 in response to the U.S. government's request for assistance in making bandages, sweaters, socks, and other warm clothing for soldiers. Soon, other states expressed a desire to form chapters, so she appointed women in each state to organize their own groups. Mrs. John K. Patterson of Concord was the first leader of the American War Mothers in North Carolina. She and a group of women in Cabarrus County had already been active in sending homemade sweets and Christmas gifts to soldiers in France. But after the federal government prohibited the sending of gifts overseas, the North Carolina women supplied cigarettes, knitted clothing, cake, and candies to soldiers in hospitals at Oteen in Asheville and Camp Sevier in Greenville County, South Carolina. After her appointment as head of the state organization, Mrs. Patterson reached out to all 100 counties to urge establishment of chapters in each jurisdiction. Mrs. J.E. Barrett was president of the Wilson County chapter when the monument was dedicated on July 6, 1935. For the event, a large crowd of local dignitaries and veteran organization figures from across the state attended. The American War Mothers chapters from Asheville, Statesville, Salisbury, Gastonia, and Raleigh erected markers on US 70. On US 74, chapters from Wilmington, Washington, Wadesboro, and Charlotte had markers built. The state chapter erected a monument at Lake Moore. Most known monuments are granite tablet-style structures with an engraved plate on the front. The Wilson Monument is the only known organic type of American War Mothers monument in North Carolina. The monument on US 301 appears potentially eligible for the National Register as an object under criterion A for social history. The truncated pyramid is significant for its role in forging the collective memory and memorialization of war veterans in Wilson. It was erected during a period when memorials to ordinary citizens, not famous figures, became more common in public spaces. It also appears eligible under criterion C for its artistic value as an example of an organic monument designed and built by master craftsman Nestus Freeman. The monument meets criterion consideration F as a commemorative property whose age, artistic or architectural design, tradition, or symbolic value has given it its own historical significance. The miniature train that travels an oval track at the south end of Recreation Park on Wilson's west side is a scale model of a standard diesel train of the mid-20th century, although this particular train runs on gasoline. The Allen Herschel Company of Kansas built the train, and there are a number of miniature trains operating in city parks in North Carolina. Most are not scale models of an actual train like this. Wilson's train has one engine car featuring a 4-cylinder V-type air-cooled engine and vacuum air brake system, and 3 passenger cars. All the cars have metal bodies. While the original glass windows have been replaced with plexiglass, the train is basically the same as it was in 1954. The little train was designed with cutouts in the sides and at the roof to allow passengers to board and sit in the miniature cars. And a few minor operational parts have been replaced to keep the train in good running condition all these years. The local chapter of the Kiwanis Club loaned the city money to purchase the miniature train in 1954, with the plan that the city would pay back the club from the 10-cent ticket sales. Apparently, Kiwanis Club chapters across the country did this. I seem to have gotten a little bit off. No, there we are. such as these trains in Tiptonville, Tennessee, and also in Asheville, where the track was dismantled and the train apparently sold long ago. In Goldsboro, the original 1955 train has recently been replaced with this full replica. Of course, back in 1954, Wilson's park system was segregated, and when the town's first Black alderman, Dr. G.K. Butterfield, who'd been elected only the year before, in 1953, asked if Black children would be allowed on the train, he was told no by the Kiwanis Club president. The Board of Aldermen voted to accept the gift and spend city money anyway to build a track. And the city's engineering department, as well as some personnel from Norfolk and Southern Railroad, designed trestles and laid the track in Recreation Park. The train was a wildly popular attraction. You saw the headline that over 12,000 passengers rode the train in its first 6 weeks of operation. Parks and Wilson remained segregated until students from Darden High went swimming in the pool at Recreation Park, which was also known locally as White Rec in that period, in June 1963, and then park facilities were finally fully desegregated by 1965. Repairs to the track and the train were made in the 70s, and again after Hurricane Fran damaged the train and the tunnel that had been built over the tracks, which also served as the garage for the train overnight. In 2012, the tracks were completely replaced for safety reasons. The miniature train appears potentially eligible for the National Register under Criterion A in the area of recreation. The train and its installation in the park reflect a trend at mid-century across the country in which trains were added as amenities for city parks, often donated or operated by local civic clubs. The train also appears eligible under Criterion C for its design as a scale model of a standard diesel engine train of the mid-20th century. The American Legion Henry Ellis Post 17 was organized in 1919. There was a white American Legion post, and African American veterans were explicitly excluded from participating. An announcement in Wilson's newspaper in October 1919 advertised the first big membership drive for the African American Post, and by Armistice Day on November 11, the post had been named for Private Henry Ellis, 1895 to 1918, a Wilson native who had died in World War I. The Henry Ellis Post, like all American Legion posts, worked for the benefit of veterans, helping them access benefits and selling poppies to aid disabled veterans. They honored veterans at Memorial Day parades and visited grave sites. The Henry Ellis Post also hosted concerts, lectures, and orchestrated an annual circus and vaudeville show for a period of time. Increasingly at mid-century, the members of the Henry Ellis Post participated, along with other African American groups in Wilson, in civil rights activities. They worked at voter registration drives, advocated for the expansion of recreation facilities, and for parity in city services, and joined the effort to integrate seating at Fleming Stadium, where the Wilson Tobacconists baseball team had been playing since 1939. The American Legion Post is known to have met in local churches and halls before purchasing this parcel in 1952 and erecting the building in 1978. Here's a group of veterans, mostly World War II, at the groundbreaking, but the two men on the right in the front row are E.L. Joyner and Benny Saunders, both World War I vets. The building is a simple concrete block structure with a brick exterior and 2/2 horizontal sash windows. The interior is a flexible open space that features an original linoleum floor with the American Legion seal set into a blue background. Two areas have red and white checkerboard linoleum tiles to define a center corridor from the seating areas. And there's a bar along the east wall. At the other end of the building, a kitchen is near the northwest corner with offices down the short hall nearby. The Henry Ellis Post appears potentially eligible for the National Register in the area of social history and Black ethnic heritage. The Post was an important resource and social outlet for Black veterans, an organization that maintained the memory of the military contributions of Black Wilsonians, and a group that advocated for the civil rights of Black Wilsonians. The Post reflects aspects of social history of both the Black community and the military veteran community in Wilson. And I just want to make a quick note about the building's age. Properties less than 50 years old need to meet criteria consideration G and demonstrate exceptional significance. However, this building is so close to the 50-year mark that practically speaking, it will be 50 years old by the time a nomination could be prepared and processed. And we're presenting it here now in an effort to make sure it doesn't fall through the cracks just because of that slight few years difference. The Reed Street Community Center is a small complex built to provide spaces for recreation, gathering, and entertainment to the African-American community in Wilson during segregation. William Hines, an East Wilson barber and real estate developer, formed a committee to advocate for a rec center for Wilson's Black residents, all located on the east side of the railroad track. His initial request for city and county funding in 1937 was denied. And in 1938, with WPA funding, this barrel-arched building was erected with more than 50,000 bricks salvaged from demolished buildings in Wilson. The board of directors were all East Wilson residents, including William Hines, who organized the committee that advocated for the center, as well as Dr. G.K. Butterfield, as we know, would later become Wilson's first Black member of the board of aldermen. Lots of groups used the building. Schools used it for sports and for dances. There were boxing matches associated with the AME Zion Church. St. Alphonsus, the Catholic church across the street, met for mass in the building before their church was built, and a nursery school was established. The center was a popular venue for touring Black musicians, and a small swimming pool was built behind the building in 1944, funded and built by the city. There was, of course, already a WPA-funded pool for whites only in Recreation Park on the west side of town. Now, it's interesting here, this is the Sanborn map, and it calls the building an auditorium, whereas previous newspaper coverage called it a gym. So perhaps it was always a multi-use building. In this image, you can see in the lower right, one room is named locker room, so it does seem to have been a multi-use building. Complex was enlarged and it appears completely remodeled in after 1955. Actually, it looks like the original building where we saw the footprint a moment ago was demolished and new buildings were erected, but we haven't confirmed that. Most histories of the building talk about it being renovated, but in a little bit, you'll see why we're not 100% sure about that. The Black Wide Awake blog, which covers Wilson's Black history, posted this rendering for a dramatically expanded and improved community center, which was by this point known as the Reed Street Community Center. The rendering is dated 1955 and was drawn by Wilson architect Charles C. Benton, who designed a similar rec center at the whites-only recreation park at the same time. And so you see in this rendering, the barrel arch building is there. But the rendering doesn't match exactly what's on the ground now. Here's an aerial from 1957, and it shows that some work has been done. Maybe the new pool is still under construction. It's a little hard to tell, but the new gym has been built. And I can't tell if this is the original barrel arch building or not. It looks to me like a barrel arch where it says activities building, but it also seems bigger than the building in the earlier aerial photo. But at any rate, it is a flat roofed building now. And the exterior and the interior of that part of the complex really does feel very 1950s. So here's the rec center from Reed Street looking at the facade, and it features running bond brick and that horizontal presentation of the mid-20th century period. Just inside is more running bond brick, but also a curved wall with stack bond. And here's the main hall. Off to the left are meeting rooms, a workout room, a craft room, and a kitchen. And here's the floor plan showing the gymnasium next to the activities building. The entrance and the photographs that we saw before kind of the elevation at the lower right. Here's the gym interior. It's a concrete block building with laminated columns and beams and wood ceilings. Now, these beams and ceilings were actually replaced in 2019 after damage from Hurricane Florence. I presume they were replaced in kind, as this really has a very 1950s look to it, but I have not seen photos of the building before 2019. And it doesn't look exactly like the rendering that I showed you a minute ago. In the rendering, the windows at the eave walls were a continuous band, and they are not here. And additionally, there were columns visible at the exterior in the rendering. And we don't see that in the building today. So that makes me wonder if those columns were originally meant to be steel or concrete, and the building is clearly built differently from that now. Here's the pool at the back, which was recently refurbished. And this is the other end of the pool area showing the back of the activities building. The rec center continued to be an essential amenity in East Wilson, providing recreational and meeting space for Black Wilsonians until the segregation of city parks ended around 1965. Even after the parks were no longer segregated, Reed Street Community Center continued to be important to Wilson's Black community. Community development organizations met here in the later 60s to discuss poor housing in East Wilson, for example, and programs geared toward neighborhood children remained popular. Some programs that were historically segregated, like the midget football leagues, did not fully merge until the 1980s. The Reed Street complex has been undergoing improvements and the work is not yet finished. There was a historic structures report in 2023 because there is federal funding involved in this work. And the property was at that time determined eligible for the National Register under Criterion A for local significance in the areas of recreation and Black ethnic heritage. We propose adding it to the study list under the same criterion and areas. The original WPA building is not extant, or at a minimum is very heavily altered, and the complex does not appear to be eligible otherwise under Criterion C. Moving on to commercial properties. Beginning in the early 20th century, state and federal highways began crisscrossing Wilson, boosting the tobacco markets that dominated the town's economy. The most significant of these roads is present-day US 301, the 1,000-mile highway from Delaware to Florida. The federal government constructed 301 on existing roads and on new locations during the Depression, when road building and maintenance transferred to the federal level. Early on, US 301 was nicknamed the Tobacco Trail because of its route through the bright leaf growing areas along the eastern seaboard. At the end of World War II, American families had automobiles and more disposable income, leading to a marked increase in longer distance travel. Restaurants, service stations, and motor courts and motels opened along 301 in Wilson to cater to the traveling public. Roadside motor lodges emerged in the 1920s with the widespread adoption of the automobile. They flourished in the late 1940s and 50s with the affordability of cars and the development of the national highway system. The tourist courts and motor courts of the pre-war years evolved into the motel and a combination word of motor and hotel. The new lodging type implied more space and greater convenience to travelers than available in the basic shelters of the earlier court arrangements like you see here. All these property types coexisted into the 1950s and early 1960s, after which the tourist court model was mostly abandoned by motel owners and the motoring public. Several iterations of early motor tourist lodging survived from this period in Wilson, but the best preserved is the former Yeaman's Motor Court. Pauline and Malcolm Yeaman opened their motor court around 1945. Mr. Yeaman had been a tobacco buyer in Rocky Mount, and the original motor court consisted of the office and the motor court cottages to its rear. The one-story brick office that looked like a typical dwelling of the time was meant to convey a sense of home to the motoring public. It retains some original windows, but the shed roof porch is an addition. Other additions include wings with vinyl siding that extend from each gable end and the rear, and a porte cochere on the north end shelters the service window where the guests check in. I'm told you can remain in your car and check in by driving through that porte cochere. The 5 remaining motor court cottages are rare survivors from the period when motor courts offered dwelling-like accommodations to attract automobile travelers. The one-story side-gabled brick veneer buildings have a center door and later porte cocheres on each gable end. Most of the 6/6 windows survive, while some windows contain replacement 1/1 sash. The announcement of an expansion to the motor court, the L-shaped motor wing, was made in 1953. The motel is the northernmost building in this site plan. It's a side gabled brick veneered building composed of two long wings set at a right angle. Most of the 16 light windows remain intact here. The Yeamans sold the business in 1958, and it's been through several owners. Like the other motels on US 301 South, this swimming pool has been infilled and grass allowed to grow over its previous site. Yeamans Motor Court is one of several surviving roadside motels built along US 301 in Wilson in the post-World War II era. Of the 4 such businesses remaining, it is the best preserved and the only one to retain its collection of motor court cottages. The property appears to be potentially eligible for the National Register under Criterion A for its role in the history of the roadside hospitality industry of the post-World War II era, and under Criterion C for its intact collection of motor courts and an early motel wing. The presence of both types of resources illustrates the evolution of motels from the 1940s into the 1950s. The Woodard Motel is a complex of buildings constructed by Herbert Woodard Sr. from 1948 to 1980. Herbert Woodard Sr. was a prominent business figure in Wilson for most of the 20th century. At age 13, he began work at Hackney Wagon Company as a water carrier. He moved up to the shipping department. After saving $100 from his job at Hackney in 1935, he opened a gas station in a building he rented on East Nash Street. Behind the station, he created a baseball park with a grandstand for white patrons and a grandstand for Black patrons. Later in the 1930s, he built a 2-story building, pictured here, next to the rented building that he used for his gas station. He lived upstairs and he operated a bar on the first floor. He installed a jukebox, sold hot dogs and beer, and during World War II, he even served barbecue. All the while, he had other jobs, including selling and delivering coal and cleaning out septic tanks. In 1970, East Nash Street, which is now Martin Luther King Jr. Parkway Southeast, was converted to 4 lanes, and he had to demolish the 2-story building, but he built this 2-part brick commercial building in 1970 to replace it. And he built a motel in the early 70s that stands behind the commercial building. Even with the road expansion, he was able to keep the house next door that he built in the late 1940s. With the opening of the road, business boomed for Woodard, and Woodard's Motel became one of the most successful concerns in South Wilson. Woodard's Motel appears potentially eligible for the National Register under Criterion A in the areas of social history, commerce, and Black ethnic heritage. Herbert Woodard Sr. began his enterprise in the historically Black area of South Wilson in the 1930s, during Jim Crow, when such businesses were racially segregated. He was able to operate a successful retail and hospitality establishment catering to Black travelers, despite the encroachment of the highway in the 1970s. Dick's Hot Dog Stand is a long-lived restaurant and community hub in a much remodeled 1927 building on a prominent corner of West Nash Street. Socrates, or Dick Gliarmus, here in this image at the left, founded Dick's in 1921. He had emigrated from Greece in 1912 and served in the US military during World War I. The frame structure originally stood at the back of the parcel, and a rendering of it is here at the top of this image. Then it was moved up to the roadway and remodeled with brick veneer and awnings in the 1940s, as you see here in the lower image, but here is a photograph from the restaurant's website. Then it was remodeled again and enlarged in the 1960s to this look, and it has hardly changed since. Inside, the restaurant has a small, tightly packed dining room with booths lining the walls and tables at the center. Walls are covered with framed newspaper articles. And my pages got mixed up. And memorabilia relating to Wilson and relating to Dick's and various sports teams, relating to local and statewide celebrities, including politicians and sports figures who've dined here. The restaurant has long been a meeting place for local politicians and nearby Atlantic Christian College students. The restaurant's sponsorship of local sports teams also reflects how embedded the business is in the history of the community. A small bar with stools echoes the shape of the front end of the building and frames the kitchen, which is open to the dining area. This image that we saw earlier is one of the items framed on the wall. And here is the 1960s addition to the back of the original building, which now holds the entrance. A third Gliarmis generation now operates the restaurant. Dick's appears potentially eligible for the National Register in the area of commerce. As a 20th century restaurant, it's been a community hub for students, politicians, and community groups, and an iconic fixture in Wilson. Burger Boy is a mid-20th century drive-in restaurant, a great local example of a motorist-centric highway amenity. The building has drive-up windows on both side elevations for ordering and food pickup. Around the parking lot, there are sheltered dining tables with red and white awnings. Large backlit signs are designed to catch the motorist's eye in time to turn into the parking lot. Inside the building itself, there's a small dining room right at the front, but most of the interior space behind the huge windows is taken up with the kitchen. The brick-walled areas at the back house bathrooms accessed from doors in the rear elevation. Two Wilson men who own the Starlight Drive-In Theater on adjoining land built Burger Boy. They were no strangers to catering to customers in their cars. The indoor dining room was an alteration around 1972, but little else about the building has changed, according to a 2019 interview with owner Marion Boykin that ran in the Wilson Times to mark the restaurant's 50th year in business. Burger Boy appears to be potentially eligible for the National Register under Criterion A in the area of commerce for its association with car-adapted businesses, its drive-up ordering and in-car or parking lot dining, and its location on the highway reflect a segment of the roadside hospitality trend. The building also appears potentially eligible under Criterion C in the area of architecture for its commercial modernist design. That brings us to our last category, schools. Former Atlantic Christian College, known since 1990 as Barton College, is located in a residential neighborhood north of downtown Wilson. The 27-acre historic core of the campus includes buildings from the 1920s through 2012, but the majority predate 1975. The campus plan is organized around a central green space dotted with a few trees, and buildings face the campus center. Modern buildings and structures associated with the college stand outside the 27-acre historic central campus and include a football stadium built in 2024. This site plan shows the contributing buildings with red dots, indicating a high concentration of historic resources. The North Carolina State Convention of the Disciples of Christ established the Atlantic Christian College in 1902 on the former campus of Kinsey Collegiate Seminary, which opened in Wilson in 1897, but closed in 1901. The acquisition by the disciples included the Institute's only building, seen here, Kinsey Hall, which was built in 1897, but demolished in 1955. Initially, the school offered 16 courses of study, including classical, practical, ministerial, and college preparatory. In 1911, Caldwell Hall was built as a men's dormitory. It also was later demolished, but its clock tower survives. Beginning in 1925, a building campaign expanded the campus from 2 to 7 buildings. Among the buildings constructed were Hardy Dining Hall, now the Alumni Center, and the 1939 Howard Chapel on the right. In 1949, the college initiated a building program called Blueprints of Progress that provided for the construction of 8 new buildings. Initially, the school engaged Edward Waugh, professor of architecture at North Carolina State College School of Design, to provide design consultation. In the early 50s, new campus buildings were built in the colonial revival style, including this women's dorm, Harper Hall. And this is what Harper Hall looks like today, designed by Charles C. Benton, Wilson architect. And the brick C.L. Hardy Library also was rendered in the colonial revival style. Here it is today, with just some changes to the windows. With the 2 initial buildings of the Blueprints of Progress completed, the college trustees took a profound turn when they appointed G. Milton Small Jr. and Professor Horatio Caminos to take over the campus building program in 1954. Small was a leading modernist architect in North Carolina who studied under Mies van der Rohe. Horatio Caminos arrived at the North Carolina State College School of Design as a visiting professor in 1952 after fleeing Argentina during the Juan Perón regime. With the announcement of Small and Caminos, the trustees and building committee decided that a new type of architecture would be desirable in the future construction of buildings on the campus. Signaling the school's embrace of modernism, the building committee felt that contemporary structures, which reflected the spirit of our time, would serve as the best background against which to educate young people. Southern Architect described Small's first two buildings, the classroom building and the administration building, as the beginning of a long-range program to change a small school of dilapidated buildings to a large modern college plant. With Small as architect and Horatio Caminos as design consultant, the two-story steel, masonry, and glass classroom building, finished in 1956, contained 24 classrooms and 18 offices on 2 levels. The 1956 administration building was attached to the north end of the Colonial Revival style Hardy Library, built just 5 years earlier. You can catch a glimpse of it right at the right edge of the image. Both the classroom and the administration buildings received North Carolina AIA Awards of Merit in 1961. The campus continued to grow in the mid-50s. Charles Benton designed the steel, brick, and glass Moy Science Building, which was finished in 1956, but has been altered with stucco at the exterior. Under the next president, Dr. Arthur Wenger, who took over in 1956, the school continued the building program with Hackney Hall, a modernist men's dormitory completed in 61. Small again served as architect, along with Joseph Boaz, who joined Small's architecture office in 1955 and taught in the School of Design from 1960 to 1967. Here's this building today with replacement porch railings. In 1961, the North Carolina Society of Architects selected the 4 buildings, Moy Science Building, the Administration Building, the Classroom Building, and Hackney Hall, as the most outstanding examples of architecture on a North Carolina college campus. Hackney Hall received an award of merit from the North Carolina AIA in 1962. More modernist buildings, most designed by B. Atwood Skinner, would follow, including music and art buildings in 63 and 66, Wilson Gymnasium in 66, Hamlin Student Center in 68, and 3 dormitories in the late 60s and in 1970, Hilly Hall, Waters Hall, and Wenger Hall. The firm of Skinner and Lamb, formed after George Berry Lamb joined Skinner in 1961, designed the nursing building in 1975, and this building, Hackney Library, in 1977. Enrollment expanded in the 1960s and early 70s as new undergraduate programs were introduced. In 1984, the Graves family donated the Georgian Revival-style William Graves House to the college to serve as the President's House. In 1990, trustees voted to change the name to Barton College to honor Barton W. Stone, the founder of the Disciples of Christ, and to distance the institution from evangelicalism. The football program, which was discontinued in 1950, was revived in 2021, and a new stadium was built in 2024, just east of the historic campus. Atlantic Christian College appears potentially eligible for the National Register under Criterion A for education and Criterion C for its collection of collegiate colonial revival style and modernist buildings. And finally, the Eastern North Carolina School for the Deaf. The Eastern North Carolina School for the Deaf occupies 75 acres on the north side of US 301 North. The school shares a parcel with the former Eastern North Carolina Sanitarium, which was a tuberculosis hospital. The campus is well landscaped with abundant trees, shrubbery, and lawns. Richard Moore, a landscape architect from Raleigh, designed the grounds. In 1960, a committee visited the North Carolina School for the Deaf in Morganton to explore expanding the facility. Senator Joseph Eagles of Wilson, who served on that committee, urged the development of a second school in Eastern North Carolina instead. In 1961, the General Assembly approved a school for the deaf in the East, and Governor Terry Sanford assigned the board of directors the task of choosing a site for the new campus. They looked for a centrally located site in Eastern North Carolina, a site close to a university or college to facilitate the training of teachers for the deaf, a community eager to have the school, and a property at a reasonable cost, preferably donated. Local politicians lobbied to locate the school in Wilson, and the Eastern North Carolina Sanatorium offered to donate 36 acres ensuring the establishment of the new school in Wilson. Administrators at Atlantic Christian College embraced a cooperative program for educating teachers of deaf students. In 1965, a single self-contained building of 52,000 square feet was completed with B. Atwood Skinner of Wilson as the architect. School began in 64, but the building wasn't complete, so all the students started at Morganton and moved over to Eagles Hall in April 1965, when the building was finally complete. 88 students enrolled in kindergarten through 8th grade started school in this Skinner-designed building, and it was named Eagles Hall for Senator Joseph Eagles. It contained classrooms, dorms, a kitchen, dining area, a gym, and a library. The red brick and precast concrete building features a truncated hipped roof and concrete wing walls spanning the north and south elevations, where full-height windows are framed with aluminum. On the north and south sides, enclosed breezeways connect to linear and parallel wings that originally held dormitory rooms. The design centers on a grassy courtyard that served as a playground when windy weather prevented students from going outside the building's walls. So we're looking at Eagles Hall there, and you can see the courtyard at the center of it. In 1965, Skinner described the thoughtful design he had for the building. Every corridor has light in it, light from above, either natural light through the skylights or artificial light. The children spend all their time in this building, except when playing outdoors or in the infirmary and the administration building across the way. Consequently, I wanted a lot of light to keep them from feeling closed in. When the school opened for its first full year in August 1965, the campus contained Eagles Hall and 2 other buildings that had been repurposed from the sanatorium next door. The former Patients Building, and here's a picture of the intact interior there, and the 1943 former Nurses Building. In 1968, the Patients Building was renovated and expanded with a new wing attached by a narrow hyphen. The building includes classrooms, dorm rooms, a gym, a kitchen, and a dining area. By the time the 1970-71 school term started, McAdams Hall was completed. The Skinner-designed building accommodated 120 students and included classrooms, dorms, a library, gym, and indoor pool. And in 1979, a high school was added to the campus, with the first students graduating in 1982. Other buildings were added to the rear of the campus in 1982 and 97. The school currently serves children in grades kindergarten through the 12th from the 54 easternmost counties in North Carolina. The Eastern North Carolina School for the Deaf appears potentially eligible for the National Register under criterion A for education and social history and C for architecture. Thank you all. I know that was a lot.
Are there any questions, comments?
One question about the Atlantic Christian College. You said originally Terry Wall was consulted. Do you know any more about that? I mean, I know he could not stand colonial revival architecture.
I know.
I would love to do the design.
Right. I have to confess that Jennifer Martin surveyed the campus and did that research. And when I was reading that, I had the exact same thought, because he was the head of schoolhouse design for the state, and everything he did was modernist. So I suspect that was coming from the university and perhaps, or the college, and perhaps he was the one who initially began to encourage them to switch to modernism, and maybe it just took a little while. But I think that's a great point, and I agree.
I'd like to make a comment. What stood out to me was the gentleman who designed the American War Mothers Memorial. All of his other work, that was really incredible. It's great to see that kind of.
Yeah, and I just want to point out that all of his other work is, so much of it is already on the National Register because it's all part of historic districts. So it seemed a little odd to talk so much about him and all his buildings and then not have more than one property associated with him on the study list, but that's because they're already on the register. So
I did have a follow-up question to that. Was there any consideration about women's history for the war memorial? Because it's the mothers. I mean, it was a women's oriented organization.
That's a good point. Again, that's a property that Jennifer investigated. So I'll ask her. Yeah, I think that's a great point. Did we all talk about that? I don't think we did.
We tend to try to identify the most likely path to listing and we tend to follow that one. So I think that's what we had identified what seemed like the most likely path. I don't think we explored a lot of secondary paths, yeah.
I do think that's a great point. Yeah.
Beth, do you have any other comments on this from Wilson?
I just want to say thank you to Cynthia for giving us that presentation and also to Cynthia and Jennifer for their really good work on the survey. And I might add, Cynthia touched on this briefly, but those of you who've been on the committee for a little while might remember that Cynthia and Jennifer also recently surveyed Tarboro and Edgerton County. And that was, it was almost like the first phase with a continuing project that they've worked on in Wilson, whereby we're doing a resurvey of Edgecombe, Nash, and Wilson counties as part of the CCX intermodal terminal development. And the Department of Transportation is funding those 3 countywide resurveys. So last February, you saw Rocky Mount, which was done by the consulting firm RGA. So now we finished the 4th piece of the puzzle, and we've got 2 more. Rural Nash, which just getting started, also by RGA, and then Rural Wilson will follow the city of Wilson survey at a later date.
Ready to vote? Is there a motion to accept recommendations? Dr. Green, okay. Dr. Harper, will you second that? Okay. All right. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Josie said aye. All right. That motion passes. I'd like to take a 5-minute break, if you don't mind, to stretch legs and bathroom visit just after lunch, and then we'll convene at 3:10, give or take.
Okay. Yeah.
Is the next one up?
I think so. If you want to give me some. We need a mouse, there's a mouse right here. Pretty soon. Today, lots of hours. I can tell you. Trying to get it. Sharing it with I was like, I tried to kill him. No, just keep it on. Yeah. I know you talk about it. I think it's one of the really hard. Critical. Jumping. Because that's so. Means that y'all. Yes, but that's not the information. Yeah. And that's for any
Yeah. Regrade.
Yeah, I know.
What's it just saying? Which is a little different. It's not that long. I have to. It's it's different. You do everything. First one, yeah, it's outside. Did you ever definitely appreciate you being nice to me.
Yes, sir.
I mean, I know it's, you sit down and you think.
Yeah.
Go on the school business and I'll be anybody tells you. I can do some.
I understand. No problem. No problem.
I think we have to have fun.
And I might help you.
Sure.
I would really. I can't say. You love those happenings.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a class and then
It's almost.
same sausage. Yeah, I know it's keeping.
I think, I mean,
What's that? Yes. A lot.
And they're trying to. That's why we all.
Rarely. Things are all listed out. Hated this stuff. This is all the buildings. We've already- Oh, that one, yeah, I want to. Maybe the staff will pick it now. That's the line. Place above it. Yes, it's not dang very often. They all work with someone. The nominating company, it's not on the place. Yeah, how. Meeting live. Second Thursday. And it's going to be here also. It's nice to be in the same room. I think, yeah, socialize a bit.
I think.
Sound.
Yeah, it's a little Salisbury based. Where you at in our zone? We love lunch. To me, it's like the. It's almost. Easy to get around.
Is there a technical problem? Okay.
They have a lot more secular fashion than. Yes, exactly.
I did the same thing that I just did today. Special count.
Been sort of slipping in terms of population compared to everybody else. I mean, Macon County is the largest city in the States. I think they just have slipped down. Nothing behind Durham now. There's someone else behind it. Because they're just not kind of growing. Big, no, big, quickly, nothing. Nothing. Yes. There's part of it where you say, step aside. Be the tradesman, support. You know, I tell folks my best attributes. We finish your training. Is on the. So we get an Amtrak stop. I know now these guys talking about what Charlotte has in terms of but
Okay. I'd like to reconvene, please. We are on to our next presenter, Ms. Beth King.
This property is consideration today, and this was the Sutherland Methodist Church. It was formed in 1854, and the congregation says that the current building dates to 1885. It's located in rural western Ashe County, in an unincorporated community along the North Fork of the New River. And so to get to this, you can either drive through Tennessee or Virginia. It is very hard to get to it via North Carolina. It's right on the edge of both states. And the church sits on a hill in a valley below the peak. The peak is a little bit washed out in this photo, but you can kind of see it in almost a grayscale there above the church. And that's the highest mountain in Ashe County. It's roughly 5,000 feet. The church is a vernacular Gothic revival style building with a tapered belfry, king post ornament, and stained glass windows with triangular heads. And the interior walls and ceiling are sheathed in chestnut and hemlock, and there are oak floorboards. And really the only change to the interior of the church is carpet and upholstery on the pews. Sutherland Methodist Church appears to be significant under Criterion C. It's an important example of widespread trends in religious architecture throughout rural Ashe County in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. During the 2006 Ashe County Comprehensive Survey, over 50 churches were identified. Most of these consist of simple front gable rectangular buildings with entrances in the gable end, a single aisle sanctuary, and subtle Gothic revival stylistic influences. So all of the characteristics of Sutherland are very typical of church architecture in Ashe County. And compared to some of these churches, in fact, most of these churches, Sutherland Methodist retains fairly high integrity of materials, design, and workmanship, including its exterior and interior wood siding and trim and its wood windows. The only significant change to the building is here on the exterior. And you'll see a gable roofed portico over the entrance. This was added to the church sometime after 1979. That's the last photograph that I have that does not show the portico. And it was in place before the 2006 Ashe County survey. In contrast, many of the other churches have synthetic siding ranging from asbestos to vinyl, and many have replacement windows. So our staff recommendation is that we do think this should be on the study list for its significance under criterion C. And that's all from me, unless you have questions.
Questions? Okay. Hannah? We will continue.
Everyone's a do. So stop, just stop. Is that? Oh. Okay, so here, and then I'll go back here. Okay. Busy. We had to switch power. I think I'm doing it right. It share the power. I just pulled up. Right? Okay. There and then between the world. Do you know what this is?
Yes.
Why should I reach her? Okay.
That looks great on this end. Thank you.
Okay. Of my properties, the first one on the agenda, the Buxton Hill Historic District has been pulled from the agenda, so I will not be presenting that one today. But okay, so my first property is the State Highway Division Garage, and this is located in Buncombe County. And it is a little bit southeast of Biltmore Village and Asheville. So its location is indicated by the red arrow. And this one probably will look familiar to several of you. We did consider a study list application for this property in June of 2025. And the initial application argued for significance under criterion C for architecture. But staff determined the fairly standard industrial buildings had a better chance of conveying significance under criterion A for transportation, and asked the applicant to explore that context further. So this application did that. So the property is associated with the State Highway Commission's reorganization under the 1931 Road Act. Following a decade of investment in highway construction, the commission's responsibilities shifted to maintaining and improving the statewide network of nearly 57,000 miles of roads, taking over maintenance responsibilities from the counties. Asheville served as the headquarters for one of the state's 5 new administrative divisions. The others were located in Tarboro, Fayetteville, Greensboro, and Statesville. And it served 21 western counties, maintaining approximately 12,000 miles of road. So this facility was a motor equipment repair depot for servicing of road maintenance machinery from around 1930 to the early 1960s. So looking at the complex, most of it dates to circa 1931. There is a machine shop and attached auto repair shop. This auto repair shop had a 2-story front block that was apparently demolished sometime between 1966 and 1978. And then there is a small tire warehouse and a storage building. And this was another storage building that was demolished sometime around the 1960s. So looking at the complex a little bit closer, the buildings were damaged, the buildings were flooded during Helene with 2 to 3 feet of water, which caused limited damage. Although the office area was the most impacted, and I'll show that to you all in a minute. The complex does have very good overall integrity of materials with most original windows, siding, and open floor plans intact. So this is the machine and auto repair shop. Here's the interior, so you can see in that top right-hand corner, the office part that was damaged a bit. And the trusses remain intact above some plastic and ceiling insulation, and that's a common treatment among all buildings within the complex. Here's a better look at the auto repair shop portion. And here's the other auto repair shop that had the 2-story front block missing. And a tire storage warehouse. And the storage building, which again has some similar treatments to the other buildings in terms of the interior finishes. The application identified the complexes for the other 4 divisions from this period. This is the one in Fayetteville, and it has grown through the years to include as many as 20 some buildings. But it does have some earlier buildings from the same period as the subject property. So that building in the middle there is from, I believe, the 30s. Then in Tarboro, this is probably the closest comparable property with several of its original buildings still intact. And this is the one in Statesville, which only has 1 building from the larger complex intact. And this is the one in Greensboro, again, only buildings remains today. So staff recommends adding the State Highway Commission garage to the study list, likely significant under criterion A for transportation. Okay, my next property is the Dilling Cotton Mill, and it is located in Cleveland County. It is located in the northeast of downtown Kings Mountain, marked by the red arrow on this map. A little bit of background history. The cotton mill was established in 1894 by Frenno Dilling, and the following year, the building doubled in size due to increased demand. Dilling was involved in the company until his death in 1924, and the weaving department expanded in 1925. By 1926, the company added a separate rayon weaving plant on the site, but maintained cotton production in the older mill. The business was renamed Dilling Mills Company in 1933 to reflect expansion into the rayon market, and was the 2nd largest mill in Kings Mountain, but closed in 1936 due to their outdated looms. Phoenix Mill bought the mills in 1936 and called it Phoenix Plant Number 2. Then by 1945, Burlington Industries purchased the property and continued to produce cotton yarn, but that closed in 1982. And this image shows the cotton mill in the foreground, and the rayon mill is right behind it. So the current complex includes the 1894 and 1895 cotton mill with several smaller additions from circa 1894 to circa 1965. There is a circa 1900 sprinkler house that is attached to a circa 1960 and 65 warehouse, a circa 1950 water tank, and then the 1926 rayon weaving plant and the 1924 cotton warehouse next to it were both demolished circa 2023. So let's take a closer look at the buildings, starting with the cotton mill. This is the south elevation of the cotton mill, and you can see the two main sections from 1894 and 1895. It has load-bearing brick walls with plaster. Windows were removed circa 1960 and infilled. And around 1960, the southwest end wall, you can see here, was covered with a new brick end wall. And then there are several 1- and 2-story projections dating between 1894 and circa 1965. So you can see some of those here. Then some additional photos of this elevation. I think this is maybe the 1950 edition that you see shown here. And this is maybe the circa 1894 edition too. Then moving to the views of the east elevation and the north elevation. The interior retains original floor plan features and finishes with wooden posts and beams. This is, I believe, the upstairs, second floor. This is the circa 1960 to 65 warehouse. The sprinkler house. And the water tank. The complex appears to be significant under criterion A in the area of industry or historic association with the textile industry in Kings Mountain in the late 19th and early 20th century. It is the most intact of the city's numerous cotton mills, the majority of which have been demolished. There are at least 12 textile plants built between 1880 and 1920, and at least 7 of those were demolished. And extant are the buildings historically associated with Kings Mountain Manufacturing Company, Enterprise Mill, Cora Mill, and Sadie Mill. So those are shown in the black dots on the map. And the subject property is this one that's starred. 3 of these 4 additional remaining mills were heavily altered by the mid-1900s with construction of large additions that mostly obscure the form, design, and materials of the earlier buildings and no longer reflect the textile industry in Kings Mountain during the late 1800s and early 1900s. So this is photographs of the Kings Mountain Manufacturing Company, Enterprise Mill, Cora Cotton Mill, which you can see just a smidge of the earlier appearance in that photo. And the Sadie Cotton Mill has good overall integrity, but it's a smaller mill. It's 1 story. And the construction fell later in the history of textile mill development in Kings Mountain. So it didn't have the same impact on the town's early industrial growth. So of the 5 extant textile mills in Kings Mountain, the Dilling Mill best embodies the earlier period of the textile industry in the community, and staff recommends adding it to the state study list, likely significant under criterion A for industry. Okay. So next I have the Peacock Town Historic District. This is located in Henderson County. And it is one of 3 historically Black neighborhoods in Hendersonville proposed for the study list. At this meeting, the city surveyed 5 historically Black neighborhoods. 2 of those are gone, Black Bottom down here and Brooklyn. And there were 2 other areas that were known to house Black residents, the Gray Hosiery Mill area and Plum Nelly. And both of those are mostly gone at this point. So of the 3 remaining neighborhoods, all proposed for the study list today, we'll first look at Peacock Town, down to the south here, then move to West End Historic District and the Harris Street Historic District. This primarily residential district includes houses built between the 1920s and 1970s and includes craftsman, ranch, minimal traditional, and late Queen Anne styles. A very small portion of the district was formally platted in 1925, but no formal plat has been located for the rest of the district. A newspaper article from 1935 refers to J.B. Peacock, who had homes for sale in Peacocktown, which is likely the origin of the neighborhood name. Residents of the neighborhood worked as maids, janitors, cooks, laborers, among other professions, and residents worked in the historically white neighborhood north of 3rd Avenue, which forms the northern boundary and served as the dividing line between the two neighborhoods. So this is the proposed boundary map, and this is 3rd Avenue along here. Along the edges of the district are several notable resources, which I've highlighted in yellow, and we'll take a look at those first, moving counterclockwise, starting with Pilgrim Funeral Home. Okay, so this is the Pilgrim Funeral Home, which operated from the 1940s through 2002 and was one of the largest and most significant businesses in the Black community in Hendersonville. This is the Star of Bethel Missionary Baptist Church, which was constructed in 1952 and was the 3rd church building for this congregation, which was established in 1873. This was a nursing home that was later converted to apartments. There's one concrete block commercial building in the proposed district. And this is the Landina Guest House, which was built circa 1955. It's this building here, I believe, behind this residence, and was advertised in the Green Book from 1960 to 61. And it was owned by the Landrum family, and they served meals, provided lodging, and recreation with a juke joint in the basement. In assessing the rest of the district, there are pockets of historic resources with fairly good historic integrity, although common changes include enclosed porches, altered siding, and window materials. However, there has been a lot of recent demolition, leading to vacancy and infill, particularly in the center of the district, along 1st Avenue West at the south end of the district. So we'll look at a sampling of resources from each street, starting with North Whitted Street. And these are some resources along 3rd Avenue Northwest. Here are some along 1st Avenue Northwest, so that southern street within the district. You have some later infill and some material alterations that you can see. And these are some more buildings along 1st Avenue Northwest. Here's that Landina Guest House. So now getting to the problem area, unfortunately, at the center of the district, you can see in this 1949 Sanborn, there was quite a concentration of dwellings and I guess a church here as well. Here you can see them in the 1951 aerial, still there, which is not surprising given the 2-year difference. And then there's still a concentration of buildings, particularly in this area, in this 1940 or 84 aerial. So this is the current aerial. So you can see where there's a large area that was demolished, unfortunately. And I did my best to create a map that visualizes the loss and the recent infill within the district. So this red X means that there's non-contributing recent infill that would post-date the period of significance. The red boxes mean it was demoed after 1984 and is now a vacant lot. And then the green boxes mean they were historically vacant, from what I can tell. And the question mark indicates that the building was there in the 1950s, but lost before 1984. So it's unclear whether it was lost within the historic period or not. So looking at Jones Street is this street right here in the middle. These two buildings appear to have existed within the historic period, but these two buildings that are at the north end of the street are new builds where there were previously buildings. And then this is looking at the corner of Geneva Street and North Oak Streets, where we have a large vacant area. It's unfortunate. We can't really see what's going on here, but there's 3 buildings that are fairly intact along. This is Geneva Street from that earlier cluster of buildings, but otherwise we have some loss and some new construction there as well. So although Peacock Town is important to the Black history in Hendersonville, staff determined that due to loss and infill, it no longer has the requisite integrity for listing, and staff does not recommend adding Peacock Town to the Peacock Town Historic District to the study list.
And I, not to influence what happens here at all, but it was just interesting to go through this presentation because all of those places, I know the Waters family has deep roots in Henderson County.
Really? Yeah.
So if you were talking about Star Bethel Church, my father almost became the senior pastor of that particular church. And about Pilgrim Funeral Home, just talk about Mr. Pilgrim, who I knew was also the grandfather of a current sitting United States Senator. I won't name the name, but this community, and the argument that we've been making for the history of African Americans in that region of the state is just one of those things. This one really resonated with me.
Certainly. And, we, in talking about these districts, we always want to get to yes if we can. And so we tried to see if there was a possibility. But staff unfortunately felt there was just too much loss, particularly at the center of the district, in order to create a successful district. However, there may be opportunity to look at some of these really significant properties individually and see whether those might qualify as potential individual listings. So
thank you.
Yeah.
Got a quick question. Sure. Is that community still a Black community? As there's no infill, could it still be considered a Black community?
I don't know the answer to that. I don't know. I visited, and as I was walking around, I saw a few white residents out in their yards. So I don't know that it is still necessarily a Black community, but yeah. So I'm not sure exactly, but it sounds like Dr. Waters does know the answer to that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so any other questions about? Sorry, go back. Any other questions about Peacock Town at this time?
I had one question. You mentioned the possibility of individual listings. Are there potential candidates for that in Peacock Town?
Well, I think there's interest from the city in potentially doing a survey that focuses, the first survey was not done in coordination with our office. And there's interest, from what I understand, in potentially seeing about doing a survey in coordination with our office. And as part of that, one of the things that we could look into is seeing if there are individual properties that rise to the top.
Can I ask?
Yeah, absolutely.
Hannah has 2 more things to show us of this nature from Hendersonville, so she's not quite done with this material. But the city of Hendersonville took upon themselves to do this survey, and they discussed it with Hannah and I, and we were very encouraging of it. It's certainly something we would love to see happen in Hendersonville. But they did pursue it on their own steam, and we were not formally involved in any way, although they kept us abreast. So when we received these study list applications, that was the first opportunity for anyone in our office to review the material. And like Hannah said, if they take the step of doing something more formal where our office reviews the material, we will have the ability to say, hey, have you thought about this church as a potential individual?
Right.
But we did not have the opportunity to influence what we received for this meeting, but in the future, have input to broaden some ideas of what to do here.
Certainly appreciate you all's work on
Yeah.
this. I'm curious, was the publication of Happy Land, has it driven some of the, which is the novel, and I'm trying to remember the author's name, and I know that's been the big community read.
Is it a jump?
It is a woman, I can't remember her name right now. It's escaping me, but it's kind of a novel that is a historic novel based on the Kingdom of the Happy Land, which is in that county, which has not been really surveyed as well. So it's just interesting to see this kind of bubbling interest in doing this in Hendersonville, and I got a feeling that might be driving, which is a good
I
thing.
think that Kelly and I have been working quite a bit in Saluda.
Yeah.
And some of the same people who've been very helpful, and eventually you'll be seeing our study list presentation for that community, but the folks who have been very helpful and instrumental in walking us through the Black community in Saluda have very strong ties to Hendersonville.
Okay.
I think that part of Polk County, those folks
Yes, that's
did their business in Hendersonville. They didn't go to Tryon or Columbus, they went into
Okay.
the next county. And so I know Kelly has met some people who are very tied into this project as well as what we've been working on in Polk County. So I think there's a lot of opportunity for further conversation.
Oh, yes.
More formal relationship.
And I don't think, I'm not questioning the decision here. I just the presentation and just knowing that there's this interest in movement on some of these things in Henderson County, I think is important. So I appreciate the work that you all did.
Ask a question, were the boundaries, did they establish those potential boundaries? Or did you guys get feedback on what, if you could maybe carve out smaller
Yeah,
areas?
so I did have a little bit of consultation and walked through the potential districts with the consultant. Initially, I wasn't aware of all the loss and the changes, but encouraged them to at least put in a study list application so we can have that conversation and see whether there's a viable option. I don't know that there is.
The left side looks like we got almost mega concentration just skirting around that
Yeah,
core area.
I think it would be tough to create a boundary without having a large donut hole in the middle. However, perhaps I noticed, where the Landina guest house is, there's two residents next to it that residences that have letters in the gable end and a different color brick. I don't know what the story is behind that, but certainly that's something that could be investigated further as part of survey, and maybe that's a small district. I don't go ahead.
And I didn't have the benefit to sit in on staff review because of other things going on that day, but the guest house, like, just as a recollection, we did the Green Book. Big, statewide context, and we have it in PDF. Is that a Green Book property?
It is a Green Book property.
Okay, so that may be another path potentially.
Certainly, and that's one, I believe, in talking to Beth, that they weren't able to get a lot of information, or they weren't able to get inside of there.
The field work in Henderson County through from this first was surveyed. And when I asked them to return and survey the guest house, they said they're. So knowing that this was happening, I was hopeful that we would catch up with that through this, but that was something originally thought of for the study list, but it wasn't surveyed.
So potential opportunity.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. Any other questions about Peacock Town?
I just wanted to add that the author of Happy Land is Perkins Valdez, I believe. Hyphenated name.
Yes, that's right. That's the name.
Yeah.
Remote.
So then moving to the West End Historic District. Again, still in Henderson County. West End is this neighborhood up here in the north, the northwest. And here is the proposed district map. It's another primarily residential district and includes houses built between the 1910s and 1970s in craftsman, ranch, minimal traditional and colonial revival styles. And the proposed district includes portions of two known subdivisions from 1914 and 1925. Residents worked as cooks, orderlies, janitors, maids, grocers, among other professions. And there were a number of small businesses throughout the community. Yeah, sorry about that. This is the right one. There were a number of small businesses throughout the community, including barbershops, rooms for rent, cafes, and a cab stand. And this building functioned as a store for many years. However, it's not clear at this time, based on current research, whether any of the buildings that house these other businesses still remain extant. Other notable buildings in the district include this Masonic Lodge, built circa 1964. St. Paul's AME Zion Church was built in 1993 to replace two earlier churches on this spot. One was from 1880. The other was from 1920. And although this would be a non-contributing resource due to age, it's interesting to note that the bricks from the 1920 church were used in construction of this current building. The proposed boundary includes the site of the 6th Avenue School, which appears to have been demolished during the historic period. The historically Black 9th Avenue School remains north of the district, but has been altered and is attached to the newer Hendersonville Middle School.
Just as another.
And also adjacent to the proposed district is the historically Black cemetery, but it is listed already in the National Register as part of the Oakdale Cemetery National Register nomination. Like the previous district, there are pockets of historic resources with fairly good historic integrity, although common changes include altered or enclosed porches, new siding, and window materials. So here are several buildings along North Oak Street, North Whitted Street, Prince Drive, and 7th Avenue West. And unfortunately, there has been a lot of recent demolition, like we saw in Peacock Town, leading to vacancy and infill, particularly at the south end of the district. As you can see, this is 1949 Sanborn. There was a high concentration of houses and other buildings. In here, you can see it in a 1951 aerial. So you have the school was still there at this time, and then we have several buildings on this now vacant area. Possibly some vacancies along this area, but there was still a lot of historic buildings in here and in here. You'll see Sam Mills Road, I don't believe was a road at that time. I think these are vacant lots. Because all of those buildings are more recent. Here's what we see in 1984. So the school is gone, but you still see several buildings in this area. And there's some vacancies here now. And Sam Mills Road is still mostly vacant lots. And here is what we have today. You can see there's unfortunately a great amount of loss. We have a few buildings that are gone here now for a parking lot for, I believe that's Pardee Medical Center. You have buildings along here that are new infill. So unfortunately, there is a great amount of loss. And like I did for Peacock Town, I tried to visualize it. And again, the red X's show where there was either a vacant lot or a historic resource that was lost, and now there's new infill. The red boxes show where there was historically a resource that was demolished in more recent times, and now it's vacant. And then the green boxes show historically vacant properties. So here are some images showing that southern part of the district. This is along Sam Mills Road, or Sam Mills Street. This is 7th Avenue West. You can see there's some vacancy and some change in materials. And then we have these really lovely little craftsman homes at the southern part of the district, but unfortunately they're just they're cut off by vacancy and loss. So the West End neighborhood, again, is important to Black history in Hendersonville, but staff determined that due to loss and infill, it no longer had the requisite integrity for listing, and staff does not recommend adding it to the study list. And then our last potential historic district in Hendersonville is the Harris Street Historic District. There's Henderson County again, and it is the easternmost of the 3 districts we'll look at. This residential district includes houses built between 1900 and the 1970s, and includes Craftsman Ranch and a single shotgun house. Several residents worked as cooks and laborers, among other professions. And on this 1949 Sanborn to the left, the circled buildings comprise the south end of the proposed district. The neighborhood historically extended further south of the proposed boundary, but there has been a lot of loss over the years, and buildings that remain from the historic period south of the boundary have very little historic integrity. The buildings at the north end of the Sanborn map were replaced by a 1965 public housing complex. The neighborhood also used to connect to the once thriving Brooklyn neighborhood to the north, but Brooklyn was replaced by an urban renewal neighborhood called Green Meadow in the 1960s. And the 2 areas are now divided by Highway 64, which forms the northern boundary of the proposed district. So this is the 1951 aerial. You can see the southern end of the district in that circle, that red circle. And then this is the 1984 aerial, where you can now see the public housing complex, the north. And the public housing development consists of 26 multifamily houses, virtually all 1-story brick veneer side gabled buildings with recessed entries in one of 4 designs. One additional building, the one that is at the top right, is originally functioned as a daycare for residents, and it is now a community center. Here are some representative views along 5th Avenue East and Harris Street. This is the one shotgun house. And some houses along South Walnut Tree Street. So that the application notes that public housing displays the impact of urban renewal on the Black community in Hendersonville, but along with several scattered public housing units across the city, there are other large concentrations of this same era and appearance of public housing near the other 2 proposed districts. So it's unlikely that those found in the Harris Street district would be significant by comparison. And again, while this neighborhood likely has very important stories to tell about Black history in Hendersonville, staff does not recommend adding the Harris Street Historic District to the study list.
both due to loss and that it does not appear to rise to the level of historic significance needed for the National Register, unfortunately. Does anyone have any questions about those before you, or should I just continue to move on? Yeah.
The demos, we don't know if that was all public demolitions or private, right? Is the city doing demolition of supposedly neglected or
Yeah, apart, are you talking about?
properties in the past 2 or 3 years? I mean,
It's-
do we know what the cause of the demos were?
In recent years, you mean? I do not know the cause of the demos, unfortunately.
I just want to say this is difficult because we've looked at 3 separate districts, proposed districts here, and none of them on their own really rise to the level where they need to be. I don't particularly like that situation. I understand that's the reality. I wish there was a way to get to yes here.
Yeah.
So what I'm hearing though from both you and Beth, I mean, inferring a bit here is that you're not saying that there's no path forward. It would just require some additional coordination with the NCR.
I think we may not be able to find a district that is workable. But it's possible that there are pockets, maybe smaller districts that could be researched and found to be have a stronger potential and possible individual properties.
We normally have so much more opportunity to respond to certain products and to help shape city lists that come out of certain, but because the city of Hendersonville has, and I want to be clear that I highly commend and appreciate the work the city of Hendersonville did and the commitment they had to doing this project. So I hope it does not sound like I'm making a negative comment, but because it was their project and we did not have a formal relationship, is it fair to say that you sort of received these study list applications one day and you didn't necessarily know they were coming?
Oh, I didn't know they were coming. There was a little bit of consultation initially, and at that stage, there wasn't an understanding on my part anyway about the loss and the infill to that, to the extent that we have now. But
Just to help the group too, when they did their survey work, did they create a report as is our usual habit, or was it just sort of it arrived like this as some of their deliverables?
So we keep using the term survey, and not to get too in the weeds, but this was more of a reconnaissance level survey. So traditionally in a survey, we create survey files, we have a survey report. I suspect there probably is a report for this project.
there is one, I believe it's on their website. Okay. The Historic Preservation Commission's website, but it was not done with our office, so we don't
have any filings as a result of this project, and that's why we never were
Right.
reviewing anything.
Right.
The deliverables for this project were completely for the city of Hendersonville's use and not for our.
Right, so I guess what I'm getting at, and I too don't want to make a negative comment because it's not meant that way, but just as for context, we did not have benefit of all the information we normally would have had it followed our regular protocols. So I'm wondering if a more supplemented report or whatever they produced thus far could act as a context to get some other directions here. Or some other opportunities.
I would even say it is unusual to get study list applications from a reconnaissance level survey.
Yeah.
That's typically a step that occurs during a comprehensive, full on survey.
Yeah.
And so the fact that this was a reconnaissance level survey, maybe we don't have quite as much information as we would like to.
But it gives a foundation for
Yes.
more work, is what I want to share.
Certainly, and we didn't have survey files for any of these districts previously, and now as a result of these study list applications, we do, but there's certainly opportunity to learn more about the resources and see if there's any other potential study list properties or districts.
Can I ask a
Johnson?
question?
Wait, oh, sorry. Yeah, go ahead, Josie. Yes.
Should we conclude from the 3 districts that you don't recommend listing that there is not a smaller district within those that you might recommend?
Yeah, that's a great question. So at this time, we have not identified a strong potential smaller district. You know, I know with the West End district, there's a good concentration toward the north end of the district that has some fairly good integrity and kind of holds together. That might be the one that kind of sticks out to me. Although we didn't, you know, as a staff, we didn't recommend going in with a smaller potential district. So, you know, that's certainly a good consideration, Josie, and something that may work. But you know, at this time, given the information that we have, staff did not find it to be a viable district.
Right. I guess what I'm noting here for the benefit of the group is I have memories of times when you've seen a study list district and you have been clear to us what the applicant suggested the district boundaries would be, and you've said, these are the boundaries we suggest instead. And given that there isn't a clear smaller boundary that you guys would recommend, it sounds like you would have done that. You would have told us if you saw a pretty viable smaller boundary.
Right. Yeah, and like I said, I think, you know, in my personal opinion, the only the one that stands out to me as maybe being a potential is in the West End, where we have a good concentration of buildings with a good amount of integrity. However, you know, I don't know, staff did not proceed with thinking about a smaller boundary and recommending a smaller boundary at this time. So not to say it's not potentially gonna work. I don't know the answer, but the staff consensus was that as presented, we didn't see a potential path forward.
Thank you.
Dr. Johnson?
I was just gonna say that what the tension here is what you ask, the significance is what you're seeing is what happens in the negation. The significance is that this is the loss that occurs through urban removals and that whole era of redlining, you know, where we get to is something like this. And that is the antithesis of what the committee is set to do, which is to show things that have a positive significance to our history. So I was saying that to say there's that tension, and I'm hoping that there is more consultation with you all, you know, a formal relationship, so that, you know, that reconnaissance level is not going to overcome something like this. And it really takes a lot of effort to be able to glean from what we're really seeing is a beautiful example of the antithesis of Bradell. Here's what happens with Bradell, what we've been able to preserve. This is what happens when we don't. And so I'm saying in the positive, don't beat yourselves up. Yeah. Because you need more information and you need to have a conversation about the goal. What is the goal that will match the level of scrutiny that the National Park Service is going to get. That is what I think communities need to kind of understand, entities need to understand. The level of scrutiny of the federal is intense, and that's what y'all are trying to help folks get to.
Right. Thank you, Dr.
Hannah, one quick question, because I know we still have many other things to get to, but to Dr. Johnson's point, I think from what I'm observing from photos and so forth, part of this is just people are seeing a real estate opportunity and removing older and bringing in newer infill. Is that fair to say?
I would
imagine that's the case, yes.
The city's demolishing.
Or there's current.
Neighborhoods in Winston-Salem with half empty and it's to the city demolition. So they strong arm people into giving consent, even though it doesn't meet the minimum standard for condemning a problem.
So there's a lot of things going on that we don't have benefit of knowing what's been going on, to tell the story here.
Hannah, you have one more? Is that right?
Yes, I do. Okay, my last property for you all is the Honeycutt General Merchandise and Post Office in rural Mitchell County. It is in the vicinity of Bakersville. Its location is shown by the red arrow. And the post office and store was likely constructed in the early 1900s. According to the application, the original house associated with it burned in the 1990s. And there is a shed to the east of the post office and store that apparently housed tobacco. The construction date of that is not known at this point. And as you'll see, the post office and store have a very high degree of historic integrity, both inside and out. The building served the small community of Honeycutt, named for its original postmaster and store owner, William G. Honeycutt. While we don't know exactly when the building was constructed, the post office opened in 1922. The building was an economic and social hub, allowing access to a variety of goods, as well as connection to news and communication from further away. In addition to the post office and general store, the community of Honeycutt included a church and cemetery, Beans Creek School, and a footbridge, and all but the footbridge appear to be gone at this time. So let's take a closer look at the post office and general store, starting with the front of the building, the west side, and the rear. And as you can see, the inside is remarkably intact. This was previously unsurveyed by our office, so it was quite a pleasant surprise when we walked in. And so there are 3 walls of shelving and a U-shaped counter still intact. Here's looking toward the front of the building. And let's see, this is the storeroom to the side. And then additional details showing the post boxes and a shelf with Honeycutt's name on it. And additional details including more shelving and a cash drawer that's under the counter. And some, oh, I might have taken a slide out. Okay, and so in terms of comparable properties in Mitchell County, we have the Penland Post Office and General Store, which was listed in 2012 for criterion A for communications and commerce. It's still used today as a post office, and it was constructed circa 1900 and used as the Bailey Lumber Company offices from 1900 to 1920. And then from 1920 to 1974 as a general store, and as well as a post office from 1934 to today. We also have surveyed the Relief Post Office and Store, which was study listed in 1987. So Honeycutt General Merchandise and Post Office appear significant under criterion A for commerce, communication, and possibly social history. It also appears to have significance under criterion C, as it embodies the distinctive characteristics of an early 20th century combination store and post office, and staff recommends placement on the study list. So that is all I have for y'all today.
Okay, it's a good time to stop, regroup real quick and vote. Are there any comments or questions, discussion on any of the properties? And we've heard for the Western region, we've heard 8. There were staff recommendations to recommend 5 of those for yes for study listing and 3 for no. Anyone care to make a motion? Moved. Joe, thank you. Is there a second?
And just to clarify, the ones that we're saying no to, can we say no, there's, I mean, we're still going to be continued communication to possibly determine if there's some individual.
That's correct.
Okay.
Thanks, Dr. Green. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
That carries. Okay, we are on to central and southeastern regions. I'm looking at the clock and we're at 3:15. We still have 10 properties to go. So we'll do our best to be efficient if we can.
Everybody's got 2 minutes.
I don't want to rush anyone, but just recognizing that.
You got check it. We already did it.
Yeah.
Was that 70?
Yes, that's 8.
Yeah. Once you have to go on specific. So it's probably just.
I understand a lot, like, always. Historic district.
Yeah, because I went over to see when we got that.
Now that you probably get it different.
We'll way that.
Are you all set, Joey?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, Jeremy.
Okay, so good afternoon. I have 5 study lists to share with you. My first study list presentation is the Mount Olive School in Columbus County. Maybe click on everything here, okay. The maps indicate the location of the school in northeast Columbus County, about 8 miles to the county seat of Whiteville. Historic aerials show that it was the site of the former Mount Olive Rosenwald School, a 4-teacher H-type plan circled in red on the 1961 map. And possibly a teacherage or a shop building to the east. The current buildings were erected from 1951 through the mid-1960s. By the 1979 aerial, which is the bottom right, the former Rosenwald School was gone and likely lost when the 1962 and 64 additions were constructed, circled in green. It is unclear if it is only a high school at first and then a K-12 school. At this time, some more investigation could determine that. The last graduating class was in 1969 when the county consolidated and integrated schools. The buildings were then used as storage and maintenance shops, and has been mostly vacant until the church across the street purchased it in 2022, and is used currently by a nonprofit community group, and the rear L portion is for a Head Start program. A plaque on the easternmost building indicates it was erected in 1951 to 52 as the Mount Olive Negro High School by well-known architect Leslie A. Boney of Wilmington. The 4 current buildings are known as A, B, C, and D from the west to the east. A is a classroom, B was administrative offices and classroom space, C is the gymnasium auditorium space, and D were classrooms with the 62 and the 64 additions of the shop and cafeteria. These are floor plans from July 31st, 1969 or 67. It's very detailed, noting which rooms were used for which type of instruction, and also dates of construction, which are hard to see here, but I have some, the next one I think I highlight. So the overlays, the blue blocks indicates the 1950s construction dates, and the yellow blocks into the early 60s. And the last orange section in 1964. Now we'll look at these from the west to the east. Here's the exterior of building A, which was has the lowest integrity, as some walls and doors have been opened and garage doors have been added to most classroom exterior walls that lead to the courtyard. It was done when the county used it for a maintenance facility. Here's some interior photos showing the loss of integrity along the corridor. And the 1960 portion that has kindergarten classrooms, the bathrooms in the lower right. It's kind of like where those two doors come together. Now you can't see the one that's near beside the one with the transom. Building B houses administrative offices and classrooms, and it was constructed in 1953. And on the 67 plan, it's called the secondary building. The office space, and I think the bathrooms in the front section have been reconfigured some according to the floor plans. This building is used by the nonprofit for community space. Classrooms, corridor, doorways, and transoms are all intact. This has good integrity. Little reconfiguration in the front, but mostly looks like classrooms. Building C is the 1956 gymnasium with a classic barrel vaulted form. The interior shows the bow truss system remains intact, as well as the large portion of the stage. So some has been torn off, also due to during the storage maintenance times. Some of the original bleachers are still there. They just have been moved to the ends of the building. Building D was constructed in 1951 with additions in 62 and an L in 64. Also very good integrity, especially considering it was the first building on campus. The rear houses, as I've said before, the Head Start program, which is not accessible to the front portion of it on the interior. So I'll divide the interior photos into sections so you can better understand how they're all grouped together. This is the 1951 classroom portion. The bottom left photo is the front office area with the check-in and a door that leads to an office that also has access to the front entry. Double loaded corridor, original windows. And here we're looking at the 62 and 64 additions from the rear of the property. The garage door with the shop class area and the 1964 portion has a kitchen and cafeteria with a few classrooms, and it's now a Head Start program, which is why we're looking at it from the playground. This is an interior of the shop portion and a vocational classroom and the corridor leading back to the 51 classrooms portion. This has that modern doorway on the bottom right. It just closes off, but that could easily be replaced. This is exiting the 62 classroom section to the short, later enclosed corridor to the 64 section of classrooms in the courtyard. You can see the back of the gym and buildings A and B in the distance. This is the interior of the 64 cafeteria and kitchen. This portion of the building was locked when I was there on the site visit. It was a spring break and they didn't have access. So I got these pictures are from the applicant in the panoramic view. So the ceiling is flat, although, you know, it gets distorted at the bottom and the top. The kitchen is entered through the door at the bottom of the upper right, and the hallway is accessed in the middle of the top photo. So here's one of the classrooms and the single loaded corridor interior hallway on the bottom right with the cafeteria on the left. In the Classrooms were just on one side. The exterior covered hallway has been enclosed, much like the corridor that connects the two portions, 62 and 64. So just some small areas that were like kind of like breezeways are enclosed now. We'll look at some comparable properties in Columbus County. Westside High School in Chadron was listed in the National Register 2022 with the period of significance of 48 to 69. Later was a middle school and utilized as a school longer than Mount Olive. Mount Olive, like Westside, was the site of a former Rosenwald school. But Mount Olive differs that it was also a K through 12 school. Central High School has many non-historic buildings on the campus, and it was likely constructed, and they were likely constructed in the 90s or early 2000s. Cerro Gordo Colored School was study listed in 1995, but now has a later brick veneer and new windows with a loss of integrity. It's also an earlier schoolhouse and not really a contemporary for Mount Olive. Other schools that have been surveyed are from the 20s and not good comparables. Though it was noted in a 1998 county reconnaissance survey, the Boney architecture cornered the market on the schools until the present day, which is now part of LS3P Design Group. So staff recommends approval for placement on the study list under criterion A in the areas of education and ethnic heritage. Any questions about that one? Should I scroll? My second study list application is another school. It's a high school, the Ann Chestnut High School in Fayetteville. Situated in western Cumberland County, off of the busy 6-lane US 401 bypass in Fayetteville, is the mid-century modernist former Ann Chestnut High School turned junior high and currently a middle school. The former Ann Chestnut High School train building, was about a half mile down the road, and the school relocated to this new building in campus in 1958. It was a high school until 1969 when the county integrated the school system. So this is a memorial that the Alumni Association did, and there's a brick walkway with names of former alum and things like that. A lot of community pride. Let's see. In 1958, the school was designed by modernist architect Arthur C. Jenkins Jr. He was prominent in Fayetteville, designing many single-family residences and a few other schools. He was also president of the North Carolina AIA in 1960. So these are some historic aerials showing the growth of the school over time. The two main classroom wing buildings and gymnasium were constructed in 1958. The third classroom wing was constructed in 1961, shown here in the 64 aerial. There was a 61 aerial that you could see it, but it was blurrier than this one, believe it or not. So you can see that I did the little L-shaped wings there in the 64 photo bottom left. By 71, a couple of the additions in the eastern wing, and in the 76 image, the current cafeteria was constructed circle in red. The other portion of the eastern wing was gone, so there must have been some maybe temporary classroom spaces or something like that. But by 1983, the gym was expanded, and as well as ball fields are now visible. So it really just grew over the years. The current aerial clearly shows the three main connected classroom wings. Cafeteria, gym, and ball fields still exist within the large 28-acre campus. The image of the right shows the majority of the buildings were constructed by the mid-1970s. So you can see kind of the three main, the main gray core, and then some later 80s, 90s additions with a white roof. These are views from the exterior of the front entrance. The 1958 double-loaded corridor portion into the 87 circa late 80s, early 90s portion. On the bottom left, one of the connectors of the two classroom wings in the top right had the former cafeteria in the middle, which is now divided into classroom and teacher lounge space. Original bathroom fixtures and some original doors, which is likely the one on the right and later replacement, like the one in the center. One of the connectors to the newest wing is an open breezeway. Also depicted are the enclosed courtyards created by the classroom wings and connectors. This is the third classroom wing. It had several changes over time, but the core, the double-loaded corridor is still there. The gym on the left with the 1976 to 83 edition and the third classroom wing building on the right with the ball fields in the far right and just out of the frame. Here's the front entrance of the gymnasium. And these are some interiors with the stage and original locker room areas. The floor and bleachers have been replaced. The entry vestibule with bathrooms and trophy case. And the circa 1976 cafeteria, which would likely be a non-contributing resource, only connected by a covered walkway. So it's not in addition to the main school building. And this view looks back to the 58 wing from the cafeteria. So here we have a nice drone footage photo from the applicant and a sketch from the 1969 school yearbook. So to look at some comparables in the area, in 2009, there was a Fayetteville Modern Architectural Survey. 35 schools were identified that were built or expanded in the 50s or 60s. Many were elementary schools. The consultants looked at the schools in the then current Fayetteville city limits, and only those with highest integrity were surveyed. Some comparable schools to Ann Chestnut include E. Smith High School, which was constructed in 1955 and is a contributing resource to the Braudel nomination we heard earlier today. And this is still a high school in an African-American neighborhood, though it is slated for demolition. Wilmington Road Junior High was built in 1962 with a 66 edition. And the Ramsey Street High School Hillsborough extension is a sprawling three-wing building built in 1950. It was DOE determined eligible through a historic survey report in 2024 under criterion C, but nothing was mentioned of African-American influence, so my guess is that it was for white students. For these reasons, I think the Ann Chestnut does have significance and stands out among its comparable buildings. So let's see, just some. Staff recommends approval for placement on the state study list for criterion A in the areas of education and ethnic heritage. The period of significance would likely be 58 to 69 when it was used as a high school. And I know there's some people here today that came to hear this one and be good supporters, so I want to say thank you. If you have anything.
Because that's a question I mentioned too, the other two elementary schools that you had in the photos, those were built for African Americans in Fayetteville.
Okay.
And as part of that modern architectural study.
Yes.
Ferguson Easley, that was also included in the Braudel nomination.
Okay.
It was also designed by the architect of Ann Chestnut.
Moving along. Next is my third presentation, and it's the Jefferson First Union Plaza and Jefferson Standard Building in Mecklenburg County. Kind of a mouthful, but lots going on here. The resource is located in the heart of Uptown Charlotte, even though the address is Trans, the main 1971 tower is on the corner of College and 3rd. The white line indicates the current parcel boundary, and the purple line is the historic property boundary and the proposed study list boundary. The complex comprises of 5 blocks constructed over 3 distinct periods. A, B, and C sections were all constructed in 1971. The Jefferson First Union Tower, hyphen, and parking garage. Block D is the 1955/63 and 2005 Jefferson Standard Insurance Building. And Block E, shown here, is the enclosure of the 1990s atrium. The summary paragraph states that the complex is locally significant under criterion A for architecture for its late modern style. The period of significance is 1971. Although the older Jefferson Standard building, the 1955 Block D portion, is functionally related to the 71 construction, the significance of the complex is derived from the tower's late modern architecture. Therefore, the period of significance does not extend back to the initial construction of the 55 building. And that's all from the study list application. So here we are looking at the Jefferson Standard building, which was overhauled in 63 with 3 additional stories, and again in 1972 to align with modernist facilities of the 1971 tower. That configuration is no longer extant, and the building now visually dates to 2005. The historic exterior cladding was completely removed, including the almost entirely brick facade on the south elevation, and replaced with glass, concrete, and a metal curtain wall, as seen here. The project also included a major renovation on the interior and shifted the circulation for restrooms and mechanical systems from the south wall to the center of the building. So as you turn the corner from Tryon down 3rd, you see the setback 1971 12-story hyphen and a 32-story tower appear. The late modernist style, in the late modern style, late modern adapted and exaggerated some modern movement concepts such as repetition, where modern movement eschewed ornament in favor of undisguised structure and material. Late modernism utilized structure and construction as ornament. New formalism style was a reaction to the purely rigid aesthetic of the international style and sought to blend classical forms. Some changes that have occurred to the 1971 tower include the exterior terrace landscaping and wide granite staircase to the lobby. The interior of the basement level was reconfigured to access the new entrance, and I'll show the interiors here in a little bit. 1987 also changed the parking garage, including the east vehicular entrance was closed to allow for new retail space, which is still seen there on at the ground level. Associated storefronts on the east elevation. Several older buildings had previously occupied the site and were demolished for the new plaza designed by Cooper, Robertson, and Partners of New York when they were built in this place. This is the view of the building from the pedestrian plaza. So now we'll move into the interiors, starting with the 1990s atrium, which is Block E. And here's more of the lobby space. In constructing the glass and steel atrium, glazed walls on the first story of the west elevation of the tower and the south elevation of the hyphen were removed to provide a single open lobby space. The flooring throughout was installed at that time. The first and second stories of Block B may have been open historically with the recessed glazed cladding possibly added between 71 and 86. The mezzanine was likely added in 1990, which you can see a little bit in those pictures there. Here's just some office interiors from the tower and hyphen section. And some more from the 19th and 23rd floors. So typical of most office spaces. It has seen some changes over time because it was made to be flexible for the lease tenants. The basement was reconfigured in 1987 in conjunction with the exterior improvements and a new entrance at the northeast corner of the floor. The historic east-west escalator and non-historic north-south border organize the basement. Retail space lines the east side of a corridor and fills the northwest and southwest corners of the floor. Historic travertine wall cladding in the lobby was replicated in the redesigned basement and connector with an acoustical tile. So this is the Jefferson Standard Building, so the Block D, which faces Tryon Street, with the 2005 updates shown. This is what it looks like currently. And here you are to orient you back to how the building is laid out with the sections labeled. This is a 1974 aerial view of downtown, noting some prominent buildings with Jefferson First Union Building in the center. Here's some comparable towers, not really complexes. The Wachovia Center might be the best example of the 1970s modernist tower. But I've heard it's been proposed to be clad and the interior has changed. I'm going to let everyone know we've received guidance from the National Park Service that there is an argument to be made for criterion C and maybe criterion A for commerce, criterion C for architecture, and likely period significance of 1971. I know that one was a lot to digest. It has a lot of moving parts, and seeing it in person is very different from the picture. So hopefully some of you get to Charlotte. Any questions about that one?
Just to say, Park Service says.
Park Service
think
sees
it's
the
okay.
path forward.
Yes.
I'm struggling with the rework of Block D personally. I'm not seeing it, but
Yeah.
the Park Service is who I judge.
So what the characteristics of the building, beyond just the block itself, all the entrance and everything else has been totally changed in the last.
It has. It's changed a lot. Staff struggled with this one a little bit. But you know.
But I have to say, and this because I'm sitting here thinking about the breadth of what you guys looked at today. We went to our little mountain post office general store to this. I mean, it's a real huge breadth, and the scale of this, that's something that I would say would be helpful to get your mind around too, because I think we all were, it's a big building to take in. It is, so.
My next study list presentation is the Robbins Downtown Historic District. All the photos are by Sarah Woodard or the applicant. Situated in northwest Moore County, Robbins is about 16 miles from Carthage, the county seat. It was established in 1795 when a gun and rifle factory was begun along Bear Creek and named Mechanics Hill by the post office until 1843. The Durham and Charlotte Railway was extended through Moore County and came to town in 1899. For the next few years, lots and streets were designed, and the town was named Elise in 1900 when a map was registered with Moore County Register of Deeds, and it changed names again in 35 and eventually became Robbins in 1943. Here's an aerial of the downtown area of Robbins. And those are the main streets. North-south is Middleton Street, which is bisected by the dotted railroad line depicted here, and the east-west street is Salisbury. The red outline is the proposed study list boundary, and the shaded rectangle is the former depot, which was individually study listed in 2002. It's really shaded right in the middle of the red outline. Here's another historic image with a view of 1950s in Robbins, looking southwest along Middleton Street. So Middleton Street's right in the middle, and the depot's on the left side instead of the right, because we're looking south. Growth continued after World War II, and many of the Depression era buildings were updated with large plate glass and masonry veneers. The new Robbins Post Office was built in 1962 in a 64-barrel vaulted savings and loan building illustrated continued investment in town. Growth did not continue into the 21st century as expected. The closure of Robbins Mill, now known as Robbins Deering Milliken Mill, in 1990 caused the population to drop. The mill structure burned in 2008. Some notable buildings along Middleton Street. We have clockwise from the top right, Presbyterian Church, the 1962 post office in the middle right, the 1899 Hipped Roof Depot, and a WPA 1937 municipal building, a former bank, another 64 former savings and loan, now the City Hall, and the former dormitory for Elise Academy. The school no longer stands, and this is used as a funeral home today. Some additional ones going down to East Salisbury Street, clockwise from the right is the former 1960s Fry's department store, a bank circa 1990, a theater on Salisbury Street, a grocery store is the bottom left in South Middleton, and some commercial buildings, another theater in the Buff Brick building on the left, and two more commercials. I think one was a hotel on the top left. So now we'll just look at some street views. This is North Middleton, south towards the railroad. There's just a little bit of the post office on the right-hand side. And once you crest the hill, you see the railroad tracks are in front of you and the depot on the left. And the town hall, the former 1964 bank buildings on the right, just out of the frame. The study list for this district really is centered around the rehabilitation of the former 1937 WPA municipal town building to house several nonprofits. Staff didn't think this particular would be eligible by itself, so that's why we're looking at it as a district. So kind of like what we were talking about before, sometimes look at districts and we change them. There's usually a lot of talk before we even get to study this, sometimes trying to get to yes. So hopefully that will happen. More streetscapes, the South Middleton Street, west and east side. And due to fires in the 1930 and 33, the businesses and residents within the district are primarily built between 33 and 40. The intersection of Middleton and Salisbury streets has been compromised, and the buildings along Salisbury have lost integrity. Therefore, this is the proposed study list boundary. It also does not cross over Elm Street to include the church or Elise Academy. The former school was demolished, and now the 1950s elementary school is on the site. In conclusion, staff recommends the Robbins Downtown Historic District for approval for the state study list under criterion A for commerce and transportation. The application also included government, but since it's not the county seat, that's not likely a strong area of significance. And possibly the period of significance is likely 1899 when the depot was built to 1964, the dates of the buildings and the district. My last study list presentation is the Cardinal Park in Moore County. So staying in Moore County, just moving further south, situated on the west side of US 1, about 8 miles from Southern Pines. Here we see an aerial of Cardinal Park where the proposed study list boundary is a 37-acre recreational facility with a 9-acre lake. The proposed boundary line is the current parcel owned by Mr. Capel. His father, Felton Capel, started the park in 1963 for African Americans to have recreation, swimming, and relaxation during segregation. The area on the right shows the extent of the lake and the other parcels around it. The pink shaded area is as Pine Bluff jurisdiction. There's also a dam on the west edge of the parcel boundary, circled in green. If placed in the study list, the boundary would likely need to include portions of adjacent parcels. Here's a close-up of the map with signal sources numbered by the applicant. The highlighted orangey ones are outside of the historic 50-year mark. The park consists of several buildings that are single-story, 5 picnic shelters, an original motel and bathroom facility and camping sites. So we have, I don't know if y'all can see it, but number 1 is the motel and it faces US Highway 1. And then 2, 3, and 4, like as we move back into the lake. Just wanted to know. My apologies. So you can see the dates there and we'll kind of run through them as we look at the buildings. This is the main building you see from US Highway 1. It's the former motel and is the motel with a former jazz and nightclub addition in the 1970s on the south or left side with the picture of the truck. So that's the south end. I think this building could have started as a 1950s era house that has been added onto and transformed. Formerly, it had a flat roof and it changed to a side gable in the early 1970s. The motel part is concrete block construction. The red front door has Julissé door or windows. And the bottom photos are inset portion of the upper photos where the 2 men are standing. So it kind of juts in where the entrance is along it's a very long linear building. Here we have the historic photo on the right, shows the early change to the side gable roof as it stands today. This is the jazz club portion at the southern end of the motel building and enclosed the stage area juts out there. This is the rear of the motel building that overlooks the lake. The upper right photo goes into a kitchen area and an office. And that end is where the former jazz club is or was. Here's inside an updated motel room and bathroom. The configuration of the rooms is the same, but the floors and fixtures have all been replaced. This is the front portion of the motel that possibly used to be a house with porch enclosed maybe. There's photos and items from Felton Capel all over this portion of the building showing his life and how prolific he was in the community. The left photo is him with Muhammad Ali on the wall. There's also a photo with him and Michael Jordan playing golf, and Sam Jones, an NBA player for the Celtics, was at a family reunion at the shelters in the 70s. And this goes to a back room that had the jazz club with the stage. It's the inset brick area with the mirror. The photo on the right shows the original dance floor still intact. The club leads to another small room with a bar and a kitchen area that goes into the office. It looks like it's kind of frozen in time almost. The application noted he was very instrumental in the civil rights movement for desegregation in Southern Pines area, including the movie theater and a golf course. He also helped start the Cardinal Club in 1963. It was a civic organization that raised money for the community and provided scholarship at the Sand Hills Community College. This is the view out the back of the motel building to the 1988 shelter at the far right and the 2020 shelter converted to a bar area down by the water. It's seen through the trees there. The bottom left shows the view towards the 63 basketball court, as though it's been resurfaced, and a 67 or 68 volleyball court beyond that. You'll have some other pictures, you can see it later. This is shelter A. The left photo was constructed in 68 and the entrance to the park on the photo on the right, with a bathhouse and restrooms just beyond it in the background. It's the original concession stand building that was built in 1963. The restrooms or bathhouse building was constructed in 1964. Shelter R was constructed in 68, and I'm unclear about the garage door when that change might have occurred. This is the original 67 or 68 volleyball court area and the non-historic 87 shelter for the later addition. Just beyond the volleyball court is the stage with lots of picnic space and campground area overlooking the lake. The top right photo is looking back up the hill to the motel building. The narrow road leads to the other side of the lake, seen on the far right, for more beach and campground areas. And there's a non-historic gazebo on the lake. It's very picturesque, and it's a very hot day, but it was really nice to be there. Staff recommends approval for placement on the study list of the Cardinal Park under criterion A for entertainment and recreation and ethnic heritage. The period of significance would begin in 1963 to the 50-year mark. It was in operation, though limited, until 2000. The current owner started it again in 2020. So I really liked having this one as an application. It's just different type of properties you don't always get to see. Yes.
It's not bad too. The name Maple sounds familiar. You probably think the right things to basketball player. So Belton Maple, he was in the Fayetteville State. So the athletic complex is made for him. This time, Coach Jeff Maple is a graphic Fayetteville State that he right there, and then the sons and grandsons, Jeff and Jason Maple, are his grandsons that played at Duke in Carolina. They were my neighbors. Yeah, that's my own. They married, Sharon Saunders married Mr. Cable, that's his wife, and we grew up on the same street. He's a little older.
They coach at Pittsburgh.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay,
It's like his mom.
any questions for Julie? We'll continue on. Jeff, I believe you're next.
We're gonna do a switch, I think.
Oh, we're gonna switch, okay.
Yeah.
Managers. If I step away. If I step away.
If she's still on.
I've got a 6:30 appointment or meeting, dinner meeting. I've got to get back.
Yeah, I think we're okay.
Josie still. Greg, can you, Josie, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. I'm with you.
Under Josie, we just want to make sure you're able to stay on for purposes. Mayor Clark needs to depart.
Yes, I can stay.
Okay,
Thank you, Josie.
Thanks.
Yeah.
That's all individual hosted.
She's the one
One
else.
they presented.
Yeah, you can use Long time since I've been. I know that's right. Wait. Good afternoon, everybody. We're almost there. The study list application I have for you today is for Salem Academy. Located in Winston-Salem, the county seat of Forsyth. The parcel, it's a 57-acre tract, which encompasses Salem College and Salem Academy. This is the academy in its original iteration. And this is one of the more clear floor plans, which again show you've got a central block along with an east and a west wing. The 25 primary resources that comprise Salem Academy and College are spread across 57 acres of land flanked by Salem Square on the west and Salem Avenue to the east. Salem Academy itself occupies a 7.66 acre tract at the northeast corner of campus, facing away from the college. So this is that central block, which is not all fit in one frame, unless you're standing in Guilford County. This is the, okay, so there was a, and you'll have to excuse me because my computer ate my script. And so I'm living here. But this is the last edition, which was done in 1971. It's fairly, well, it's linear for sure, but it's fairly flat, you know, one plane. There's not many projections. There are a few, and they do, despite all the changes, they still harmonize as one architectural thought, I guess, or style. And it is on terrain that's kind of tricky to manipulate. It sits at the top of a hill. And this picture in the lower right is looking towards Old Salem, down a ravine, I guess, for lack of a better word. But they tried to create these pleasure grounds in the 19th century with walking trails and rose gardens. So we're going to go inside now. These are all common spaces. And mind you, the building was vacated in 2020. Yeah, so they're just, it's kind of like Cynthia said earlier, it's like, you know, you've caught somebody in the middle of a move. So we're just gonna look at some really uninspiring public spaces, corridors, stairwells, ballrooms, dance halls, whatever you want to call it. And this was the eventual, this was the final floor plan with the 1971 edition and 1956 edition, which was, again, they all had this colonial revival style to them, finished in Flemish bond, glazed headers with parged foundations. They had coved cornices, multi-light double-hung wood window sash, as well as slate shingle clad roofs and gable dormers. The building itself, the initial section, dating to 1930, was designed by prominent architect Hobart Upjohn, based in New York. He designed the initial section of the 4-year prep school for girls, and the Fogel brothers in Winston-Salem constructed the building, funded by members of the Fries family. Again, the first edition was constructed in 1956. It was designed by the Winston-Salem architect Lashmet, James, Brown, and Pollock, which was part of the Northrop Grumman, sorry, Northrop and O'Brien firm. And then the last edition was designed by Lashmet, Brown, and Pollock. Again, the interiors, although the room use has changed over time, the floor plans are intact, and most of the character-defining features remain. Some of these features include hardwood floors, plaster walls and ceilings, molded door and window surrounds, as well as paneled doors. So on the left, you see the college, an aerial shot, which shows primarily, you know, like I said, a wooded tract with parking in the front. And for those of you who know Old Salem, that's God's Acre to the north. And then the image on the right-hand side of the slide is the tax parcel. Okay. Despite sharing a campus administration, a campus itself, and a board of trustees, college and academy have operated and thrived since 1930. The academy vacated their home on campus in 2020, and despite this, Salem Academy, the entity, continued its mission within this Salem Academy and College umbrella institution. So the consultant or the applicant recommended the building eligible for the National Register at the local level of significance under criterion A in the area of architecture, and the area of criterion C in the area. I'm sorry, y'all. In the area of education for under criterion A, and then criterion C in the area of architecture, as it embodies those character-defining features of the colonial revival architectural style. The suggested period of significance is 1930 to 1971, which marks the opening of the academy up to its final years, or final addition to the academy. And I have other, but due to the interest of time, I will forego it, and since I don't have a slide to accompany it. Any questions?
Yeah, the academy started in 1772.
Oh, yeah, it's, well, I mean.
This was a later building. They shifted and split from the college operation.
I could think it, if I remember the application, the school was consecrated in 1855 by the General Assembly. No,
It's always been private, it's run by the Moravian Church.
Well,
1772, the Girls' School Academy, 1880s, they started offering college classes. Became a college as well as academy, and then eventually segregated the two parts. So the high school would be here in the academy, and the rest was all the college. And they're still, as you say, they're operating about the same things, but this is the building that was obviously built later. They had the back road. Still under the Moravian, I think the Moravian control ended in the 60s. So I'm kind of curious how they can do it, because I say the school dates were much earlier. And it's, second question I have is the condition of the building. They supposedly closed it down because there was such bad condition. Did they mention anything about that? Have been concerned about the condition? We saw some paint peeling about that. There's a lot worse conditions to it that they couldn't.
Paint peeling
anymore.
is, I mean, yeah, it's.
Well, they said there are millions of dollars of repairs to be made, to even stay in the building. I'm kind of concerned about condition here too, but we didn't see anything that indicated that.
Maybe I can answer the condition. We study listed and even listed buildings with collapsed roofs. I'm not too concerned.
Well, it doesn't really, I mean, to me, there's some integrity and condition.
I don't know if any
Peeling paint is, I mean, if it's been vacant for 10 or,
Yeah.
6 years now.
That was always just paint. We didn't see any more. Okay, not as bad as I thought it was.
The other thing I wanted to mention is I suppose this is, I know it's not a church, but the idea of an ancient church congregation having existed, but it continues to switch out buildings, the building itself, and can be, because that's the home of that institution.
Yeah.
I mean, is that a fair way to consider this?
I'm still having a hard time wrapping my head around that, Ramona, actually. Umbrella organizations and then entities operating within that, like business units. I can think of it like that. That's what makes sense to me, but that's my business background, not, but I mean, I think that's the same thing goes for, like you said, a church.
Well, we just saw what was Atlantic Christian that started in the 20s, and we're looking at 60s buildings.
Yeah, the questions, I think those about condition, I'm alone, so a lot of the Zoom calls that they have every couple months. Condition wise, it seemed like it was being for maintenance. It was like electrical systems, there's asbestos concerns.
And that was where that number came from, is upfitting and scientific organized. In terms of the umbrella, my understanding, probably know better than me, so you don't have to play better than me, is that it's been the academy and college one institution since like 1900 or something like that. Well, 1772, but the call, when it became Salem Academy College.
College classes are.
When they came in,
1880s.
it was, yeah, like in the, whenever they started their college, so they officially, it was originally the academy. It was just the academy, they were, yeah, just a little. And in terms of, there's a little girls' school, started offering college courses in the 1800s, late 1800s. I think in the turn of the century, it became officially Salem Academy and College. It changed from just Salem Academy, or just the school for girls, to the college and the academy as one unit. And then in the 30s, my understanding is they basically outgrew the existing buildings. The college and the academy occupied the same buildings on front campus, which are now associated with the college, including main hall, Sable Sisters, all of those buildings that remain extant and associated with the college. And this is just hey, we need more space. Is that your understanding of that?
And then there's the academy outside of the campus.
But they would still operate together.
Yeah.
And they still have one board, one president.
Yeah, and I mean, according to the
Like I said,
application,
nothing else.
They've always operated as a single.
yeah, I mean, the students from both institutions used all the buildings on campus, so, there may be a unique relationship, I don't know. So,
They should be buildings, I think until they built the big role in main hall originally, until the 30s about that. And now they're back in June squad.
But the sister's house, main hall, is all the match.
They're not in the national landmark. So the campus is not listed, main campus isn't listed, so the college campus is
Part of
listed.
it is.
No, it's not.
I do it now, so I know.
Oh, you do? Okay. Well, from what I know, it's been study listed in DOE, but not, if it's in the NHL, it was not.
It's in the NHL.
Probably, oh yeah, probably single sisters at the front.
Everything along church.
Yeah.
Single sister.
But this was excluded from the National Historic Landmark.
They didn't want the rest of the campus included.
Right, it's not a national register, that's.
Any other questions? Sorry for the subpar presentation.
Oh, fine.
What happened, but my VPN. Anyway.
Who is presenting? Oh, that's okay. Okay, so we have one more in central and southeastern region, and then we're down in the home stretch. Appreciate everyone hanging in.
And Mr. Chair, just for purposes of the recording for Sarah, when she does the minutes later at 4:10, it's now a couple minutes later. It's 4:12. At 4:10, Mayor Newell Clark left, but we still maintain quorum.
So I'll just say before the PowerPoint gets started that I'm filling in for Sarah today, so she's at Anderson's graduation, but this is her presentation script, so I'm just talking, but she did all this. Yeah, it should be, yeah, that's it. Okay, so this is the proposed East End Historic District in the town of Wake Forest in Wake County. And thanks Michelle and Paige and Wake Forest for being with us today. Here's the location of Wake County. You all should know it well. And this is the Wake Forest location in northern Wake County. And then here is an outline of what appears to be the most viable boundary for this East End Historic District. This is located to the northeast of Wake Forest's core downtown business district. This is a historically Black neighborhood. The neighborhood was and is a lot larger than the boundary that you see here. It spreads northeast and south of these red lines. However, over the years, the introduction of newer houses and destruction of older houses which of course were brought about through a variety of pressures that we're all familiar with, eroded the historic building stock of the neighborhood. And so this boundary is what appears to be the most viable way to move this proposed district forward. Wake Forest, the town, traces its roots to Wake Forest College, which opened in 1834 on the site of and in the buildings of a former plantation. In 1840, the railroad arrived just to the east of the old campus. Over time, as the college grew in the 19th century, college faculty began building houses along Main Street, North Avenue, and South Avenue. In 1899, In 1899, a mill and mill village were constructed to the north of the college in that small highlighted area that just appeared. And in the meantime, following the Civil War, an African-American community began coalescing around the town cemetery, which you can pretty clearly see there in the green. This Black community established Olive Branch Baptist Church in 1865. So today, East End is situated to the east of the railroad tracks. Here to the left is the railroad, and beyond that, through the trees, you can see a house that's in the Wake Forest Historic District. Our subject district is to the right. The small white house to the right is the Ailey Young House, an 1875 saddlebag house, and the cemetery is located straight ahead. The house was not moved. This is where it was built, and it helps to illustrate how the community grew around the cemetery from its very beginning. These are houses on the south end of the proposed district. As we move around the district, you'll see a wide spectrum of vernacular houses across the range of dates. The Alston-Massenburg Community Center, which is located to the right, replaced an earlier community building. This block has been the heart of the community historically, but it's also seen the most change over time. The area around where the community building has been the location of the town's first public school for Black children, the site of the Black Fire Department. It's been the site of the only Black swimming pool in the area. In each case, the local institution was closed when it was merged with the corresponding white institution, and Black constituents were folded into the white institutions, leaving these Black institutions behind. You'll see a lot of cemeteries in these photos. To the left is the white, historically white town cemetery, which started as the college's cemetery. And this area also includes the family cemetery associated with the white family, which is a African-American family. I'll try to say that one more time. The white family cemetery is a place where African-American people are buried. Also the Olive Branch Baptist Church Cemetery is in this area. And Olive Branch is that 1865 Black congregation that I told you about on a few earlier slides. To the right, adjacent to the community center, is a sizable African-American cemetery. The oldest marked grave in that cemetery dates to 1904, but the cemetery is believed to predate that marked grave. These are scenes from the northeast corner of the district. And this is a look at the center north part of the district. This is Olive Branch Baptist Church, an 1865 congregation and a 1955 building with a 1980 steeple. And we're back to the northwest corner of the district now, which is close to where we started moving around. And then the staff recommendation here is to add this to the study list as a good candidate for the National Register under criteria A in the areas of community planning and development, social history, and African American heritage. There are some similarities to the neighborhoods that Hannah showed us in Hendersonville. The most important difference that our staff sees here is that these resources are sufficiently concentrated in blocks around this group of cemeteries so that there is within the boundaries that were shown what appear to be a viable district with a sufficient concentration of resources. And in contrast to some of the neighborhoods we were looking at earlier, this neighborhood has not lost its center so that there's not a hole in the middle with a ring of resources around it. And so this was a situation where after a lot of work with the town of Wake Forest, with Michelle and Paige, a boundary was found within what could conceivably be a larger, the community would probably consider a larger area, but this was the boundary that really concentrated on the surviving historic resources. Yes, ma'am.
So the center being the cemetery, you mean?
Yes.
Okay. If you could go back to what slide with the map, cemetery, with the map, you know, the lot lines.
All the way at the very beginning.
The lot, yeah, the one with the lot lines. Yeah, so that on the south-ish side of the cemetery, there's a whole row that's cut out. Is that just because there's vacant lots there, or why?
Michelle, would you mind if I called on you for that?
I do not mind.
Thank you.
Oh, you're not Sarah. I know you're not Sarah.
That's, he's trying to have me. Oh, I'm Sean Michael, and one of the historic preservation planners for the town, and this is Paige Redmond, who actually offered the study list application. But that is East Pine Avenue, and so the north side of East Pine is either vacant or non-contributing. But the south side is very much intact. So we didn't want to lose the south side because that's our side.
Thanks. Thank you.
Any other comments, questions, discussions for Beth?
And I know you're not Sarah, but I mean, just as an observation, so I understand about Pine, but we're also including what appear to be 3 vacant properties off to connect the district. So I don't know, I would still love to see on those other 3, at least the first one, it felt like there could be an elbow-shaped cohesive district. The second one, and as Laura noted, potentially to the north. So I don't know, it's tough. This one's definitely more cohesive, but
There's been a lot of consultation with Wake Forest staff, and in fact, I think the first time that Michelle and I talked about this, I think I was still had territorial responsibility for Wayne County, which was 7 years ago. So
I've been there for 12 years. I've been trying to get this done for 12 years.
So do you all, Michelle and Paige, have any response to what Mr. Butler
to be clear, I didn't offer that to poke holes in this. It was more just to use as an example for thinking about the other place.
So the lot directly south, Wright Street, at the cemetery, that's where the Ale Young house is. So that whole site, and then the 2 lots south of it that join the Spring Street, that's all town owned. And we are developing a park around the Ale Young house on those 3 lots. So hopefully that will bring the whole community in the neighborhood together.
Is that right there, Michelle?
And while she's going up there, I just want to say our office has supported Wake Forest with the Ailey Young House for several certified local government grant projects around the Ailey Young House.
Yes. And if you all weren't doing anything on June 20th, you're welcome to come to Wake Forest for the Ailey Young House between 1 and 5. Paige and I will be there giving tours and celebration teams.
Thanks very much to Wake Forest staff for the lift.
Okay, we are through the central and southeastern regions. We've heard presentations for 7 properties. Staff have recommended all 7 of those for addition to the study list. Anyone care to make a motion on staff recommendations? David Bergstone, thank you. Second for Joe Opperman. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, we are in the home stretch. We're down to the eastern region with 3 properties.
Greg, that or? Yes, there's. There you go. It's the project on our hands.
Y'all, home stretch. I have 3 study list applications for you for the eastern region. My first one is for the Taylor Swenson Historic Memorial Cemetery. The cemetery is located in rural Greene County, northwest of the town of Snow Hill, which is that big blue blob that you see there. It is situated in a primarily agricultural area along Griffin Road, west of NC 56. You can see all the agricultural and just wooded properties. The Taylor Swenson Historic Memorial Cemetery is a 2.05 acre African-American cemetery containing approximately 200 burials. The marked burials date from 1900 to 2020. Ground penetrating radar has confirmed the presence of several unmarked burials, which according to the study of this application are potentially associated with enslaved or formerly enslaved persons. The Taylor Swenson Historic Memorial Cemetery was originally part of a property owned by John Wesley Taylor, a prominent local farmer and slave owner. According to local history, Taylor began allowing enslaved and later formerly enslaved persons to be buried in a half-acre cemetery on his family's property during the mid-1800s. We don't have an exact date, so I'm not sure where that mid-1800s falls, but it could be before the Civil War or after. I'm not sure. The cemetery was known by several names, including Taylor's Place, Taylor's Farm, and Taylor's Cemetery. No records or burial markers from this period survive. Taylor died in 1901, and in 1904, his nephew sold 25 acres of land, which included the existing cemetery, to Lewis Swenson, who was formerly enslaved. Lewis Swenson's brother, Burl Swenson, was one of the founders of Invitation AME Zion Church, which is located about a quarter mile down the road from the cemetery. The cemetery became associated with the church, kind of informally, and many members of the congregation and the Swenson family are interred in the cemetery. And these are just some overviews of the cemetery. Since the cemetery is privately owned, there was no infrastructure in place to maintain it. The members of the AME Zion Church, Invitation AME Zion Church, kept it clean for many years, but as the congregation aged, maintenance became irregular and the cemetery eventually became overgrown. And this is a picture from around 2020, I believe. So the cemetery is in there somewhere. A major cemetery restoration and cleanup project was undertaken in 2020, spearheaded by the applicant Leonard Swenson. Mr. Swenson has also completed extensive research about those buried in the cemetery and created a cemetery directory and map to report the locations of marked and unmarked burials in the cemetery. So there's a directory on the left-hand side that keys to the cemetery map that Mr. Swenson put together, and the Cemetery Association as well. There's a nonprofit group that is dedicated to the preservation and maintenance of the cemetery.
Lauren, I think my site's working okay today. Does it say never again?
Yes, that's a picture of that overgrown. So it's at the bottom is this picture showing the overgrown, and down there it says never again, and the basically a commitment to making sure that the cemetery is maintained, preserved for the future. All right. In 2025, the Taylor Swenson Historic Memorial Cemetery Association installed a large granite memorial to honor those buried in the cemetery that do not have a headstone. And this was picked up by the local newspaper, and there was coverage on the local news stations. Originally, it was just to mark those who didn't have a headstone, but it kind of evolved as these things do. So now there's also like records for people who are not buried in the cemetery, but are associated with someone buried in the cemetery. There's also markers for, I forget what else is down there. Yeah, veterans, if they don't have a marker, if they're a spouse of someone, there's just different symbols to indicate what they're looking at. So this is a really great tablet. It has so many different names on it. And again, a lot of this research was done by Mr. Swenson and the association. Okay. Burials in the cemetery are arranged in irregular north-south rows with no particular organization. Markers generally consist of upright, reclined, and flat headstones made of marble, granite, and poured concrete. Rectangular and arch forms are most common, and poured concrete vaults are concentrated in the west and south. portions of the cemetery. And you can see those in the upper right and bottom left photo. Iconography is relatively simple and consists of religious and natural motifs. There are also several vernacular stones found throughout the cemetery. The two on the left are more of the high relief engravings. And then the two on the right are two of my favorite vernacular headstones, which have very sweet carvings. A few of the markers are broken. They were broken by heavy machinery that was required to clear out the cemetery, but there are plans, some were broken beforehand. But there are plans to restore the stones, so like the one you see in that upper right hand corner there. Since we, when we look at cemeteries, we have some additional criteria. I just want to run through that really fast. Bulletin 15 gives us the criteria we use to evaluate properties for the National Register. According to the bulletin, certain kinds of properties aren't typically eligible, and this includes cemeteries, but those properties can be eligible if they meet certain criteria called criteria consideration. The one for cemeteries is criteria consideration D, and that indicates that a property can be eligible if it derives its primary significance from graves of persons of transcendent importance, from age, from distinctive design features, or from association with historic events. So staff, when we were looking at this, kind of explored all those different areas and avenues for eligibility, dating to the mid-20th century or the mid-19th century, at least in terms of known burials. The Taylor Swenson Historic Memorial Cemetery does not represent a particularly early cemetery in Greene County, so it wouldn't be eligible for age. We also looked at it for landscape and funerary art, that's a hard word for me to say today, and found that it didn't really rise to a level of significance in that area either. We also did research. Mr. Swenson sent me a really wonderful database. He has a really cool interactive database on their website that keys to every known burial and also some of the speculative burials. They kind of know people were buried there based on obituaries and death certificates, but they don't maybe know where they're buried exactly. So he has a great database, and I went through all of the information in that database to see if anyone buried in the cemetery would rise to a level of transcendent importance. Unfortunately, that research and then the research I did as well found that the contributions and the accomplishments of those people interred in the cemetery don't rise to a level to warrant National Register eligibility. And this is a picture provided by the applicant of Dr. Ruby Swenson Munchinson, who was named National Teacher of the Year in 1976 and received her award from Gerald Ford. It's very cool. But so all these accomplishments doesn't mean that these accomplishments aren't important, but it just means they didn't rise to the level set forth for the National Register. So then we looked at history to see if this would be a good resource to represent the history of the Black community in this portion of Greene County. So just a reminder, predominantly the people buried in the cemetery are the Swenson family members as well, or at least the known burials, let's put it that way. The Swenson family members, members of the Invitation AME Zion Church, and also members of the surrounding community. And GPR did confirm the presence of unmarked burials. And again, Mr. Swenson has done deed research and has found that people on their death certificates and in obituaries are being buried in the cemetery, but we maybe don't have a marker for them. So we know that there are unmarked burials, but we don't know exactly in most cases who's buried where and when those burials date to. Bulletin 15 does give us some language that I'm going to read for you about his properties or cemeteries that are eligible for their historic associations. Quote, a cemetery associated with the settlement of an area by an ethnic or cultural group is eligible if the movement of the group into the area had an important impact or if other properties associated with the group are rare, and a few documentary sources have survived to provide information about that group. There's no doubt that after post-emancipation, settlement in this area by African Americans had a significant impact on the area. But that bulletin also tells us that if there are other extant historic properties that better convey the association with that group, then the cemetery may not be eligible. So I did a search of HPO's database. There were very few resources reported in Greene County that were associated with the African American community, mostly schools, Rosenwald schools for the most part. I did some additional digging and found that there are unreported African American churches, schools, fraternal lodges, and Veterans Association buildings that could potentially represent the history of the African American community in this part of Greene County, that just haven't been surveyed yet. And even though cemeteries can provide us with some information about a cultural ethnic group, Other historic resources like schools, churches, commercial buildings, even residential areas could potentially provide better information about the active professional, social, and domestic life of the community. And even though those resources in Greene County are largely unevaluated, they could potentially provide a more comprehensive historic narrative than the cemetery would. So I really tried. I looked in all the different directions, but after a very thorough evaluation, looking at it from as many angles as we could, staff just felt that the Taylor Swenson Memorial Cemetery did not meet the qualifications for criterion consideration D for cemeteries as established in Bulletin 15. But it's still such a wonderful project, and I do want to, give Mr. Swenson as well as the Cemetery Association so much praise for what they've done. I was so impressed when I got there that they not only had it cleaned up, which is amazing. Just seeing what it looked like in 2020 was startling, and to see how much work they put into it, but also that Mr. Swenson and the association have done so much research to identify people buried in the cemetery. They've done GPR already. They've got a cemetery directory and a map, which is amazing. They've already done so much work, and they're such great stewards. I really wish we had a Mr. Swenson and as many dedicated people to take care of all of our cemeteries in Eastern North Carolina as the cemetery has. But we unfortunately do not get some qualifies for National Register under criterion consideration D based on the standards set forth by the Park Service. So, any questions I can answer? I do want to note that we have a representative of the
This week's okay was the best day. I didn't even know we were gonna be on this list because I had heard that staff did not qualify us, which, I'm sitting here and I'm totally confused by that because there are some slaves buried out there. Taylor, we didn't even know that Taylor was a white person. It's so old, and we found out that he is, and he sold the land to the Swenson family. It was always called Taylor Cemetery. But when we found out that, Taylor was white and he sold it to our family, we kept the Taylor Swenson name to this. In that case, my grandfather is buried there. And Aunt Ruby Murchison is my dad's sister, and I often wonder why she didn't name my aunt after her. And I mean, my grandmother there. Well, she must have gone and saw how bad the cemetery was. Because, and I know she did. She was that type of person. And so my goal is to have her body soon and laid to rest with her husband, see my grandparents. So maybe next time, I don't need, maybe you can explain that to me later.
Well, with cemeteries, the National Park Service, it really has to rise to a high level. So a lot of cemeteries do not qualify. And like I said, we try and look at them. We always try and get to a yes, right? We're always looking for the possibilities. And right now, based on the information that I had from Mr. Swenson, I didn't see, I know that that's like part of the history is that there may be enslaved burials there, but we don't have confirmation. I know we may never have that confirmation because these things didn't get back. Yeah. World War II. I know we have World War II. We have World War II all the way through. No, we have Civil War through Korean. Is that right? Or to Vietnam? For Vietnam. That's what it is. It's veteran. There's, I went through that whole day. It's just again incredibly impressive the amount of work he's done. It's got it's key to all of the census records and death records. It's amazing. He has photographs. It's such a great resource. But looking at the criteria for criterion consideration, criteria consideration B, it just didn't rise to that level, and we really did try to look at this from all angles. But I'm happy to hear your thoughts on it. If you have questions for me about eligibility.
I have a couple, unless anyone else would like to go first. I've made these comments in the past when we discuss cemeteries. So my first comment is that in many cases, cemeteries are the only property type that are associated with the Black community, particularly for the antebellum period. There simply are no other properties. And not until post-bellum, post-emancipation, do we get community churches and the congregations where there may be an extant building. So my first comment here is that I'm not at all bothered by the cemetery itself. It may be, its recent history doesn't bother me. The patterns that are there are compared to other cemeteries, maybe not unique, but they are a distinctive design feature of African-American cemeteries. The marker types, the actual lack of markers in themselves is not unusual. That's a fairly common pattern. So I'm troubled by, I acknowledge all the National Register criteria. I understand that very well. And I know cemeteries are ordinarily not eligible. But in this case, as in others, when I've made these comments, I do feel like this one, I don't see any harm by listing it, putting on the study list. It's just my personal opinion.
Any other questions, comments? I do have a question that goes to something Chair Patch said, is the lack of documentary sources. If I do think there's oral history around enslaved burials, there won't be any document. Correct? Is that fair to say?
That is very fair.
So, in terms of, and I understand we have the rules to follow, but that's something that I keep playing over in my mind.
Yeah.
And I don't have a vote here, of course, but.
And I'm not sure, again, our database didn't have an extensive number of African-American resources, and that might be, do you know off the top of your head, Beth, when Greene County was last surveyed?
I believe that the comprehensive survey was in the 90s. It was when Betty Ray McCain was our secretary. If anybody remembers which years she was secretary, it happened
During Governor Hunt's.
So it's been a minute. It's been now 30 some years since that survey was done, and I'm sure it was as comprehensive as they could, but we all know that sometimes during those surveys, we don't pick up all those resources that aren't of immediately apparent to be eligible. So I don't know about other African-American resources in this area specifically that might date that time period. Like I said, I did some Googling, and you're right, most of the resources I found were post-emancipation, would have been post-emancipation. We do know based on the oral histories of this property that Mr. Taylor was likely allowed burials starting in the mid 1800s. I don't have a closer date than that, unfortunately. So I don't know if that was pre or post Civil War. So that's kind of why, based on the information we had, we were using that to look at the criteria and make an assessment. So.
Question, kind of a bigger question. Does this organization or anyone's like it, do they ever lobby to have these rules changed?
It's funny you should ask that, because Lindy is trying to call me to talk. He's listening. He lives in Atlanta. And we talked about that, after he left the cemetery, and I was like, gosh, I don't know, because our cemetery is our organization is really unique. It went from about 15 people. Now we have over 300 in 4 years. And we won an African American national based on Lenny, and I can't remember the exact name, but we recognize nationally for our history that he has gone back and done, and especially with the cemetery. You can walk up and see the name inside the grave. So it's very unique, and I appreciate what you said. We just have oral information from Texas.
To answer your question then about the rules, there's been lots of discussions about how the National Register treats various property types. And this is just my opinion, is that cemeteries have been seen as so ubiquitous. How do you call through it? How do you sift them out? Having said that, and if our state archaeologist were here, I think he would say this, and Dr. Waters certainly knows, you'd be stunned to know how much of my daily life revolves around cemetery protection.
Yes.
More than I ever anticipated. And that has a lot to do with our high development status in our state, the circumstances under which this cemetery was recovered from Mother Nature. So there's been a lot of discussions around this, and Mr. Bergstone flashed a sign that is something that's been on my mind. Is a state program for recognition of historic cemeteries that is untethered from the National Register. Tennessee, Indiana come to mind as states that have a state program that is not a National Register oriented, but it has its own status under state law. In Indiana, you get a sign, you have to order it, but you get a sign, you get on an official list and so forth. And one other thing we can offer, ma'am, is if this is not already on site forms, aside from this discussion, but if this is not already in our cemetery database, we can also say archaeology would like to connect you with them, make sure it will be, we have a cemetery specialist. But to answer your question, Dr. Green, it's been discussed. To my knowledge, there's been no changes to the National Register right now. And the state route is one that some states are seeking because there is a great deal of very earnest stewardship, support, interest in protecting cemeteries of all types in our state.
And I get that, but when you were saying a minute ago that there's no, that always would have this oral history, was that an argument for putting it on the study list or against
Lauren, if
it?
you don't mind putting up that slide again, where you had there we go, the one after Gerald Ford and our teacher. The one I guess that I think, correct me, I don't want to speak for you, Chair Patch, but the last bullet point under eligible.
Few documentaries.
Is that what you were thinking? I don't
Yeah,
want to speak for
well,
you.
partially. I have several points. Maybe I don't articulate it very well, but just from a straight archaeology cemetery perspective, this cemetery represents very well what many other African-American cemeteries look like. They don't look like white urban cemeteries. Those look very different. And many of us have a perception that all cemeteries should look like, let's put one in here in Raleigh, Oak. I forget the name.
Oakwood.
Yeah, Oakwood, thank you. And that's just simply not the case. So this cemetery, for me, looks like Union Cemetery in Greensboro. It looks like Gear Cemetery, Fitzgerald Cemetery, Oberlin Cemetery. I know those are slightly different contexts, but same ethnicity. So I'm just concerned. I take your points, understand all of that. I feel like this one should be on the study list, but I don't have a vote here.
I'd like to pick up on something else about this. I think it talks about a National Register criterion that for a cemetery is a funerary art.
Yes.
And I think Hollywood Cemetery in Richmond, which gets a lot of publicity for the high style, very elaborate artwork of the monuments, the tombstones and so forth there. I'm not moved any more by that than going to the low country of South Carolina, where there are cemeteries where the graves are marked by stacked stone shells and a simple stone that's hand carved with somebody's initials on it. And I think there's a corollary there. They're just as important and just as moving, and both stories are very important. So I would be all in favor of including this as one example.
I was going to offer a little broader, and I feel the need part since this is my last meeting on the board. I think this meeting's been really good. And I know what I feel like everyone in this room, this is a perfect example of what we want to see out of historic preservation, and that we have passionate individuals, families, communities, institutions that are trying to bring these stories forward.
Exactly.
Dedicated staff that are doing the best they can, as you clearly demonstrate, to work within the boundaries of the rules that we're given. And sometimes the rules and the goals just don't overlap right. And I think all we can do is continue to advocate that. To your point, different parts of our community communicate and record our history in different ways. And I get why the National Register is based on physical artifacts, but maybe there's time to come up with some way to expand our thinking about that.
When we did the Unmarked Initiative in Forsyth County, identify as many cemeteries and graveyards. Of the 300 graveyards in the county, at least 30 of them, 10%, another 60 are unknown what the association was, we're African American. Most of those are not maintained by any church group anymore, or any community group. Some have been adopted, So it's a struggle in the counties. There's a possibility technically falls like counties, and they don't want to take up that mantle for economic reasons, but there does seem to need to be a better recognition and way to help people know, okay, we see it, we know it's there. We're gonna try and do something to make sure it doesn't get destroyed. Because that was a big thing of what we wanted to do in Forsyth County. It wasn't just to have it on the state's list, it was to have it on the local planning department list and the transportation department list, and GIS in the county, that we're gonna put a road through here, or someone's gonna develop 1,500 new houses. It's like, well, there's something you didn't recognize in this little clump of woods. That's a graveyard. It's difficult because they don't go away. They will disappear. They're still there. No one, basically, anything what you can identify is first step, and then mitigate, deal with them, catch them, take care of it. The whole privatization process.
It's done to say to.
Yeah, it's, yes. it's fine.
Okay, you got 1 minute. Yeah. Hello, everybody. There, Lenny? Oh, speak up. We're listening.
And that's right.
Yes, my name is Lance Swenson, and I have 4 months short in Jewish Cornell Cemetery. I was trying to make the meeting, but I had another issue in the area. I just want to say that in the school, the cemetery is not only physical. We have connected over 40 families. It is extremely historical. We have Civil War veterans. We have a lot of documentation, Civil War picture records. We can identify actually who's there. We have probably 67 enslaved people that were laid to rest there. We have become a force in the community. The county on the annual Black History Parade. We support them. We have cemetery signs. We have flags. We have a memorial for a person of private cemetery in the state of North Carolina to accomplish that feat. Received a national award from the African American History and Honors Society for the work that we've done. Received the 2nd highest award. It's just a small group of people in Greene County, North Carolina. We started with 5 members. We have grown to over 320 members as we speak. We're self-sustaining, self-supporting. We have revitalized the participation of a church that our ancestors attended. Church participation was decreasing every year. We have an annual banquet of 250 attendees in the area. We pump money into the church to bring the church back to its relevance for the community. We offer scholarships for our youth. This cemetery is more than a store, it is a movement. And we just want to let everybody know what we're doing, and we also want to show people what we're doing. We have become a subject matter expert for the Afro-American Historical and Genealogical Society to show folks how to take a cemetery that's not being maintained, form an organization, we're on 501c3, raise money, support the cemetery, and bring it back to relevance. I just want you to hear my voice. I'm so passionate about this. I think and I thank you so much for giving your support.
Thank you. Yeah.
So,
I mean, forgot about scholarships.
okay. So can I make a motion?
Yeah, so before you get there, we have a staff recommendation. We'll take this property individually, that it not be added to the study list. But if anyone would like to make a motion otherwise, we have to entertain it.
I would like to make a motion that we put this on the study list.
Thank you, Joe. Is there a second? Second. Thank you, Dr. Harper. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Sean, I think you have to vote since to meet quorum.
Do I have to vote? Okay, then I
Is that
vote aye. Please. One abstention. One abstention. That Gary then removed? Rest are ayes.
We had a quorum, so that's the majority of quorum.
Okay, all right. Yeah, we added this to the list. Okay.
The thread, but.
Two more. And Lauren's on the phone.
Lauren's got one. She had an unexpected call.
Okay. Her alarm went off and she's trying to get it fixed.
Oh, my.
We've had a day.
If she has this, that's a script, I'll read it.
Go ahead, Beth.
Okay, I don't know if you know this. See if you can
Find out.
Okay, so our next property is the Central Cross Methodist Church. And I'm even less prepared for this one than the last one. So this is an infield in Halifax County, my home county at least. This is situated at the crossroads community of Glenview, which is in rural Halifax County, approximately 8 miles west of Enfield. It is located along Highway 481, which is Fishing Creek Road, east of the intersection with Highway 48.
Yeah, I can come back.
I'm ready. I'm sorry, y'all. They set off my home alarm, my security alarm, they're gonna send the police to my house, so I just. Sorry.
They come in often.
They shouldn't, they're not supposed to, I'll let you know. Beforehand, I apologize, I didn't want the police to come to my house. All right, so, where were you?
Number 4, Central Cross.
Yeah, Central Cross Methodist Church was constructed between 1927 and 1928. It is the second church constructed by the original White Methodist congregation on this site. According to church history, the congregation first attended services on the grounds of the Church of Woodlawn in 1833 Plantation on Highway 48, just south of Glenview. The congregation purchased the current property in 1890 from R.H. and Elizabeth King. The new church was completed soon thereafter. The name Central Cross comes from its proximity to the crossroads at Glenview. And this is the facade of the church. You can see it's simple little front gable form. In 1927, Pastor C.T. Rogers began advocating for the construction of a new church. Donations were collected from the congregation, and the church received $1,500 from the Duke Endowment Fund. The endowment fund required the congregation to include separate Sunday school rooms in their plans, which increased the cost of construction by $500. The new church was constructed by contractor W.I. Porter between 1927 and 1928. In 1999, the church was sold to the current Black congregation, and the church became known as the Mount Carmel Church of God in Christ Jesus. Central Cross Methodist Church is a single-story front gable frame T-plan building. It is set on a brick pier foundation and filled with concrete block. It's clad in weatherboard siding and sheltered by a later asphalt shingle roof. The windows retain the original gabled 1/1 double hung wood sashes, which are grouped in pairs with a connecting diamond pane on the facade, rear and side elevations, which you can see, especially in that bottom left-hand photo, across the back. And there are also 2 gabled wings that extend from the east and west elevations, giving it its T-shaped form, which you can also see in these photos. Other notable features include deep gable returns, a pedimented front portico, and original 5-panel wooden doors on the facade, which have a 5-light transom. And that's just also a detail of the windows. The interior of the church remains highly intact. The sanctuary retains the original plaster walls with wood wainscoting, 12 to 13 foot high tongue and groove ceilings, wood floors, and 5-panel brick doors. These ceilings are super high. I don't even know if it's only 13 feet, it might be higher. The church even retains the original light fixtures, which you can see in that top right photo. The sanctuary retains the original plaster walls. Oh wait, I read that. A carved wood balustrade lines the raised platform of the altar, and the entry to sanctuary contains paired 2 light wood doors. The 2 rooms flanking the main entrance to the sanctuary served as galleries for the Black members of the original Methodist congregation. The galleries feature a pair folding 5-panel wood doors with original hardware. And these galleries, they would have opened to create additional space, and there would have been pews. Right now they're used for storage. The space to the rear of the sanctuary is currently used as a fellowship hall. The rooms most likely originally had a folding partition to divide the space. You see that archway in that left-hand photo. There probably would have been a folding doors or maybe some sort of folding partition to divide the space into 2 separate Sunday school rooms. The fellowship hall also features similar finishes to the main sanctuary, including those 12 to 13 foot high ceilings. So ceiling height is consistent throughout the entire building. Now we're moving into the west wing, which contains 2 bathrooms, as well as the pastor's office, which contains later carpet and wall treatment, but presumably the original finishes are iron.
And the east wing contains the kitchen and seems to have been historically the kitchen. A cemetery containing approximately 110 burials dating from 1883 to 2009 is located in the wooded area to the rear of the church. Markers in the cemetery consist of upright, reclined, and flat headstones made of marble, granite, and concrete, with a few marble obelisks and 4 concrete burial vaults scattered throughout. Most markers feature arched and rectangular forms. Iconography is relatively simple, consisting of mostly natural and religious motifs, and there are several interesting vernacular markers in the cemetery. So these are all the two on the left and the center have kind of folk art style vernacular natural motifs, and then the one on the right has the gates of heaven, a kind of a folk art design of the gates of heaven. And this is a view of some of the more high style markers in the cemetery, including an obelisk with a more high style version of the gates of heaven. Now we're going to look at some comparable properties, and I was trying to figure out eligibility. I went through all of the various churches in the HBO database, kind of seeing what was in Halifax County. So I'm going to run you through some of those. Central Cross Methodist Church embodies the distinctive characteristics of an early 20th century vernacular church in rural Halifax County. Vernacular churches typically lack a distinctive architectural style or may exhibit a modest interpretation of popular styles of the period. Once a common site in rural Halifax County, many examples of this simple front gable form have been demolished, altered, or replaced by larger modern churches. Of the 18 comparable properties, 3 were non-extant. Of the 73 properties in Halifax County recorded in the HBO database, 18 were small examples of this simple front gable form. And of those 18, 3 were non-extant, and 5, which you're seeing here, lacked integrity due to alterations. So all of these either had combination of replacement windows and siding. They had the one in the upper right has had windows removed, as well as a bell tower is missing. The one in the bottom left right is in really deteriorated condition. Unfortunately, it's missing its windows and several sections of siding. It's kind of back in the woods as well. And then there's also modern additions and things like that. So these are the 5 that don't retain integrity. And this left 10 examples of this simple front gable form church that do retain integrity in Halifax County. 3 of those are listed in the National Register. This is Bethesda Methodist Protestant Church, but also Kahuki Baptist or Primitive Baptist Church, and then Whitaker's Chapel are 2 other examples, but I felt that this was the best comparable based on what it's apparent. So this is listed in, I believe, where are you listed? 2012, and it dates to 1852, and it's a vernacular example of Greek revival. But you can see that the level of finish, it's a little bit more simple than Central Cross, but the level of finish is very similar. Even though it's simple, it has a very high level of craftsmanship, has great detailing to it that really indicates the money that the congregation put into it, even at an early time period. Some other examples for you. This is Bobbitt's Chapel on the left-hand side. It dates to 1914. It's not listed, it is surveyed, but not listed or on the study list. Again, a similar level of finish. I don't have modern interior photos, but that is a recent Google Street View image of the church on the left. But again, that level of finish, simple, but also displaying a high level of craftsmanship. We also see that in the Hala Presbyterian Church, which is on the right-hand side. It's a vernacular Carpenter Gothic, and the paneling and even the panel doors, which fold open, are very similar to what we saw in Central Cross. Some more examples for you. This is Union Methodist, which dates to 1850 on the right-hand side, and St. Clement's Church on the left, which dates to 1936 and is on the state study list. And they were added to the study list in '88 after the Halifax County survey. And again, both have a very simple in their form, very simple in their finish, but you do see quite a high level of finish in them, in say the balustrade. St. Clement's is much simpler on the interior, but the exterior displays a few of those architectural features. And then the last 2 I have to show you are St. Anne's Episcopal Church near Littleton, which dates to 1895, which has some intact, it's very intact. It does have some historic additions, but the interior, again, I felt was very comparable. And then there's also Rocky Swamp, which is very old. It is a very early example dating to circa 1772. So it's a very simple gabled church. It might have been a side gabled, it became front gabled eventually. And it's an example of that very simple vernacular form. So even though there are other examples of this particular type, I only identified 10 in our database. There could be others that haven't been surveyed yet, but based on the information I have and looking at the other comparable properties, I feel that Central Cross Methodist Church is an excellent intact example of a rural vernacular early 20th century church in Halifax County. Only 10 examples of this once common church type were identified in the county, in the county in the HVO database. Central Cross is not necessarily as early as Rocky Swamp or Whitaker's Chapel, and it doesn't have the modest architectural features or stylistic features of some of the other examples I showed you. But as a vernacular building, it displays a very high degree of finish and maintains a high level of integrity. The church also retains its original floor plan, weatherboard siding, and wood windows. These windows, get back to the church. These windows with that two gabled windows with that diamond at the top are more of a vernacular interpretation of the three-part Gothic window that we often see with churches. So it kind of harkens back to that. It feels very vernacular in its expression there. But also the high tongue and groove ceilings, the 5-panel wood doors, and the molded balustrade around the pulpit display a high degree of craftsmanship and add visual interest in otherwise simple interior. Therefore, as a surviving intact example of a once common building type, staff recommends adding Central Cross Methodist Church to the state study list for its potential significance at the local level under criterion C for architecture as a notably intact example of a rural vernacular early 20th century church in Halifax, UT. That is Central Cross. These are all my comparables for you. If you don't have any burning questions, I'll move on to the next one. This is E.B. Frank High School in LaGrange. LaGrange is in Lenoir County. If you're going to the beach on 70, it is between Goldsboro and Kinston. It is located along Martin Luther King Jr. Drive, north of downtown LaGrange. E.B. Frank High School, now E.B. Frank Middle School, began as the LaGrange Colored School, or maybe the LaGrange Colored High School in 1920. Located on the opposite side of present-day Martin Luther King Jr. Drive, the school was a 5-room building that served 4 teachers and 200 students. The school burned in 1927 and was rebuilt on a 6-acre property on the opposite side of the road using funding from the Julius Rosenwald Fund. According to the Fisk University Rosenwald database, the new LaGrange Colored School was an 8-teacher school. Historic area photographs and sample maps indicate that the school was a 1 1/2 story gable on hip roof building encapsulated by later flat roof veneer additions. And you can see that in this Sanborn map. So this is that original section of the Rosenwald School, which you can also see in this 1940 aerial photograph there. And then these kind of flat roof additions that go all the way around it. Let's see. According to newspaper articles, even though it was known somewhat at some point in its history as LaGrange Colored High School, it also taught the 1st through 12th grades. I'm not sure when that name shift happened. Dr. Emmett Bentley Frank became principal of the school in 1931 and served in that capacity until his sudden death in 1951. In addition to serving as principal, Dr. Frank also taught economics and civics classes, and in 1932, he purchased the school's first school bus using funds donated by the Black community. One school history even states that Dr. Frank drove the bus until they found a permanent bus driver. And this is a portrait of Dr. Frank that hangs in the school. During Frank's tenure, the school grew exponentially due to consolidation of smaller African-American schools in the surrounding rural areas. E.B. Frank was chosen as a consolidation school due to its location in northwest Lenoir County, its existing infrastructure, and strong administration. There were only 2 other consolidated Black schools in Lenoir County, the Savannah School near Grifton in the northeast part of the county, and Woodington School near just south of Kinston. And Kinston Public Schools and Lenoir County Schools were separate until the 90s, so those were the 3 consolidated Black schools in the Lenoir County school system. Over the next 20 years, the LaGrange Colored School developed from just 5 teachers and 200 students to 34 teachers and 1,100 students. This growth prompted the construction of an L-shaped classroom building and a vocational agricultural building between 1944 and 1950 to serve the expanded student body. After Mr. Frank died in 1951, the local African-American community successfully campaigned to name the school in his honor in recognition of his academic, civic, and community contributions. And this is a 56 aerial showing you what the campus looked like at the time. The Rosenwald School is on the left side, that hip roof surrounded by the flat roof sections. The L-shaped kind of Tetris piece is that 44 to 50 classroom building with a vocational agriculture building in the back. And then there's a long classroom building kind of on the south side, which was built between 50 and 56, which we're going to talk about. The campus continued to grow throughout the mid-20th century. An additional classroom building was constructed between 50 and 56, and the gymnasium was built between 56 and 61. The Rosenwald School stayed extant until 1974, when it was replaced by a modern administration and classroom building. And then there were also a garage added to the back of the campus between 74 and 77, and then a later 80s classroom building as well. Let's see. Lenore County Public Schools officially integrated in 1970, and E.B. Frank High School became a junior high school soon after. In the 80s, it became E.B. Frank Middle School. And currently, the Lenore County Public Schools is in the process of building a new middle school immediately behind the current school, and E.B. Frank will be decommissioned in August of 2026. So this was its last school year. Just to show you kind of what the campus evolved into, the darker blue sections that you see are the 44 to 50 buildings, and the Rosenwald School would have sat where that green administration block is now. And then the red building at the bottom was built between 50 and 56. The yellow is the gymnasium from 56 to 61. And then the two later buildings are in the light blue and the pink in the back of the campus. And where you see that construction stuff going on at that back upper, what's that right-hand corner? That's the new school. It's like right behind it. Now I'm going to take you on a tour. We're going to start with this big long green building, move to the dark blue, then down to the red and to the yellow, and then we'll do the other buildings at the back. It's a big school, so bear with me. This is that administration block. All of the buildings on campus are 1 and 2 stories, flat roof, concrete block, buildings that are clad in a brick veneer. You'll notice that the windows are covered by these synthetic panels, but I am told that they're intact underneath. They're just sandwiched between panels to block out light and for air conditioning purposes. But you can see they're exposed in that bottom right-hand photo on the back of that admin classroom block. So they have those multi-light metal awning windows. This is the 44 to 50 classroom building, very similar to the other. We're going to move on to that industrial agricultural building, which you can see in that bottom right-hand photo. This is that vocational building, which retains its multi-light metal windows. This is the 50 to 56 classroom building, that big long section that we saw on the historic aerial. This is the gymnasium, which retains its original multi-light metal windows. That later garage, I'm not sure if this was like a auto shop garage or just a restore the buses here garage. And then this is that 80s classroom building, which was added most likely after it became a middle school. There are some auxiliary buildings, just like a shed and a greenhouse, and then there's 2 ball fields and a soccer field with a track around it. One of the ball fields and that soccer field was probably a football field at the time, was there by 1977, but the smaller baseball diamond dates to the 90s, early 2000s. So those are some historic recreational facilities. Moving to the interior, this is the front administrative office and the front entry. You're going to see exposed concrete block walls and later tile floors, drop ceilings. But along the hallways, you'll notice that the classrooms retain their original doors and with 2 light transoms, and there's 2 light windows along the hallways that provide light and air. And the corridors, some stairwells, typical views of classrooms. You can see those windows are covered. Again, I've been told they're there underneath. This is the library in the top left, the cafeteria in the top right, and the bottom 2 are the vocational agricultural building, which is now the art room. This is a gymnasium, very standard gymnasium with the wood floors and the exposed metal truss ceiling. There's a stage on the far wall with locker rooms and dressing rooms and some activity rooms behind, which is what you're seeing in that bottom right-hand photo. And the bleachers, I believe, are original. If not original, then they're early. All right, so let me get to the end. I kind of thought things to myself here. E.B. Frank High School is potentially significant at the local level under criterion A in areas of education and Black ethnic heritage. Beginning in the early 20th century, E.B. Frank High School was the center of African-American education in LaGrange. It was the only school in Northwest Lenore County for African-American students until Lenore County Schools integrated in 1970. The school maintains a high degree of integrity, retaining its historic form, materials, and interior floor plan. All of the buildings, with the exception of the garage and the 1980s classroom building, date to the historic period of operation. And staff recommends placement of E.B. Frank High School on the state study list for its potential significance under criterion A in the areas of education and Black ethnic heritage. This is a painting of the Rose Hall School that also hangs in the campus. You can see that gable on hip kind of peeking up over top, and then the flat roof sections around. And that's Dr. Frank standing on the steps. And that's all I have for you. Thank you for bearing with me through my small police emergency. My maintenance people set off the alarm, and that was not it.
Any questions for Lauren on the last two properties? Okay, anyone care to make a motion?
Move to approve this recommendation.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Joe. Second, those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Just to clarify, did you, based on the conversation we've had, it seems like the cemetery, you wanted to add that, is that
We
correct?
took that separately. We did that separately. Yes, we did add that.
I was out of the room.
Yes.
Sorry. Okay.
That's okay. Yep. Yep. And then, so before we go, that concludes our meeting. We have a couple of business items to discuss. I'll just say that we have a reimbursement form. If you need that, please fill that out and leave it at the back table. And I will turn it over to Ramona and Dr. Waters for closing remarks.
Listen, real quick, again, we started this meeting off with thanking you all. Thank you again. You see, this was a long meeting today. Thank you for hanging in there and staying with us, doing this important work. Yeah, I like to say, as historians, depending on what the topic that we're studying, what you're looking at is change over time. Like this commemoration of America 250 is one of the things we're looking at, how the boundaries of freedom have expanded over time. One of our themes has been, when are we us? So I just say that to say that there's some change that I don't like, right? So, and we have two members who are rolling off of this committee who I've enjoyed getting to know, David and getting to know Fred and Ramona. And team, I'll tell you, I've already talked to them and they have agreed to come back. Once they have been off for a while. So we will probably be reaching out to you. Ramona and the team knows here that there's specific expertise that we have to have on this committee. So it's not easy to always, we have to do some real thinking to do that. So I deeply, and I know we all deeply appreciate the time that you've given us and look forward to being able to work with both of you again. But we've token of our appreciation for your service. We have a couple of gifts to give you, and I'll let Ramona say a word.
First of all, I will. Thank you very much. I think this was hot off the press, if I'm not mistaken. But just to say again, it takes a lot of time and dedication, because it's not just the time you spend here, but the time you do in all reviewing everything that staff and our consultants and our public have created for us. So thank you very much. None of this work is possible without all of you. Appreciate you both professionally and personally. Thank you so much.
Same thing.
Yeah. I want to thank all of you, because a friend of mine calls preservation God's work, because I never appreciated it. It's a passion project for all of you, and much effort it takes. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Fred.
Hey, David.
I enjoy it. I've been doing this for a long time, too long for my, but anybody can help to do stuff, is keep preservation going, saving things and keeping for the future.
We have some cemeteries that need to be cleaned.
Yeah.
I've done that.
Last order of business then is a motion to adjourn. We're all set. Thank you. Is there a second? Second. Thank you, Dr. Harper. If those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.